Get ready to go live when we're gonna start. So because I left everything at the house. I get ready to go live when we're gonna start.
What you left at the house?
The lessons. This one and the other one.
Did you is your screen working now?
Yeah.
Okay. You sent prayers up. Got a little better.
Okay. All right, Shabbat Shalom, we on Shabbat pagan date 5/28/22.
Yeah, the boy fights tonight.
Who?
Devontae.
Oh yeah.
He's fighting a big mouth.
Oh.
Puerto Rican or Cuban boy, whoever his name is.
All right, so the question is, what did this guy get in this situation that David is from Ephraim, and Christ is from Ephraim. Mary's a Levite, and Judas, one of the disciples,
is an
Edomite. This guy, I don't know what. He's just not listening, not paying attention to the text. Anything he sees in the source, he jumps and believes.
He said,
yeah, Judas is a so-called white man, and then you have these other misinformation people. They saying that everybody got melanin.
That's a lie. Everybody got melanin, including the black man. I mean, the white man. Yeah. I heard they said
how dumb they are.
His freckles are melanated. Freckles. You know what? Yeah. I heard one time.
Freckles are melanin.
Yeah. You know what I heard?
I don't know. I have freckles though. So everyone know I have that. Yes, sir.
No, I thought one told me that when a white person died, the reason why they have a closed casket because their skin will turn black, right, or darken, you know.
I don't know. Hey, Shabbat Shalom, Tilly Miles.
Hey, Shabbat Shalom.
Hey, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Yeah, brother, we dealing with this brother sent me a link. This guy saying that David is an Ephraimite, Christ is an Ephraimite, Mary is a Levite, and Judas, the disciple of Christ, is an Edomite. So we're gonna see can we clear things up. Yeah, it's getting crazy out here, brother. It's getting crazy out here in these Hebrew Israelite YouTube streets.
Mm-hmm. They don't belong to no camps. That's why they're coming up with that stuff.
But he's not paying attention to the text of the Bible, and he just anything he sees in a book or a so-called source, a definition or dictionary or something or whatever online, he believes it. If there's a little small resemblance, he goes say that's what it is.
He connecting
the dots when there's not even a whole dot there. A partial dot. You even call it that. So we're in the book of 1 Samuel, chapter 17, verse 12. And this is his main verse. Why David is a Ephraimite. 1 Samuel chapter 17, verse 12 is where we at.
Okay. 1 Samuel chapter 17, verse 12.
Yes.
Now David was the son of that
Ephraimite. Hold on. Let me pull it up on the screen so people can see it while we're talking about while you're reading it, so we can and share that. Because this is just crazy, man. That and he's like all the way 100% turned all the way up about it.
Right.
Like he know he correct. Like on this channel here, we give you the sources and the facts and a whole bunch of other stuff he talking. And he not even paying attention to the text.
And Ephraite is a place too. It's a location, right?
Con. Well, not even that. We're gonna get that. It is, but we're gonna get that. We're gonna get that too as well. So let me share my screen with the text. Everybody can see it. So we got that up. All right. So 1 Samuel chapter 17, verse 12. Read it again, Yabana.
1 Samuel chapter 17, verse 12. Now David was the son of that Ephraite of Bethlehem, Judah, whose name was Jesse. And he had 8 sons, and the man went amongst men for an old man in the days of Saul.
So in the days of Saul, his father's an old man. I mean, he lived long. He was an old man at this time. He had 8 sons, and he had 2 daughters. All right. 8 sons and 2. One of the sons died. Don't say specifically how he died, but one of them died. All right, so David is the son of this Ephraite of Bethlehem, Judah. This is the part I didn't quite get to because it's crazy, but we're gonna let's get Genesis. Let's get Genesis, all right, so we can understand. I want to leave this up for a second. So can I grab another one? Open up 2 of these tabs. We can bounce back and forth. Genesis chapter 48. So I didn't. Again, I left all the lessons at the house. I'm just going off my head. I left all of the scriptures and everything else.
You said Genesis chapter 48?
Mm-hmm.
Genesis chapter 48. Okay. And let me grab the verse right quick. There's so much going on that's left the entire lesson.
When we gonna be able to border print them some shirts? You know where the place at?
Huh?
To do the border.
Yeah, I know the dude moved over there.
The dude, the guy.
Yeah.
Where he moved at?
Moved there by Alameda. Off of I think that's Firestone. Genesis, matter of fact, first let's get Genesis 35 and 19 first. Genesis 35 and 19. I'll pull that up on the screen.
You're right over there by my pops. You said Firestone and Alameda?
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to do some more shirts.
You have to go there, and you know what I'm saying. You have to go there.
Is he prejudiced?
Huh?
Is he prejudiced?
Maybe. I'm not here for that. I'm not here for that. I'm gonna bring him my business. If he does the show, he does it. If he doesn't, don't. What is that? But he has all this stuff there in the stuff. So you know what I'm saying?
Speak good English.
Yeah. Speak good English.
No, he ain't prejudiced. Yeah.
So could be prejudiced. He just wants your money. I ain't worried about that. I need to get this. I need to get this done. Yeah. All right, who got Genesis chapter 35 verse 9, starting at verse 19?
I'll take this
one. 35?
Yes.
We're going 35 first, then we're going to go back to 48.
Genesis chapter 35 and verse 19.
Yo, jump. Verse 17. Start at verse 17.
Genesis chapter 35 and verse 17. And it came to pass when she was in hard labor that the midwife said unto her, fear not, thou shalt have this son also.
Hold up. This thing right here. So this is speaking of Rachel, right? Start at verse 16. 16.
And they journeyed, Genesis chapter 35, verse 16. And they journeyed from Bethel, and there was but a little way to come to Ephrath.
Ephrath, right? So that's where he got that thing from. When 1 Samuel chapter 17, verse 12, David is son of this Ephrathite, right? So this is Ephrath, and it came to Ephrath. Go ahead.
And Rachel traveled, or is that travail?
Yeah.
Travail, and she had hard labor.
Go ahead.
And it came to pass when she was in hard labor that the midwife said unto her, Fear not, thou shalt have this son also.
Go ahead.
And it came to pass as her soul was in departing, for she died, that she called his name Benoni. But his father called him Benjamin.
All right. So his mother gave him a name when she was dying, and then his father gave him a name also as well. All right. Benoni, son of sorrow. I think it's son of sorrow, son of my sorrow. Anytime you say that I at the end of a word, it's my, right? It's like how we be saying yeah.
Okay.
But that's the Hebrew. Right? But his father called him Benjamin, son of my right.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Verse 19. And Rachel died and was buried in the way of Ephrath, to Ephrath, but is Bethlehem, which is Bethlehem.
So what is Ephrath?
Bethlehem.
Ephrath is Bethlehem.
Okay.
Is it not? According to the word right there. Ephrath is Bethlehem. Right?
Wow.
So we know, so when he's calling an Ephrathite, what is he calling? What is he actually?
A Judah. You Judah from Bethlehem.
He's a Bethlehemite.
Bethlehem. Okay. I never heard that one.
Ephrath is Bethlehem.
Okay. Bethlehem.
Right? If you're from Bethlehem, what are you?
A Bethlehemite.
A Bethlehemite.
Okay.
You're a Bethlehemite.
Just like Samson's a Nazarite. I mean, Jesus is supposed to be from Nazareth. They call him a Nazarite. Yeah.
So Ephrath is Bethlehem, right? So we're gonna go back. Gonna get switched back to 1 Samuel 17 and 12.
Was Samson a Nazarite?
Huh?
Was he a Nazarite, or he just had?
Yes.
He took the Nazarite vow.
He's a Nazarite.
Okay.
He ain't cut his hair. He ain't drink none. He's a Nazarite.
Okay. And Christ.
That was his one part of his strength.
So was he a Nazarite, or they just
What?
Christ?
No.
But so he drank wine.
Of course.
Okay, so he wasn't a Nazarite. Yeah. But he was from Nazarene, or son of Jesus of Nazareth.
He was from Nazareth. Yeah, from Nazareth.
Nazareth.
But that doesn't make you a Nazarene.
Mm-hmm.
Nazareth means branch town. It has nothing to do with the Nazarite vow or being a Nazarene. So we see here where he's getting it wrong, right? Ephrathite of Bethlehem, Judah, right? So Ephrath, that's the ancient name for Bethlehem, right? When Jacob was when we just read just now in Genesis, right? There was no Bethlehem at that time. When Jacob was alive, was there Bethlehem? No Bethlehem. That's why he's telling us here, Ephrath is Bethlehem. Basically, Ephrath became Bethlehem in the future.
Turned into it.
Yeah, the name was changed to Bethlehem, but the ancient name is Ephrath. So we're getting here all the way in the time of Jacob. You wouldn't call that place Bethlehem.
Right.
People are like, no, there's no Bethlehem
Right.
at that time.
Right.
Oh, you talking about Ephrath?
Ephrath. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Like 10 years ago, That street over there was not called Obama.
Right, it was Rodeo Road.
It's called Rodeo.
Right.
You go back there and look like, you know, it wasn't called Obama then, brother.
Right, right.
It was changed. Right. So Rodeo is Obama.
Right, right. Okay, got you. Got you.
But by years ago, it wasn't called that.
Good enough. Good,
yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Why they named it the street after him now?
Huh?
Rodeo. Why they named it change it to? Why they wanted to change it to Obama?
First black president, according to them. Mm-hmm. Trying to honor him, and he didn't even show up.
Seasons change.
Show. He just said, oh, he must have showed up there. They had a big screen with him on there.
I don't know. I know they, you know, he didn't show up. I don't know. He took it serious. I don't know.
I mean, yeah. When
I think he should show up.
What's his name? When they had SO1 books over there on Crenshaw, on La Brea, and they what's his name? Clinton. He had his own book out. He showed up.
Yeah.
For a book sign.
Smart. Getting paid. So I don't know why he's showed, but this is this guy's problem. See, Ifra is Bethlehem. So when it's being used here in 1 Samuel, it's just using an ancient name. Because at this time it's called Bethlehem. The Ephraite of Bethlehem, Judah. That doesn't say he's no Ephraimite. Let's get the other one in Genesis 48. Where was going to go? Genesis 48. Right, Genesis 48 and 7. Just to get another witness. So it can be a little bit clearer. This is where this guy's getting this stuff wrong. This is 1 Samuel 17 and 12 is not saying that David is an Ephraimite. Now, when you look in the sources, you can look up the definition of all that in these online website and stuff or dictionary, you're going to see where it says Ephraite is Ephraim. That's what it's going to say. These online stuff is going to tell you Ephraite is it's going to say the name is Bethlehem, but it's going to say also Ephraim, and that's where he's running with, and that's his problem. What?
No, I was just thinking.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. You cannot, some of these sources online, they'll steer you wrong. You know what I'm saying? Some of these things will steer you wrong. That's why you got to fact check your sources as well. Got to make sure you got it correct. So we're going to Genesis chapter 40, going to 48. Put it up on the screen. And we're going to get verse 7.
Could Jacob have named Ephraim because the city already existed, or because
Jacob didn't name Ephraim. Ephraim is Joseph's son.
I mean, I'm sorry, Joseph. Could Joseph have named Ephraim after a city that already existed?
No.
Okay. Because
What city would he name him after?
Ephraim. I mean, if Ephraim are
You talking about if Roth? You talking about?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
He didn't know that because of the situation. The first son that he made, he called him what? What's Joseph's first son?
Reuben.
Joseph.
Oh, Joseph's first son is Judah.
Oh, Joseph.
Ephraim.
No, first son.
Manasseh.
Manasseh is his first son, which means
made to forget.
Made to forget. He didn't know that because he was in affliction. Now he have a child. He said, "Well, now I'm made to forget now. Now I forget about my sorrows and stuff." So he named him Manasseh.
Oh, okay. Okay. Manasseh's not the one forgetting. Okay, I thought it was Manasseh was made to forget. Okay,
His name means made to forget. His father said that since I have a child, I'm forgetting my
forgetting.
sorrow, so that's what he
Okay,
named him.
okay.
He forgets. Then when he had Ephraim,
Cool.
yeah, that's how their name.
Okay.
Yeah, anytime it's an Israelite name, there's something in there around the birth or something, but that name fits right in there.
I thought Manasseh was forgetful.
No,
Okay.
made to forget.
Okay, God.
Made to forget.
You might see that definition too, because they fleeing all around.
We're black spirit or the usual, we are.
Yep.
That name gonna suit you. You gonna suit
Israelite name of the situation, whatever, or they'll name it after a relative. They'll take a relative name and they'll name it something like a relative. That's how they would do it. But most of the time it's based on what's happening, situation that they're dealing with. And then when he has Ephraim, what's his name?
Fruitful.
Now he's being fruitful.
God, now I see what's going on here.
That's what he named.
Yes, sir. Is Manasseh, Ephraim, and Judah all supposed to join at one point in time? All to be Judah?
No, they're all different tribes. Ephraim and Manasseh is under Joseph.
On the chosen.
They split into two tribes because the Lord had he took Levi unto himself. And Levi is not reckoned among when you count. That's why you get 12. And then it's actually 13.
13.
But since the Lord put Levi to himself, you don't see Levi really reckon and count
Right.
in most of the counting.
So, because Levi is what, priest?
Yeah, he's joined unto the Most High.
Okay.
So he doesn't have an inheritance. So without an inheritance, you really don't count you because you without a land, your own land.
So he belongs to the Most High. So, I mean,
He's joined to the Most High.
Going to the Most High, but okay.
We are going to be that. Well, we are going to be under Hamashiach, Yahweh, priest, joined to the Most High. You know what I'm saying?
And so that's all the tribes going to be priests, right?
Come.
Now, the reason why I was saying that.
Not all the tribe, but all of the men in the Christ umbrella are going to be priests.
Man, the Christ umbrella.
Yeah.
But what I was just saying, when back at the old One West, when Mashah passed away, you remember Aria Allah was one in line to be high priest. And they told him he couldn't be high priest. So what was all about,
Power.
Power.
Mm-hmm.
So they didn't want him over them. I mean, like, he knew more than
He wasn't over them. He's going to be equal with them.
Yeah.
Meaning they cannot now tell him anything. You know what I'm saying? Like with them over him, he got to run stuff by him. You know what I'm saying? But if I'm on your level, I got to run nothing by you. Right? If we equal, I got to run something by you. I got to run nothing by you. I can do my thing.
Because see, the thing about it, he had the dirt, like Kazadakia had dirt on him. They would have been saying, because I saw a video one night, about a couple of nights ago, where I saw Tazadakia and Arya and Shar was having a class, and then Tazadakia was reading, and he was saying that such and such was talking about Arya, and everybody was like saying, I forgot what they were saying, Yahweh, praise Yahweh. And then Arya got up and, he was like, but it was all like, it wasn't nothing about him. But, he was still trying to give honors to Arya. But then again, it was something you could tell something was worked out between them two. I have dirt on you, Shar. You didn't see Kazak and Yeshaya up in there,
So they left.
Mm-hmm.
So
And then from what I heard, I don't know if it's true or not, I heard Arya is a mamzer.
I don't know. I'm just saying that's about power.
I don't know.
When you become a high priest, them high priests they don't run stuff by each other. They teach whatever they want to teach. Yeah, I didn't know that until I spoke to him. I found out that's how they was moved. I didn't know that's how they moved. I thought they was together on their lesson teaching, but there wasn't. That's why I tell people, y'all don't know about the One West. Y'all hearing a bunch of nonsense that y'all wasn't there, and you leave it alone because you don't know. The second, third hand information you're getting.
That's that year 2000.
That's what I asked. That's what I asked Aria. Aria was on the phone with Shaw. Both of them was on the phone. We had him on the phone at the class, and I asked. I said, "What's going on with this 2,000 year stuff, man?" Right? I'm thinking he's gonna break it down and be like, "Check this out." He said, "You better ask Yeshaya about that." I said, "Ask who?" He said, "You better go ask Yeshaya about that." So I was like, I didn't need to ask anymore. I got all my answers right there.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Wow.
He's telling me, look, I don't teach that. I don't believe that. You better ask the man who's teaching that. Go ask him about that. I don't move like that. I ain't taught that. That's what Yeshaya doing. That's what he's saying. Right? And that's when the first time I saw that there was a division within the heads. And I'm like, these dudes are divided.
Yeah, they didn't get along. Really, they didn't get along. They didn't get along.
No, those two didn't get along.
Who? Yeshaya and
Aria.
Aria didn't get along.
No. I'm finding this out later though. I thought they all get along.
Because I found out when I went to the Passover in '02, and they was up on stage and everybody was, they was saying that, yeah, we've been hearing that people, brothers and sisters, be saying in this organization that the high priest ain't together, we're not together. And then Yeshaya said, we're gonna join hands and let y'all know we are still together. And then Arya was waiting on Shar, because Shar, he had some wine, he was drinking, he was getting drunk. He just ran up there getting drunk, and then Arya standing there like, bro, you gonna leave me hanging like this? And you got a cup and some wine, you just drinking, and then finally he put it down and they took each other's hand, they joined hands together, everybody got up and started clapping like that. And I'm like, man, this is phony.
Wow.
And then the really phony part was when they was trying to get money. And you know how they walk around the whole place and they have boxes and they put the box right in front of your face and stuff like that. And then they didn't get enough money. Then a brother come up there and try to hustle out some more money. I'm like, no, this is gonna be my first and last time coming. Them brothers, man, it was wicked, man.
So we got that clear. This David is in a God's crazy. This ain't even really worth, you know what I'm saying?
It ain't really worth going over, but I just want to know why he's coming up, why they coming up with all these.
Well, that's the verse that he getting it from, and the verse clearly don't say that David is a Ephraimite. Again, and I told you how he getting it. When you look up that Ephraimite thing there, some of the stuff on the line is saying that it is it's Ephraim. But to confirm that, you simply go to Ephraim's lineage. Just simple as that. You see David in there, and that's the end of it. David's not in there, then you're wrong. You go to Judah, and David's right smack there in Judah. So I mean, it's as simple as that. I had some other stuff, but again, I didn't have the whole lesson. I left all the lesson, everything at the house. You know what I'm saying? So his next thing was what? Judas is a Edom. We ain't mean to touch on that nonsense. Judas is not. Come on, man.
No, Judas and Ephraim.
He gonna pick what 11 Israelites and one Edomite. That's what he did. That's what Christ did.
Like they wouldn't have knew who crossed them.
They don't even like them. They didn't like Herod. Herod is an Edomite. They didn't like Herod. They put up with him. His positions. Judas couldn't have roamed where the apostles and them was roaming like this. Right? Was not the apostles and them in the temple? Can we read it so we can be clear? We know Edomites, it doesn't matter. If you're an Edomite, you're a convert. There's certain parts you can't go.
And Judas was in the temple.
Huh?
Judas went in the temple?
Went to the temple.
Con,
And the apostles went to the temple.
con.
You know what I'm saying? They got to keep Passover.
Con.
So let's get Acts, the second chapter. We're going to go to Acts. Well, just make it clear. That's the clearest verse. Second chapter. Not the second chapter.
Chapter 2.
Yeah, chapter 2. On the first verse. Again, this guy, he's offering no proof for the stuff that he's saying. He's saying this, but he's not offering any proof. You can't read a word carry out and I mean in Edomite. This guy's crazy. All right, who got it?
I'll take it. Acts chapter 2 from the top. And when the day of Pentecost was fully come, they were all with one accord in one place.
All right, it was with there's all accord in one place.
This is including Judas.
No, it's not including Judas. Judas is not here this time.
Oh, okay.
I'm just showing you this is at the temple. This is Pentecost.
Uh-huh.
If they're here at Pentecost, then it was there at Passover.
Con,
Right? This is one of the feasts that every male have to go up
con.
to Jerusalem, to the temple. Right? So there was an all accord in one place. Go ahead.
And suddenly there came a sound from heaven as of a rushing mighty wind, and it filled all the house where they were sitting.
So he says it filled all the house. So in Christianity, they said they was in an upper room.
Con.
They said there's an upper room. And I'm like, nope, not in the upper room.
Con.
Can they be in the upper room?
Nah, if all of them was there.
You can't be in the upper room. Because why? It's Pentecost. Where you supposed to be?
At the temple.
You gotta be at the temple. You gotta be at the temple. You can't be in the upper room. How you gonna be in the upper room when it's Pentecost? It's a violation of Torah. So this word house is this Greek word oikos, O-I-K-O-S, oikos. Oikos is the house of God. That's where they were. They were at the temple. They were at the house of God is where they were. If there wasn't a temple, then they're in violation of Torah. And we know that that's not true. That couldn't have been in violation of Torah. Christ just left 10 days ago and told them. So they know already. So we know they're not violating no Torah. So we see me, they're still keeping Torah after Christ left. Keeping it when he was here, keeping it after he left. Right? So if Christ did away with it, then why are they keeping Torah right here? Ask some Christians that. Explain to me Acts 2nd chapter. You said Christ fulfilled the law. Then why are they still doing it right here in Acts chapter 2? All right? So they were in the house. At the house of the Most High. And Edomite can't come in his house. He will be outside the house. Right? Gentiles are outside the house. Let's get one more verse to prove that Gentiles are outside the house. Then we get Revelations chapter 11, verse 1. Revelations 11 and 1.
That's it. 11 and 1.
Starting at verse 1. Yeah.
Yeah. Revelations chapter 11 and verse 1. And there was given me a reed like unto a rod. And the angel stood saying, rise and measure the temple of God.
Measure the who?
The temple of God.
That's the house of the Most High. Go ahead.
And the altar, and then that worship therein.
And then the worship where?
Therein.
Inside. Go ahead.
But the court, which is without
The court is outside the temple. Go ahead.
is without the temple, leave out and measure it not.
Don't measure that to the outside the temple outside. Why?
For it is given unto the Gentiles.
Edomites. Don't measure that. That's outside. So Judas couldn't be no Edomite. He would have been in the house. Because if not, then you have what? You have 11 of them inside and one of them where? Outside.
Like a dog. Like a dog. That's like a dog. He'd be outside like a dog.
That's right.
They wouldn't want him in there because he smell up the place.
Listen, Israelites don't keep company with Edomites like that in the first place. They don't roll. They don't roll with them like that, right? They don't roll with them like that. Can we get Matthew chapter 10, verse 5 and 6? Went over this last week. This is another scripture right here that tells you that he can't be no Edomite. Matthew chapter 10, verse 5 and 6. Hold on, let me try to grab it here on the screen so people can see it. Say this guy doesn't fact check any of his stuff, man. He just starts saying, and he think he's right. And I'm like I said, I'm just going off the head. So I left all my notes and stuff at the house rushing, trying to get everything together.
Did you try to reach out to this dude or?
Nah, brother, I'm wasting my time, man. I'm telling you, he's not going to respond.
Because you said he closed his comment section or something like that.
The first guy did.
Oh,
I had 2 videos. No, he didn't know. People on there, they don't even know they don't know that he's wrong. They say, man, it's a nice lesson and all that. You don't even know he's wrong. All right, who got that?
I'll take this one.
speak up a little louder.
Matthew chapter 10, from 5 to 6. These 12 Jesus sent forth and commanded them, saying, go not into the ways of the Gentiles.
Stop. Go not into the way of the Gentile. How you gonna pick a Gentile? It's contradiction.
What a commandment.
Don't go there. Don't go in that way. Don't go in that direction. Don't go over there. Right? Don't go in their mode, fashion, none of that.
And they missing this word commanded them.
It's a commandment. Go ahead.
And unto any city of the Samaritans enter ye not.
Don't go into no city of the Samaritans either, because they Gentiles. So there's no way. Verse 6.
But go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel.
They tell them where to go.
Mm.
So how you gonna have a Edomite going to Israelite? Backwards, isn't it? It's clearly off.
Learn not the ways of the
They wouldn't roll with him. They would not deal with him.
With a Gentile. Edomite Gentile.
Yeah. They roll with
Ooh, first time.
Shabbat shalom, brother.
Shabbat shalom, my bad. I was like, first time I get it on the first try. Hallelujah. I'm in.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom. Judas the Gentile Edomite.
Yeah. And then let's get Matthew 15:24. They should we cover this thoroughly. There's no way.
Matthew chapter 15, verse 24.
Let everybody get there. Let me pull it up on the screen right quick. There's some of the old, some of the old scriptures and stuff, just to show you Judas is not an Edomite.
Right.
This guy's saying, I don't know what's wrong with him, bro. Why would you say something like that in the first place?
Hold on, you have people now saying Judas is Edomite.
Judas. Yeah, this guy saying Judas is an Edomite. Go ahead.
Come. Matthew chapter 15, verse 24. But he answered and said, I am not sent but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel.
That's all we need. There's no way he gonna pick an Edomite. He not sent to no Edomite, so why pick one?
Right.
If he picked one, he's in violation of who he was sent to. Right.
They really don't understand nothing about this Bible, man. It's kind of like
he don't cross-reference or fact-check nothing. He's just making statements, bro. You know what I'm saying? He's just making wild, random statements that he can't prove.
Because the way he's saying it, this isn't an Israelite book. This is like a book for everybody.
As a matter of fact, yeah.
That's crazy.
Let me stop sharing just for a second. I want to grab this thing here. Is there any other questions? We're just gonna roll through this. Do Servant Smith, anybody else? Anybody got any questions? You can let me know right quick while I pull this video up. Is there any questions from anybody?
I was thinking about how Nepal didn't see that, Abraham was, God told him what to do when he was dealing with Ishmael, to send them out into the wilderness. Like, she kept saying it was a death sentence for them to be sent out, to be sent away.
No, she knows what she's talking about, bro. I know death sentence.
So tell her she's a witch.
And Yabana had a good comeback to that too. He said, how is that? And Ishmael is a father of many nations.
Yeah,
he was blessed all the way around.
That's what I told her.
Like, wow.
That's what I told her. She be blessed with 12 princesses. That's what you're talking about. So God know what he's doing.
Oh, she did not want to.
She trying to make it. She was in the desert. She about to die. Stop.
What's this crying about? Says she was crying or something like that. She kept really harping on the fact that she was crying and talking about death or something like that.
Yeah, she thought she was gonna die, but she wasn't gonna die. God already got her. That's what she talking about.
Idiot.
Told you she's a witch. She was trying to manipulate the scriptures.
Let me back it up right quick. I got the video with this guy talking a whole bunch of nonsense. It's coming on down. All right, I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna share my screen and play this video. Everyone can see where this guy's getting this ridiculous foolishness from. All right, let me share my screen again. All right, let me play.
Were given to the children of Judah. Now, verse 20. This is the inheritance of the tribe of the children of Judah, according to their families. And the uttermost cities of the tribe of the children of Judah toward the coast of Edom, because Edom bordered Judah's territory, southward were Kabzeel and Eder, Jagir and Kinah, Dimon.
Those places he's naming are still Judite. He's just saying that Edom is the border of the Judite territory. That's where it stopped. Edomite territory. It ain't going and start giving you Edomite cities. He think it's going on giving you not Edomite city when the entire book is talking about the inheritance given to the tribes. He ain't talking about no Edomite inheritance, but he think it is. So he reads down.
Right, this is the our Demona brothers that live there to this day. Adada, Kidesh, Hazor, Inan, Ziph, Telim, Beoleth, Hazor, Hadata, Kerioth. Now, when you get into Judas Iscariot, I'm telling y'all, Judas was an Edomite, y'all.
You heard it for yourself. I mean, I'm making it up. He read Kerioth, and he's he's connecting Keriah with Issachariot. Two different things.
Do you think he could be talking about the 13th tribe over there, which claim to be Israel and they're not?
As far as what?
Well, because all the those Edomites over there claiming to be Jews too. So that's probably what's confusing.
No, he's using this word, Keriah.
Mm.
He's using Keriah and he linking it with Issachariot.
Oh. No.
This is what he got through saying.
No.
That Judas is in it. Because listen, he think he's reading Edomite territory,
Right.
land. But
Right.
he's not. He's still reading Judite
Wow.
territory. That's what he's saying.
So much knowledge I could give y'all. I gotta make this a series. I need y'all to trust the Most High for me. A lot of y'all have subscribed because you
Trust the Most High. Don't trust him. You know what the heck he's saying.
Right.
Hey, but see, look, and look, real quick. But if you look at the screen in verse 20, it says, this is the inheritance of the tribe of Judah according to their families.
That's what it says. That's what I'm saying. But he think he's reading Edomite territory. That's why he's saying that. He's saying this is Edomite territory. So Keriah links up with Issachariot from Judah, from Judas.
Mm.
So he's saying that Judas was from this place right here, Keriah, because of his last name, Issachariot.
Wow.
But yeah, like the brother said, verse 20 is cutting him.
Right.
He's not reading Edomite territory.
that on this channel, I give y'all truth. I give y'all receipts, right? I know a lot of things.
What receipt? Did he give a receipt? He ain't gave no receipts for that, did he? He said it, but he ain't gave no receipts.
Things I say are hard to be understood, but y'all look up this stuff for yourself. I'm telling you.
We did, and it was false.
Man, this can't be for real, bro.
Brother,
it's crazy, bro.
You hearing it for yourself, but listen, I'm gonna play more for you. He gets worse, bro.
Man, this guy crazy, brother. This is crazy. Wow.
This stuff is a well-orchestrated deception, and I can prove it for y'all. And it's a lot of precepts. I'll be covering this stuff in every daily lesson, right? Now, as we see, Keriot, this is Judas Iscariot. Judas, their surname went back to where they come from. Like if I say my name is Zion, right? I come from Zion, right? A lot of the patriarchs named themselves ben their forefathers. Like when we see Yahusha called Yahusha ben Yosef, his father was Joseph. They carried in their surnames, their pedigree, where they came from. So Judas Iscariot was Judas from Keriot, which was the southern city that bordered Edom, and a lot of Edomites eventually came into Judea through Keriot. Judas was a Edomite, and this is
what receipt did he show that Edomites came through Keriot? Came through nothing. He said it, but he showed no proof, no receipt, no nothing.
Wow.
He crazy. He lost his mind.
explains how he was that devil that Christ prophesied would betray him. It was Edomites infiltrating y'all's people to get Yahushua crucified. Y'all, this stuff.
Edomites infiltrated God's people to get Jesus Christ crucified. This is what he said. Something clearly wrong with him. He is it. Judas is an Edomite had been dead a long time ago. Do you know who would have killed him? The Sakari would have killed him. The Zealots would have killed him. Long time ago.
Yeah, I agree.
They would have killed. Listen. They was trying to kill Herod all the time. If he didn't have his guards, his Roman guards, he was a dead man. He said he been a dead man. Sakari wasn't playing around. Sakari was
right.
an assassin.
Assassin.
They were killing high officials and all of that. They were trying to kill Herod. And they killed him. It wasn't for his guard. Judas was an Edomite. They've been dead a long time.
Easy target. Right here.
Wasn't Simon a zealot? Was he a zealot? Simon. Was he a zealot?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He would have knocked them off. Like he
Long
wouldn't
time
have
ago.
this guy, man.
He'd have killed him. Right. You're right, brother. He'd have killed him.
And then he had a problem with the Romans, the Judas.
See, the Edomites rolled with the Romans.
Yeah.
We're enemies, man. They're the one that said burn Jerusalem down in the time of Nebuchadnezzar. They said burn it, right? The text says let's burn it down. Not only that, you had Israelites who was escaping from Nebuchadnezzar. Esau was grabbing them. Esau was preventing them from escaping. The few stragglers who was escaping, Edomites was making sure they don't get away. It was grabbing all of that. We know that history. Anyway, no Edomite infiltrate. No way. This guy's crazy, man. He lost it. Again, he gets worse though, bro. But as you can hear him, he sound like he know what he's saying. Like, yeah, this is all factual. I give you receipts, which he gave them.
If you don't know, this would be something for the ears.
Yeah, but look at the video's name was David and Ephraimite. What tribe was Christ from? It says, and Manasseh ben Joseph. This is what he's talking about.
You mean Manasseh ben Joseph. So made to forget.
I'm not saying Manasseh, my bad. Messiah. I'm reading this wrong. It's Messiah ben Joseph. Messiah ben Joseph.
Messiah ben Joseph.
But where's he even getting that from?
Huh?
Where did he get that from? Messiah ben Joseph.
He get it from the oral tradition.
Yeah, so that means
I never heard that in the book.
Yes, in the oral tradition, they got two messiahs in there. They got one Messiah ben Joseph and Messiah ben David.
So that means the anointed son of Joseph.
Yeah.
Ben Joseph.
Well, they're not anointed, but they're speaking of that individual.
Yeah.
Yeah, technically, yeah, you're right. Technically, it's that, but
well, that's the answer right there. He got the wrong Messiah with the wrong set of disciples. That's what's going on.
yeah, I mean, no, but the thing about it is that the reason why he's saying that too is because he believes that Christ came through sex, right?
Yeah, so
he don't believe in a virgin birth.
That's why that's up there.
Yeah, that's why that's part of the reason why that's up there, but he got that from oral tradition. That's not in the Bible, doesn't say that. Right?
So when they come in with this, these camps are still teaching that doctrine, Christ coming through sex.
Well, let me be clear, because they're going to say, well, no, the Bible do say that. I'm like, no, men are saying that. But when I say the Bible don't say that, what is actually really telling you that he's not the son of Joseph. That's literally what is overall telling you the correct message. Now you have people that you would read where they ask them, they would say, he's the son of Joseph, right?
Yeah.
People that would say that, but that doesn't mean because they said it is true, you can say anything.
They didn't know what to call him.
I mean, they don't know. These guys are reading the Bible, you don't know. That's why you got to get into the story and understand what you're reading and say, wait a minute, this is all they know. Like when you was in the world, right? And someone asks you what color of Christ, what you gonna say?
White.
You said he's white. You don't know no better. You thinking he's white. So someone hear you and say, man, well, the guy said he's white, so he must be white. But he's not white. You feel me? They really talk about people saying, well, Christ is the son of Joseph. Well, that's all they don't know the truth. They're just saying what they were taught. It doesn't mean it's facts.
So it would be more or less he was the adopted son.
Adopted son. He adopted son. Not biological son.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what they do. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna play a bit more of this video for you guys, man. Like I said, I would reach out to this guy, but I think he's gonna run. I think he's gonna run. You know what I'm saying?
Was powerful. And Hezron, which is Hazor, Amam, Shema, Molede, Hazar Gada, Heshman, Beth Palit, Hazar Shua, Beersheba, Bizjoshia, Bala, Iyam, Ezim, Etolad,
I'm gonna go forward.
sons,
He
and
was just reading. He was just reading most of the city. I'm gonna back up here. I want to get right here real quick. I'm gonna back it up because now he's back to
goes back to Joseph because he was a descendant of David who was the descendant of the Ephraimites, because Jesse, the Bible says, was a part of that Ephraimite family that lived in Bethlehem. I'm gonna show y'all.
He said there's an Ephraimite family that live in Bethlehem, which is we're gonna see who's gonna prove it right now.
In 1 Samuel, let me just go ahead and show y'all it real quick. And we're gonna come back to it, but I gotta go ahead and show y'all. So in 1 Samuel, I'm gonna show y'all this day. 1 Samuel chapter 17, verse 12, it says, let me go back so y'all can see it. 1 Samuel 17, verse 12 says, now David was the son of that Ephrathite of Bethlehem, Judah, whose name was Jesse. And he had 8 sons, and the man went among men for an old man in the days of Saul. So he had longevity. Now, y'all, let's look at this. David was the son of that Ephraimite that lived in Bethlehem, Judah. So we see that Bethlehem is surnamed Judah because it was within Judah's territory, but the people that lived there were genetically Ephraimites. How do I know this? Let's go to the CEB Bible. I'm going to show y'all. So if you go to the Common English Bible, y'all get so excited because our African history, our African Ephraimite heritage, our Yoruba, Igbo, Nigerian heritage is the history of the northern kingdom of Ephraim. Y'all want to look at this?
Yeah, I've never. This is my first time hearing about this Bible.
What?
This CEB Bible.
But what about what he was just saying about the Igbos and the what you call our African heritage?
He doesn't know no better.
So if you go to the Common,
my bad. Yeah, nah, come on, man.
African.
They have our traditions. I mean, our ways of how we was living. They're not the only one. They're not the only one that have it.
Because that damn mighty Hebrew, he was down there talking to some Africans in Demona that came up to their Passover. They had, you know, and he was saying about the tribes, the Igbos, and something. He was trying to say how many is there Israelites in Africa?
Yeah, it's just Israelites. They be all over the place. Be all over the place. You know what I'm saying? We scattered everywhere.
And you know it's dangerous because I don't want to mention the brother's name on here. A lot of these guys that call themselves so-called historians, or even these brothers when they go to West Africa and they meet these guys that's over in Africa, these tribes, they act as though these tribes were in captivity as well. And the oppressor, they didn't take on some of the oppressor's culture. They didn't keep the Israelite culture 100% pure. They was enslaved just like we were over here. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I think it's crazy that these guys go over there and think, oh, we found these tribes, so we're just going to start doing what they're doing. Not understanding they were in captivity as well.
Huh. Wait, that's not our job, bro. You know what I'm saying? Teach the word out there. They keep trying to identify specific tribes and so on and so forth, man. Say teach the word. Right? Say how you teach the word.
That's important.
This gospel shall be preached and said in all the world, then the end gonna come. Right? That's all you gotta do. Right? At the end, it's gonna hold it. Let's read it. Let's get Matthew 24, so we can get some clarity here on the situation here. That these guys are trying to do. They're trying to do the angel's job. That's what they're trying to do. This is not their job.
So going out there to Africa and
no, you go to Africa, but I'm saying you trying to separate who is who and tell people who is who. You do not know. You might not be one. Right? The text clearly says all Israel is not of Israel. Clearly. Matthew chapter 24. And we're going to go start at verse 29.
Matthew chapter 24 and verse 29.
You know, stop, hold up, you bond. Is everyone there?
Matthew, okay.
Start at verse 27.
Verse 27. Matthew chapter 24, verse 27. For as the lightning cometh out of the east, and shineth even unto the west, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be.
So we know, so we see how he's going to come.
Go ahead.
For wheresoever the
Carcass.
carcass is, there will the eagles be gathered together.
Right? Isn't that so?
Yes. Vultures.
Where there's a dead body, they ain't gonna be there. That's food.
Go ahead.
Immediately after the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light, and the stars shall fall from heaven, and the powers of the heavens shall be shaken.
The powers of the heaven are those who are in power. That's going off into Satan and his demonic forces, because they're the powers in heaven, right? The first heaven. They're going to be shaken. Shake them up out of their position.
Go ahead.
Verse 30. And then shall appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven, and then shall all the tribes of the earth mourn.
Why, when Jesus Christ come out of the sky, why are the tribes of the earth mourning?
Judgment.
It says right here.
It
It says all the tribes of the earth.
Gonna mourn. Why? Why when he come out the sky, they're gonna be in mourning? You would think they should be happy, right? Don't you have today millions of people that believe in Christ from different nationalities and nations? Right or wrong? It ain't just us black people, white, Chinese, right? You name the nationality, you can find people in there that believes in Christ. Isn't that true?
True.
Ain't there? When you come out the sky, it says they are going to be mourning.
You know what time it is.
Why are they mourning? Because the gig is up.
Yeah, all that.
The gig is up, and they know it is up, and it's time for them to catch it.
The jig is up.
Yeah, the jig is up, the gig is up, all of it, the whole thing.
Shenanigans is
The shenanigans, the falseness, all of it.
All the pridefulness
All of it is up.
is up. It's done.
It's
all
payment. It's payment time.
manipulations and all that. It's done.
Payment. So if they're gonna be mourning, where is this rapture gonna take place at if they're gonna be mourning? This is when you come out the sky, they're gonna be mourning. Tribes of the earth are gonna mourn.
So someone had a dream on YouTube the other night talking about she seen the rapture and she looked like she was scared. She said, this is not gonna be what we thought it was gonna be.
Yeah, there's no speaking of rapture. It's called Armageddon. I'm gonna get it.
And they gonna get it.
Armageddon.
That's good. Yeah. I'll say it again. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it.
I'm gonna get it.
Come
Yeah, that's Armageddon.
on.
I ain't talking about that movie that came out in '98 with that big ass asteroid. I'm talking about the Hamashiach coming. He's not gonna get you. You know, the judgment's coming, man.
All right, who was reading?
I was. What you want me to
Go ahead.
finish verse 30?
Yeah.
I'm gonna start back up. And then shall appear the sun. Then shall appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven, and then shall all the tribes of the earth mourn, and they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with power and great glory.
Go ahead.
And he shall send his angels with a great sound of a trumpet, and they shall gather together his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to another.
The angels are going to gather the elect from wherever they are, from one end of heaven to the other end, right? So all that, let's go back to Israel, is not necessary, is it?
It's something cold.
You ain't got to go to no Israel because this angel's going to get you from wherever you are. from one end of heaven to the other end. They're gonna come grab you. If you the elect, you ain't gotta be in the land of Israel. Doesn't matter where you are. Them brothers in Demona, I don't know what's wrong with them.
I don't know
We
why
gotta
they
go
do.
into the, you don't have to. You stay wherever you're right in America.
Well, I don't know why they're in the first place, because the Mona supposed to.
They go there because of the scripture in Revelation where it says, come out of her, my people. They interpret that as
Yeah, but did
you gotta leave
GOC,
America.
did GOCC did that?
They tried,
And what happened?
backfired.
They got caught up in that war over there in
Yeah.
Egypt, all that when it was going on, and then they leader left them there.
That backfired. That verse is not saying they're not saying to leave.
And
The
then,
verse the verse is not telling you to leave a location.
What's his name? Ricard, he left them there. He went to England to hang out. Took them, had them people, the wives and husbands and babies out there. Ricard, black tie, bubble fish, whatever the name is.
The verse literally come out of her and he left.
So they were saying, come out of her ways, get back to the statute, laws, and commandments.
Yeah. They think it literally come out of her, America, and leave and go.
Oh man. Wow.
So they went to Demona. I mean, again, went to Demona. A lot of them didn't make it. A lot of them came back.
Yeah, a lot of them there.
A lot of them came back.
Because what's his name? Ben Amin. His real name is Ben Carter, and he was a bus driver from Chicago. And then he said he had a vision, and then he's the one that could lead our people back home to Canaan's land. That's what
Not according to Christ.
But that's why they called him the Messiah and this and that.
False.
I've been wanting to tell him, brother, man,
False Messiah.
It was not a Messiah.
They're misleading people. Yeah, the Messiah just said right here, it's gonna happen. But the angel's gonna come get the elect from one hand to the other. You don't need you. You gotta go nowhere. Come out of hers, come out of the ways of this country. Yes, sir.
I never understood how the 12 tribes know when to go, that they are one, which way to go. This make a lot of sense now. Like the angels got y'all covered. Like people going to Israel ahead of time. Like, why are you even over there, bro? Why are you in Africa? Why are you? Yeah, you don't know that land,
right?
Yeah, I mean, he got a lot of brothers over there starting up camps in Africa and Ghana.
That's money. That's they're all doing that for money, bro.
Mathatua from HOD.
They all focus on that dollar bill.
True nation.
Yeah. Money.
true nation of money.
They go, and then not only that, one of them brothers from True Nation, he goes over there to Ghana or Senegal, where that slave thing was, where they was bringing them through the ports and putting them on ships. He going through there like, dude, I would not want to go through that. Why? Why you want to take a tour through there?
I just got to see it firsthand. I want to see what our people been through.
I don't
either. That's so you're saying Ricard, how you say his name?
Ricard.
He left them people over there, and if they didn't have money to get back, they still over there. They just stayed over there.
Yeah, stuck.
The
call they no.
Yeah, they had to go to the U.S. Embassy to get back home.
Wow.
Yeah, all that takes money.
Right. So he didn't even really have a plan once he got them there. Oh my goodness.
Y'all don't know the Bible. That's their problem. They don't know the scriptures, man. All right, so the angel's gonna go get the elect. So we ain't gotta do all that. You ain't gotta go, you know what I'm saying? They over there, everybody anyone has a little Israelite tradition. I mean, that's an Israelite. No. They got our records and stuff like that. So they live in or they convert or the converts over, and then their children over the years, descendants over the years just kept it going. And now you think that they are, but that doesn't mean that they are. They're just following some tradition from someone that had converted converted over to our belief. That doesn't mean that they are the authentic and the original Israelites. They just converts. And you don't know because you weren't there. You just thinking today that the descendants are Israelite because they're keeping up a tradition that their forefathers converted to. So it looked like they us, but doesn't mean that they us. But even if they are or not, that's not really our focus. You know what I'm saying? Because the Most High know His, the Most High Christ know who they are. You know what I'm saying? They keep along just on commandments, no problem. That's the goal, right? If you're doing that, fine, no problem, no issue. You know what I'm saying? When Christ comes, we're gonna find out who was doing that anyway. He's gonna clear it up for you. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have people who think they're Israelites and find out that you're not an Israelite. You were like, I'm not? No.
I hope.
Yeah. And Christ is raw with it. He's gonna come raw with it. He's like, you know?
Salakia. Hey, I heard that they saying that the Native Americans ain't no Israelites either. They call them Moabites.
Yeah.
Moabite, Asians, China.
North American Indians has Asian DNA. You know, a lot of them do.
We know that.
Yeah.
You can look at them.
Listen, they have not revealed the entire American history. They don't know. There's a lot of hidden history over here that they don't know about.
And not just Native American, Mexicans do too.
I'm talking about the whole North America history, period. Dealing with the tribe, the Mexican, all of that. There's a lot of stuff that's hidden that they don't even know.
Going back to the Olmecs.
Yeah, they know
Of course,
just bits and pieces.
Remember that what tribe is that? The Inca tribe or something like that. One of them tribes, they disappeared. Literally just disappeared. No bones, no nothing.
Yeah, they got the Olmecs, Aztecs, Mayans.
The Mayans, yeah, that's what it was. The Mayans, that's right.
They had the Incas
and the Okies.
Incas, the Okies, yup, so did.
They don't have all this people's history. You be guessing on stuff, bro. Everybody is an Israelite nowadays, right?
Right.
Samoans an Israelite, Australian. Everybody's an Israelite.
That's something like what Bruce Lee said, the one family of birth.
Oh, the human family? that nonsense right there.
Was he an Israelite?
All of that.
According to
who?
yes, he was.
Yeah, according to who?
And John Travolta, Robert De Niro, Cameron Diaz, Leonardo DiCaprio, all the
Spacek.
They said Sissy Spacek.
No, but they might as well. They throwing everybody in there.
Yeah, why everybody's an Israelite? They don't know who an Israelite is. You listen. You can have clear scriptures to tell you who an Israelite is not.
Right.
And they will dismiss those scriptures.
And they do.
We know managers are not Israelites. Those are the text of the Bible. Human family.
Did you see that video?
There's no such thing as a human family if you're talking about everybody on the earth. This earth been divided since God made it. It's been divided since He made it. We go to Genesis and see that.
Separate unto yourselves. Yeah.
We go to Genesis and we go to Genesis. Wait a minute. Who do you think separated them? Let's start there. We just read it where He said when He divided the sons of Adam, what He said. He did it. If you get a problem with that, then you got to take it up with the Most High because He divided them up. When I divided the sons of Adam, it says He divided them up.
People have a problem with
They got a problem with that. You got a problem with the Most High want to do. That's what the Most High did.
Yeah, He did that because then this thing is you got your cavemen, then you got your what is them Neanderthals and what else you call them people, man? You know, then you the different they call it, well, they trying to say that they was in different areas and periods of times, but it started off with like the Neanderthal cave people.
The Homo sapiens.
Yeah, Homo sapiens. Homo sapiens, then they turned into Neanderthals, and then they turned into something else, then they got human. But they said that they was fighting each other because they wasn't all extinct yet.
Man, that's a whole bunch of caveman made up nonsense, bro.
They said that.
It's made up nonsense, bro.
Wow.
Yeah. People is not living like that's evolution, bro. That's going back to evolution. None of that works in the real world. Right? None of that works in the real world, bro. You have to have something that's completely intact. It doesn't work. It cannot evolve. Can a car evolve?
No.
Right, that car needs all four wheels. They can't have one wheel. Then the other wheels evolve. It needs a steering wheel. It needs everything it needs that it has there. It needs all of that. Otherwise, it's not.
So in other words, the Toyota gonna always be a Toyota. They ain't gonna turn into Mercedes Benz just because he let it sit in the garage for a year.
Fact.
Hey, into a Lexus.
Right.
Hold on. Okay, say that.
One transform to the SUV.
Lexus turned into Toyota. Let's say
Right. That ain't gonna happen.
that.
That's evolution when you have people evolving into something else. You know what I'm saying?
And just intelligence wise, the chicken had to lay the egg. The egg couldn't have hatched and grew into a that.
Nah.
Chicken
You can't hatch without the chick, without the hen. That's all it is.
Because the thing is, the egg has to be nurtured, warm. That's why the hen or the chicken sits on it.
Right.
Yeah, that's it's
But even before that, someone has to lay it.
yeah. The chicken has
Before you even get to that, you have to lay it.
Somebody has to
Oh, that's good. That's good right there, boy. You didn't answer that question.
And before
Which
you
one
get
came
there,
first?
you have to
Chicken or
lay it.
egg?
Perfect. I like that.
That's
where I was going.
He couldn't have started from an egg. It had never hatched. That's our thing.
It's just like the woman.
You need a full intact rooster and a full intact hen.
Just like the woman, they say she has an egg, but the only way that egg can hatch is be fertilized with the man's what? Semen, sperm.
Right.
Life starts within us.
Has to be something that was always intact there. There's none of that nonsense. It doesn't work. We don't see that. You can't repeat that. That's not repeatable nowhere. The first man had to be fully intact with a fully intact knowledge, how to take care of a baby, how to have a baby, how to have sex, how to take care of all that got to be intact inside of him. He didn't evolve to that. Had to all been there all at one time. And we see that repeatable. That's repeatable in nature and everywhere else. We see that's repeatable
Over and over again.
We don't see this evolving nonsense they talking about nowhere. It's not there. Something don't evolve. When you do, you make it better. Right? That particular thing don't evolve on its own.
If anything, it gets worse, right? I would say you decline.
Definitely.
Wear and tear and breakdown.
God. Right. That's how flawed the understanding is. They think things get better, but it isn't. Is it getting better?
Wow. Now we all the way on COVID.
Brother, was hundreds of years, thousands of years ago, human beings lived to be what? Hundreds of years.
Truth.
You're living less.
So we're not
dying
evolving
more.
Certain humanity got to live that long. Because they said that in Egypt, they said that them people was they was dying at the age they wasn't even making it to 24.
A lot of them was because back in them days also they had a whole bunch of human sacrifices in certain cultures. So certain people wasn't living that long. They were sacrificing their children. Israel learned that stuff from the heathen, seeing that nonsense. But I'm saying back then it was more healthier, right? It was stronger, lived longer, right?
And they had real fruits and vegetables back then, not Frankie fruit
Con.
and biological chemicals.
So things have gotten worse, and that's why Hamashiach gotta come. Because if he doesn't, then we are headed to oblivion, to the destruction. This so-called white man is gonna kill everybody. He's gonna kill everybody, including himself.
Foolish nation.
He's already killing himself already.
He's trying.
Imagine Abraham and Joseph them tasting the water that we drink today.
Oh,
Oh,
my God.
goodness. That's stuff.
Spit it out, bro.
Oh, that was good service.
Hey, spit it out. Spit all of that out.
He said, imagine Abraham tasting the water we drink today.
They look at us. No, look at
Y'all
us.
drink that?
Abraham was gonna beat us up with his staff.
Yeah.
Probably would beat us to death.
He had been praying for us because man, y'all got it bad. That water y'all drinking there, that ain't water.
No, he was supposed to tell you, your children ready to come home.
Yeah,
Because
that's not
we
water.
can't let you suffer no more.
He said, your water has fluoride. Do you know fluoride is an acid? Your water has fluoride in it. Who did this?
Let me finish play this guy video.
Great grandson did this.
Let me finish play this guy video here. So this is the first time I've seen this CEB Bible, this Common English Bible. So he's going here. This is one of his sources to show that David is an Ephraimite. Okay.
English Bible, y'all, this mystery has been hid because the Most High wanted the Gentiles to call themselves Judah, thinking that they were the lineage of the Messiah, when it was the African people the entire time. It was
no receipts. God want them to. Why would God want that? How do you know that?
Frying.
Why would God want them to call themselves us? No, they stole our identity because they understood who we were. They knew what we was going to get, so why not take on that?
It was Joseph's seed the whole time. That Christ being Messiah ben Joseph has so many mysteries in it, y'all. Now let's deal with it. So in the common.
Wait a minute, hold on. Oh, that's what he's saying. That's what he is saying. Messiah ben Joseph, what he's saying is that he comes out of Joseph's line, Jacob's son. That's why Messiah ben Joseph is there. I thought he was going because I know the oral tradition have a Messiah ben Joseph in it and a Messiah ben David. But what he's saying, no, the Messiah comes out of the seed of Joseph, Jacob's son. He's Ephraimite. That's what he's saying there.
English Bible, which translates every word in the Bible to common English today based on the Hebrew. I love this Bible, y'all. I have a copy of it. If y'all want me to do a giveaway, I'd love to do that. But if you read 1 Samuel 17, verse 12, we'll see. Because I love y'all. I want y'all to get this history. 1 Samuel 17, verse 12 says, now David was Jesse's son, an Ephraimite from Bethlehem in Judah. So when you say that he's the lion that comes out of Judah, yes, because we see that the lion is indigenous to Africa to this day. Oh, there's so many mysteries that the earth declares, y'all. Yes, Christ came out of Judah. He came out of Bethlehem, which was situated within Judah. But that city, the people that lived there genetically were Ephraimites, because Rachel died in Bethlehem, Genesis 35, and this is where her people, her descendants, her son was Joseph, his son was Ephraim. They said, we want Bethlehem, because that's where our foremother died. And David was a part of that family that migrated there from the beginning of time. They lived there even before all the other tribes were given their portion of the promised land. This clan of Ephraimites, that's why you see them called Ephrathite. Ephrathite is the gentilic form for Ephraimite. Now, I'm going to show y'all that in the Strong's Concordance and everything. So David was Jesse's son and Ephraimite from Bethlehem in Judah, and had 8 sons. Y'all see how much of a mystery the Most High has hid our identity? Because I'm telling y'all, if you do your DNA, you're going to be like, what is Yoruba? What is Islanders? What is Nigeria? What is Igbo? The Igbo also claim, that's why I had a brother reach out from Africa and said, Injebu. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. The Ijebu that live among the Yoruba are how the Yoruba are the B'nai Ephraim. That is really an Igbo group that live among the Yoruba. And that family that migrated into Nigeria and founded Nigeria came during the fall of the Assyrian captivity. We see this with Derek Lane talking about the origin of the Yoruba and the lost tribes of Israel. The lost 10 tribes, that northern kingdom of Ephraim, is Africa, specifically the heartbeat, which is those B'nai Ephraim that we find in North Africa, Morocco, and that migrated into West Africa, chiefly Nigeria, through the Igbo and the Yoruba people. Y'all, we can say we're Judah, we come out of Judah. But when you look at the DNA, it's going to show you Ephraim. The mystery is Yahusha reconciled both kingdoms within himself. Y'all got to catch this. This is how David was the only king and his lineage over all 12 tribes, because he, as an Ephraimite, lived in Judah, but he could sympathize with the northern kingdom. That's why they loved David. David was the best of both worlds. Y'all catch that in the spirit. But his ethnicity, his blood was Ephraimite from Bethlehem in Judah. Let me show you.
Huh?
Blood.
Yo, let me say something, because I just seen a slick move he said. Did you catch, he said, y'all catch that in the spirit? Did you hear him say that?
Say it again.
Did y'all hear him say, because he tried to be slick, he say, y'all catch that in the spirit?
Oh yeah, definitely.
This guy, man, this is crazy, bro. Wow. Man, it's crazy.
See, he goes to another Bible that translates that word Ephraim. So he said, hey, this source right here says it's Ephraim. So that, and he says this Bible is translating it from the Hebrew. That's what he said. He traveled it from the Hebrew. Now we're gonna show the Hebrew. Let's show the Hebrew. What he's saying is,
and I don't know if you ever heard of this teaching, but there's a teaching out there that the southern tribe are the dark races and the northern tribes are the European races, and that's what he came to do, to bring the people together. And it seemed like this guy it's kind of seemed like he's going along that line, but that's one of the teaching that the southern tribe was dark race people, and the northern tribe was it's a guy named Rabbi Macer. You know him? You ever heard of him, Rabbi Macer?
yeah, I heard of him.
He got churches everywhere, especially in Florida. Okay, that's some of his teachings. He teaches that the southern tribes are like the dark races, and the northern tribe of the dark races, and the southern tribes are the Europeans, are like the white people. And Christ is bringing them together. And it's saying this guy is fighting style.
All right, so here we are in 1 Samuel chapter 17, verse 12. Yeah, that guy, they're crazy. Because he says the Hebrew says that. Now, David, the son of that, is right here. Right? Ephraite. You see right here. When you look here at this source here, I can't get it any bigger. I'm trying to get it any bigger, but Ephraite, it says or and Ephraimite. It says both right here, right? You can see who it is in the Hebrew right here. It's EPHRATHIY. So it's an I. Let me click on it so we can get it. There's an I at the end. Let me highlight it and show it to you. Right? Ephraite. It means ashiness or fruitfulness. I don't know where they get any ashiness. It's being more the long fruitful, because it's similar to Ephraim. It says an inhabitant or descendant of Ephraim, or an inhabitant of Bethlehem. Either one of the two. Right. Or it didn't say for sure that it's an Ephraim. It could be an inhabitant of Bethlehem. It could be an Ephraim. There is no source that's telling you that that's an Ephraimite. We read Bethlehem. It says because Ephraim is Bethlehem. So we have a scripture to prove that, right? Just want to show you here when you look at it. Here it is in the Hebrew. This is what he's saying is that this is the Hebrew right here. Let me highlight it to show you. It's EPHRATHI. See, there's an I at the end. What does the I at the end mean? When there's an I, the I at the end of these words. My. It's my. That's Hebrew. It's not Hebrew. That's Hebrew. If he had it in Paleo Hebrew, what it would be there?
Why?
What would be there? What would the I be in Paleo Hebrew?
Why?
No. Not why. Come on. Your possessive adjective.
Oh. Onion. I and my.
That's pronouns. Possessive adjective. What would that be? Would that I be? What is the I in Hebrew?
My.
What is it in Paleo Hebrew?
Me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Possessive adjective. What's my?
Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay.
Is that my ya?
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
That I in Hebrew is my. In Paleo Hebrew would be ya.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
If it's Ephraim, ya. What's Ephraim? What's Ephraim? It says Ephraim the same as 6636, a descendant, DESE, of Ephraim. There's no scripture to back that up. Also an inhabitant of Ephraim. The NSAB would have Ephraimite, Ephraite. That's what it would have. But I'm dealing with if you deal with the language, this is my something. Whatever Ephraim is.
Oh, my fruit.
It is what?
My fruit.
There it is. Because Ephraite up here, it says ashiness or fruitfulness.
Right.
We don't know what the ashiness nonsense is. We know it's close to fruitful because that's what Ephraim is. Right? That's what Joseph named his son. God made it be fruitful, so he named it Ephraim.
Okay.
So that's fruit, right? So Ephraim, so
my fruit.
Right.
Meaning my lineage.
My fruit. So David in the scripture with what he's saying here, that same what he's reading, Ephraite, it's this word right here.
Right.
With an I in it.
Okay.
It's my.
Right.
In the Hebrew.
Right. Yeah.
David is the son of my fruit, is what it actually is saying in Hebrew.
Right.
Then it goes, let me pull it up on the screen. So we see it in the Hebrew, because he's saying that in Hebrew, it's Ephraim. No, it is not. He doesn't even know that Hebrew.
Right.
The Hebrew is showing him that's wrong. It's not that.
Right. Okay.
That's not saying Ephraim. The Hebrew is telling you right there. It's the I at the end of the word.
Wow, my God.
And that means mine.
That's deep. Oh man, we got.
I'm showing you not saying that. That's why we're getting into what are these pictographs mean. I'm telling you, you can see false doctrine a mile away if you can look at the Hebrew right. Now, when we go back to the text, I'm gonna go back to the text of the scripture here.
Okay. Wow. Ooh.
I don't say this guy he's not doing no real research, bro. He's saying a bunch of nonsense. He's saying the Hebrew and then he don't know it. I don't know what that good, but the little bit I know, I can see through that nonsense he's talking about. So I'm not fluent in that Hebrew. I don't even like that Hebrew. I don't even like it, but I know a little bit about it. I mean, y'all know enough about it to say it's off. You can say something is off and you don't know nothing about it. You know what I'm saying? Well, how would you know? You know what I'm saying?
Well, we just proved it.
Yeah, I'm like, I know enough of it to know it's wrong. So David is the son of that. My fruit is what it has right there in Hebrew. So David, so that actually David is a fruit of Bethlehem, Judah. He's a my fruit of Bethlehem, Judah, is what it's actually he's saying.
Right.
He's not saying he's an Ephraimite. He's a fruit of Bethlehem, Judah.
Wow.
That's what it's actually really saying. We go into the Hebrew.
Wow. What fruit would that be? An olive, huh?
No. Meaning, this is where he was born. He was born in Bethlehem of Judah. Bethlehem that belongs to Judah, or in the Judaic territory.
Okay.
Right? That's just like Los Angeles, California. Los Angeles is a city in California. Bethlehem is a city within the tribe of Judah territory.
Okay.
That's all it is saying. Nothing there says Ephraim. He said a family of Ephraim migrated there. No, they didn't. Where? They had why would they migrate there when they had their own land given to them?
They have their inheritance.
And they're supposed to stay in inheritance. So you don't have confusion. No, you can sojourn over there.
Right.
And visit your brothers and all of that, whatever.
Right.
You can't migrate over there and stay. You're gonna be a problem.
Right.
You gotta go back because you have your inheritance that you gotta go take care of.
Right.
If you leave your inheritance that God gave you, go over this guy's inheritance over here, you're gonna cause another problem. You're gonna say, wait a minute, this is my plot of land that God gave to me.
Right.
Now you my brother, you can come stay for a minute, but you can't set up in. Now, if you want to set up in my plot of land, you're gonna become my servant permanently. Then you talk about serving me.
Right.
You can stay then. You want to serve me, you can stay. Right? That's what servants do, right?
Right.
But you can't come in and take no land. You got your own land given to you over there by God.
You got your own inheritance.
You got your own inheritance. You gotta go back.
Hey, I got something that I don't know how this would fit, but in Genesis 35:19, right?
I'm gonna grab that right. I mean, we got to reading that servants, man. We was reading that.
Yeah, that's so okay. So why do you think this guy here, like I wasn't knowing I was doing something with my son. Why do you think? And maybe you was about to answer that anyway. I shouldn't have cut you off. I was going to say, why do you think he's making these errors like this? This guy, because he's not proving anything. He's just saying, "I'm going to show you, but he's not showing anything. So, what do you think? Why do you think he's come to the conclusion that he's an Ephraimite?
He's saying this because I'm gonna tell you, but I'm off to play it too as well. He says he got a revelation.
Okay, that's why he said catch this in the spirit. See,
all this little slick stuff he's saying, yeah, because he said this is a revelation God gave to him.
Okay,
and he finally decided to figure it out.
That's okay. Let me shut up, man. That's crazy.
He should have kept it to himself because there's a bunch of nonsense. That's no revelation at all.
And then plus this Lashua Kodash, man, this Lashua Kodash is cold, man. This is a cold piece of work. Right?
Definitely.
Oh my goodness. Oh man, it'll have you.
Listen, let me show you how cold Lashua Kodash. Do you know what the first word in the Bible is? Who knows what the first word in the Bible is?
In
the first word.
The beginning, right?
What is it? In Hebrew, I'm talking about. Bereshit.
Bereshit, okay.
Bereshit was that's the first word that they translated in the beginning. What's the first letter?
Ba.
Ba. What is Ba?
House.
What is the what?
House.
The first letter of the Bible is a house. What is he saying in the first letter?
It's my house.
He's building a house.
Build it. Yeah.
The first letter tells you in Hebrew, God was building a house.
Fire.
It tells you that. First letter tells you he's building a house. Is it not a house? People to dwell in? First letter tells you that.
Wow.
Ba, house. Are you building a house? Yes. Second letter. Ra. Ba, ra. They have it in English. They have ba, ha. They have in the. Hebrew doesn't have that. He just have ba, head, ra. As a ra next. What is a ra?
Yeah, head of man.
Is a head. It could be a person or it could be highest.
Okay.
He's telling you he's building a house.
For a high man.
He's building a house for persons to dwell in. A house for people to dwell in.
Wow.
Ra is the person.
Right.
That's one way of looking at it. That all fits because we all see that's what actually happened.
Right.
Ra is also head. It tells you that the house, the plans for the house originated where?
In the head.
In his head. He first thought it up in his head. He visioned it in his head first. The house, the concept of the house comes from his head. Look at the first two letters. I ain't gonna get you no more. I'm just showing you. We can pull someone just on the first two letters alone.
Wow.
When we through with this, we're gonna be on another level.
Wow.
In teaching this Bible. We start teaching.
Hey, I got a question on that. What you saying, brother? That's fire.
Wow. When we start teaching the Bible from the cryptographic Hebrew, you have to pause for a minute. You're gonna get so much information. You have to just stop.
I'm just pausing with Ba. Wow. So Ba Rashid in the beginning.
The plan, listen, the plans are in the Hebrew. What he's doing.
And it looks like that makes it more simple. It makes it a lot simpler.
Very.
We
more
have
understandable.
Wow.
See, you see it, but you don't see it. You see.
So now this even makes sense to me. What you're saying, we got to have the mind of Christ because it's all in the mind of Abba, the Father. So if we get this mind, it lead us how to even be inside this house.
Wow.
Hey, not only the house of the earth, but the vessel you're in. The vessel you're housed in, it's flesh.
Yes, truth.
And we were just talking about the temple too, so.
Wow. Can they say that he's the temple? They are the temple and we're a temple?
The earth is a temple.
House and,
Ba.
All in Ba.
You have to have your head all right, your rock, to be able to function and to operate in your vessel correctly. Am I right or wrong? You can see those that don't have a level head or don't have their head all right.
Right.
They do the worst things in their vessel in the house, right or wrong. When their head is jacked up, they don't want the dumb stuff. Like the guy when they shut up their school. His head is all wrong. His head is jacked up. So he do dumb stuff in his vessel.
Wow.
You have to have your head correct.
Because the head leads the body. Wow. Wow.
Listen, this rise also telling you, this is why the text tell you to let who have dominion over the earth?
Man.
The rise of man.
Wow.
Person.
Wow.
Let them have dominion of right there.
Wow. Oh, we can correct this Hebrew, man. We gotta really lock into that, man. We gotta.
I'm saying if you read the Bible based on these pictographs, you're gonna see it's the Hebrew itself is telling you what he's doing. I guarantee you is also telling you stuff that you don't even see he's telling you, and I can guarantee you can point you close to when Christ's gonna come.
Mm-hmm.
The Hebrew can tell you it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because the Most High said what? I declared the end
From the beginning.
From where?
From the beginning.
From Bereshit.
Bereshit.
That's what he said.
In the beginning. Wow.
From Bereshit. It's right there.
Wow. It's in the Paleo Hebrew.
It's right there.
Wow. The pictorial Paleo Hebrew.
It's right there.
Wow. Wow.
You just gotta find it. No one is teaching the Bible from a pictographic. I don't know. Let me not say that because I don't know everybody's teaching. I don't see no one teaching it from that perspective. You don't deal with it from that level.
Oh man, we gotta get Service Smith a copy of that. Do you have any pictorial alphabet, Service Smith?
Well, I do have one, but it's not. It's I guess it's funny. I guess it's what y'all call the Hebrew, or is it the same? Like, okay, you know the guy Jeff Breener? Is it the pictograph that they have? I actually got mine. Hold on, let me show you. I put my phone on to show you what I have. I got my pictograph charts from you ever heard of this guy named Morey Yashayahu? He got a ministry called the Ark. This was years ago, and they were selling them, so I ordered them from them.
Mm.
But I think they may, as Beyond Khan, they may be dealing with it.
That's Hebrew. That's not Hebrew. That's Hebrew.
Mm.
The Hebrew letters are not boxed.
But the pictographs are both people use the pictographs, right? Whether they're using Hebrew or the Paleo, both of them use the same pictograph, right? Or no?
No.
Oh, so they even got different charts for the Hold on here.
Yeah, you got different.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, that's the Hebrew is a picture of something.
Right. So you like the Rosh would be like the head. It was
right.
animal or something like yeah.
Their Rosh is a picture. Their Rosh is a picture of what? What's that a picture of? What's that a picture of?
Who? I didn't hear you.
I said their Hebrew. Their Rosh is a picture of what?
Ox.
No, I said that Hebrew Ra.
Oh, the Hebrew Ra. I never.
Hebrew Ra is a picture of nothing.
I know, like the noon would be a picture of a sperm cell.
Yeah.
Right. The hay would be a picture of like a man with his hand pointed out. I'm gonna send you a picture of.
Their Hebrew is a picture of nothing. Bunch of nonsense. You know what I'm saying?
The alpha. So the aleph would be the picture of the ox head. So that would be like the Rosh. The aleph is the Rosh, right? Would that be the same thing?
1 second. I'm gonna try to. Oh, that's not what I want. Okay, there we go. Say again now. Say it again.
Like the aleph.
Uh-huh.
That will be the picture of an ox head.
Supposed to be con. Yeah. But their one looked like an N. Their aleph looked like an N. Like actually a backwards N.
Con.
In the picture of what is that? That's more like satanic. You know that's more satanic, is it not? It's backwards. Backwards N. Then not only that, then he has them dots on them, vibe pointing dots on as well. Right? Then they call those nekud. They nekud or they pluralize it, they nekodot. Shut up. See by them doing that right there, they're hiding from you the language by taking away the pictures, by turning into that into that box Hebrew.
Con,
They're hiding the pictures from you.
okay.
So now you don't know. You cannot verify what they're saying with that box Hebrew. You can verify in that pictograph. You're like, well, no. That picture is not saying that. That can't be that. That can't be right. That picture is saying something else. That picture's of a head.
Con.
Where you getting water from? That's a picture of a head.
Right. 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 Wow.
The picture immediately tells you.
Okay, I just sent you a picture.
Did you text me or email?
I see your picture. Yeah, I text you, but I'm just gonna turn on my camera. I don't know if you'll be able to see it. Hold on here. Let me turn my camera on here.
Yeah.
Actually, but I text you a picture of it. Hold on, let me see if I can turn on. All right, hold on.
Hold on, let me stop sharing my screen. If you turn your camera on, I can see. I'm just saying they're hiding from us. They're hiding from us a lot of information just by language alone. Plus, that that Hebrew didn't originate with vowel pointers. First of all, that came later. And the first vowel pointers was not there. Those were cool. It was superlinear vowel pointer, which was above the line vowel pointer. It was on at the top. On the top of the line vowel pointers. Okay. They call superlinear or above the line vowel pointers. Those was the original. Those was the original vowel pointers. They have different other vowel pointers too as well. The superlinear and then the cool and all that stuff. Just two of the different vowel pointers they had, but the superlinear is the older. And
every time I try to hit the start video or the share, it's not pulling up anything. It keeps showing like a head with a shoulder or something.
You have to put share your. You got to put share your. You have to click share your screen. Click share and click the screen, then put share again.
Okay. Share.
Click the screen you want to share. Then click share again. Then click. Then there'll be a button at the bottom of the screen where it says share.
We got people on the clubhouse too.
Oh, I didn't know. Hey, Shabbat Shalom was on the clubhouse. There you go. You're up. You took it down just now, brother.
Okay.
You was up just now, Sir Smith.
It up now?
No. Do it again. What you was doing. You got to click share, then the screen, then the button at the bottom, share again. There you go. Now you up.
Okay, but I can't see me on my side. But can you see me? No.
Can
you see something?
We see your screen. You sharing your phone home screen.
Hold on here. I'm not too tech savvy.
Slide over to the Hebrew. You have us up. Slide the other way. No, the other way. No. I thought I saw the Hebrew next to mine. You muted. Anyway, what are you trying to show? Because I can.
I just text you a picture. I think I text you of what my cars look like, but I was going to show you on my phone, like so everybody can see it. But I text you a picture of what I'm talking about, and I want to see is just what you're talking about. Like when I look at the cars, these are the cars that I read, and they all let me know.
Yeah, I got the picture up that you sent me. Yeah.
So that olive, and you see I got the ox head there, and you see the hay with the man. That would be the pictograph, right?
Yeah, right. The ox head is the pictograph, but they have above that they have that Hebrew language.
Okay. So you said the olive it should be a resh there. I mean a rush instead of olive.
That olive is supposed to be that letter is supposed to be an ox head.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see. Okay, so the letter is supposed to be ox head, but on this card they got the it's showing you that is the ox head. They got the picture of the ox head, but that letter shouldn't be there. You're saying
right? That letter is what they changed. They had eventually changed it to.
I got you. Okay.
They're taking away the pictures from you where you can understand.
Right. So if I didn't have this card with the picture on it, then it'll be hard for somebody to know that there's the ox head.
Con.
Got you.
But the pictograph, the ox head, is there to help you so no one can deceive you. That's why it's a picture. So you know exactly that something is related to that ox head and to what it means. Right? You need first, head, leader, or strength. That's what that thing is trying to get across to you. So if someone is telling you have a word and that definition is not nowhere in there, you know something is completely wrong. They're misleading you.
Got you.
Are you on a group text service, man?
I'm in the one with 4 people.
Okay, I just sent you you gotta blow it up and make it bigger though. The ancient the letters and stuff. Let me know if you can see that.
That's Emmanuel is back. Okay. Yeah, that's it right there. He can see it.
Okay, yes. Okay. I see it. Okay. Yeah. Well, I see what you're saying. So what happens, like you see that same little the ox head, right? And the car is the same, that the lettering, they don't necessarily go off the pictograph of it.
No, I mean they have letters for 2 things. They have a letter that they have the M. There's 2 different letters for M. It ain't just one thing.
Mm-hmm.
I got you. So I got you. I see it.
Now I'm saying that you might have a migration of letters where in this particular period it looked this way, and in this period it might look something different. But with their alphabet, their standard alphabet, they have 2 different letters in their thing that they have 2 letters for one letter. 2 ways of writing one letter.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Which is confusing.
Right.
You want to ask the people in the clubhouse if they have any questions?
Yeah, definitely. I don't know. If anybody got a question within the clubhouse, they can let me exit you out off the stop sharing service, man. For a second.
Oh, I don't even know. How do I take it off? I didn't even know I was sharing.
Yeah.
All right, let me see how that's stop. Okay, stop sharing.
There you go. Let me bring up the club deck. You said some people are on here? We're not gonna be able to hear them, brother. We have to bring them on stage if they got a question or something.
That's why you gotta make somebody a moderator.
Okay, how do I do that?
I'm gonna make you a moderator, Izar.
On my on, gotta push on your name, and then I ask on my.
He's a moderator now. You can do what I can do now. So you can go ahead. You know what I'm saying?
So what do I
Now you tap on her icon, okay. And if she raised her hand, ask her if she want to raise her hand or whatever. And if she want to raise her hand, just bring her up to the stage.
So what? I press invite to speak.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do that too.
Yeah, you know what shorts or pants them on.
You get you want to come on and ask the question or whatever, we can definitely do it.
But somebody gonna be having to pay attention to the clubhouse because if she raised her hand, she gonna be trying to ask a question.
Okay. I'm gonna have Izar do that.
Okay.
All right. We're gonna come back. I want to go to the book of Luke, chapter 17. I want to touch on that carcasses verse we just read. Like I said, man, the Paleo Hebrew, like I said, we're gonna start teaching from that the pictographic Hebrew. We're gonna bring out more on this Bible. What the Most High even begin to do in the beginning.
She do have a question. She put, aren't the Hamites and Japhethites and Ishmaelites all Gentiles?
Con. They're all Gentiles. Ishmaelites, Hamites, Japhites, they're all considered Gentiles. Non-Israelites, according to the Bible.
She wants to know if she can get Salakia. She wants to know if she can get the Zoom link.
She can get the Zoom link. She have to leave. I need her email. Like I sent it to her email.
So she can hear you.
I'm saying. No, the reason why I'm saying that, I'm trying to figure out a way she can get her email somewhere where we can read it. Right?
All she got to do is just tell her to place it on Clubhouse. We can get it from Clubhouse.
Okay.
Miss Jacqueline, if you listening, just go ahead and put it in the messages in the clubhouse, and we'll add you in there.
Come on, I could see it at that point.
Okay. I can punch it in. Other than that, can we get Luke 17, verse 34? Luke chapter 17, so starting at verse 34. I want to deal on this situation we read with the about the carcass and where the eagle's going to be at. Matthew just give you just a one verse statement. Luke going to give you a little bit more on top of it. And that's why it's important you read all four gospels.
She's asking, what is a Zoom room?
She said, what is it?
Yeah, we have to send it to you. You need to give us your email.
Yeah, if you leave your email, I'm gonna send you the link to the Zoom to your email. You just click on the link in your email, and it should bring you on. If you don't have a Zoom, if you don't have a Zoom app or something like that, you might just bring it through your browser or something. But it's gonna prompt you what to do once you click on the link. If you got to download the free app or something or whatever the case might be, it's gonna tell you and prompt you to do all of that once you click on the link. And then it'll bring you on after you download it, and then just verify yourself. Then it's going to bring you on.
Okay, email Emmanuel. He's taking care of that. He's getting it.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. Right here.
So see if you can send this to her.
She left the email.
Huh.
Hold on. Let me go back. Let me pull this down right quick. I need to go here. Go back to invite, and then
Tada Emmanuel.
okay, what is it?
It is.
This right here?
Come.
Be verified. I'm about to send it out right now. Okay, it's been sent out. Just sent it out just now. Okay, so we just sent it out. So we got Luke. We just sent out the link to the sister. So we wait for her to come on. She can ask her a question. We got Luke chapter 17, verse 34.
Come. Anybody there?
Luke chapter 17.
Verse 34.
Who got that?
I got it.
Go ahead.
Luke chapter 17, verse 34. I tell you, in that night there shall be two men in one bed, the one shall be taken and the other shall be left.
So two in one bed, one taken, one left. It's gonna tell you where the one taken gonna go. Go ahead.
35. Two women shall be grinding together, the one shall be taken and the other left.
Go ahead.
36. The two men shall be in the field, the one shall be taken and the other one left.
So we see people are being taken, one leave, one taken, and one left. Okay. Look like that's her coming up. All right. Welcome, sister. Shabbat shalom. Jacqueline. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom, sister.
Shabbat shalom.
You muted if you're trying to talk.
All right, go ahead, brother.
Okay, verse 37. And they answered and said unto him, Where, Lord?
Where are they taking? People are thinking where are you taking them? Go ahead.
And he said unto them, Wheresoever the body is, thither will the eagles be gathered together.
They taking them where the dead bodies are.
Right.
They taking them to get killed.
Well, I got a question. I got a quick question. But like, I mean, how come like both of the men or both of the women didn't get taken away? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, why was the other one left? They both were sinning.
How did it don't say both of them were sinning? It says gonna be two of them together, one taken and one left. Obviously, the one taken is the one wicked, and that's one taken to be put to death.
I mean, what are these two women that shall be grinding together? What does that mean?
They're working, grinding at the mill, they're working.
Oh, okay, I got you. I'm like grinding together. I'm
thinking
thinking
grinding, like bro.
Okay.
But
That's
some of
better.
You thought having sex? All right, I got you, brother. I got you.
I'm like, what is this, man? Like, I'm like, why they both didn't get taken? Okay.
Yeah, I got you, brother. Yeah, I see what you're saying now. Yeah, grinding, right.
No bumping and grinding.
I mean, what else could they do? It seems like that's what they do. You know what I mean?
Makes sense, brother. I hear you. I didn't look at it like that. It could be that. I see what you're saying, but it's not that though, brother.
Okay. All right.
The Bible, if they had sex, it would term it differently. It would term it grinding. Now today, when we live in, that's one of our slang terms for that, right?
Right.
But back in that time, that wasn't the slang term for sex.
Oh, right? So that's like grinding like meal and wheat and stuff like that.
Con.
Gotcha.
Yeah. On the grind.
Not on the grind, no.
There you go.
I got it.
If they were actually having sex, they both would have been taken.
That's why I was saying it, because I'm like the men two out in the bed, I'm like they're not really doing anything, and then I'm like the two women, I'm like, wait a minute, like okay, yeah, okay. Thanks, brother.
Some tell me when it wasn't two being taken away, like nah, it's not meaning that.
All right, did you finish verse 37, brother?
Con. Where the eagles be gathered together, con.
Okay, so again, we know what eagles are. Dead bodies. People are taken. When Christ comes, I'm going to be taken. Put to death, where the dead bodies are.
Second death.
There's a lot going on. Yes. So there's no ain't no whisking nobody away. No the one of the raptured away are going in here where the dead bodies are. According to this verse right here. You don't want to get whisked away like that to go where the dead bodies are. You want to do that. Be in the field and get whisked away to take where the dead bodies are. You want to go somewhere else. Did we finish that? That's the last verse on there? All right.
Kind of goes into chapter 18 after that.
Okay. No,
will you use this, Amayan? Will you also use this as a verse where anybody that's getting taken away, you want to stay here? It's like that false doctrine of the rapture, where they think they're getting taken away. Taken away is not a good thing.
Right, it isn't. It isn't. And you're gonna go somewhere where you're gonna get, so it shows you that rapture stuff. I mean, come on, bro. The verse clearly don't say nothing like that. They misconstruing that Greek word. But if there any sister, if you got any questions, you can unmute and ask the question, sister. If you got any questions, you know what I'm saying? Before we continue, you can ask the question. We can continue. So I'm gonna go back and play this guy's video when he's saying this crazy stuff. We just covered how that Judas is not no Edomite. We just got through covering that David is not an Ephraimite. Neither. We went into the Hebrew and showed it. It's not an Ephraimite. You gotta know what he's talking about. David's not. How you gonna be an Ephraimite? As a matter of fact, let me touch on. Let me deal with Ephraim right quick, because I know he goes off into where Ephraim was given the birthright because of what Reuben did. So Reuben slept with Bilhah, and the birthright was taken away from him, and it was given to Ephraim. Can we get First Chronicles, the 5th chapter? First Chronicles chapter 5, starting at verse 1.
Chapter 5.
First Chronicles chapter 5, start at the first verse.
First Chronicle chapter 5 from the top. Now the son of Reuben, the firstborn of Israel, for he was the firstborn, but for as much as he defiled his father's bed, his birthright was given unto the son of Joseph.
Clear, right? Because of what he did, his birthright, the double portion was given to the sons of Joseph. All right, go ahead.
Son of Joseph, the son of Israel, and the genealogy is not to be reckoned after the birthright.
The genealogy is not to be reckoned after the birthright, right? Meaning the order of importance is not to be reckoned after genealogy, meaning who came out first.
So it'll never go back.
That was the first one, huh?
It'll never go back to him.
No, that won't go back to him, but you can't. Usually, you reckon according to the genealogy who came first, right? Who gets what
Firstborn.
But because what he did, you can't reckon it off the genealogy who gets what anymore.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Because Judah's the firstborn son. You would think if Reuben messes up, it would go to who next? Simeon. But doesn't go to Simeon. Who after Simeon? Levi. Then you get to Judah.
Right.
But it skipped all of them, Judah, skipped the rest of them, Issachar, went all the way down, went all the way down to Joseph. Joseph is the 11th born son. He's number 11. He went from 1 all the way to 11.
And Joseph kids at that.
And it's good, right? That's why it says it's not to be reckoned after the genealogy because it went all the way to the 11th son. All right?
So like you got a Akim and on the YouTube got a question. He was wondering if he's seeing this seeing him in the chat.
Let me should I treat Chronicles like it is like Acts, a report of events? Yes, Jacqueline, you can, yeah, Acts. Now Chronicles, the Chronicles is kind of like Acts, but Chronicles give you the history of the Israelites from a spiritual standpoint, where Kings, where it's First, Second Samuel's, First, Second Kings, will just give you just a history based on from a man perspective, right? It leaves out the spirit. It leaves out the spiritual aspect of the event and what actually happened from the spiritual standpoint, right? I'm gonna give you an example. So I'm gonna give you an example, and we're gonna read out the Bible so we can see exactly what I am saying. I'm gonna give you an example. Can we get 2 Samuel chapter 21? I'm give you an example of what I'm saying. Second Samuel, let me be clear, let me make sure. Second Samuel? Second Samuel's, 1 second, let me verify. Where is this thing at? 1 second, I'm gonna get the guy right now. I'm gonna get. I don't know if I got the guy on the YouTube. I'm coming to you right now, brother. In 1 second, and I'll come to you. 1 second, and I'll be right there. 2 Samuel 24:1. Can we get 2 Samuel 24:1 to explain what I'm saying here? 2 Samuel chapter 24. And we're gonna start at the first verse.
I'll take this. 2 Samuel chapter 24 from the top. And again, the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he moved David against them to say, go number Israel in Judah.
Right. So he was angry he was angry with Israel, let's be clear. And he moved David to go number them, Israel and Judah. Now we're gonna come to Chronicles and get the same event right here. And get Chronicles, First Chronicles chapter 21, verse 1. First Chronicles chapter 21, verse 1. So in second Samuel 24 and 1, God was angry with Israel, and he moved David to go number them. Go numbers Judah.
So First Chronicle 24.
First Chronicles chapter 21, verse 1.
First Chronicles chapter 21 from the top. And Satan stood up against Israel and provoked David to number Israel.
So who actually provoked David to number Israel? Satan. You won't get that in 2 Samuel. You won't get that perspective or that angle from that angle who actually really did it. Satan. So when God was angry with Israel and he provoked David to do it, he used Satan to do it. That's information you will only get from Chronicles. The Chronicles give you the spiritual perspective, the behind the scenes understanding of the events that's actually going down. You will get even deeper on the information on the same history. That's what Chronicles give you versus Samuel's and Kings. Okay? That's why it's important to read them all. And then what you do, you gotta put them together. If you don't put them together, you won't get the whole story. You're getting part of it. Right? So you need to have, just like the Gospels, you need all four Gospels to get Christ's ministry down completely. Otherwise, you do not have the Messiah ministry down correctly without having all four Gospel records. You need all four. Let me go to the brother on YouTube. Let me bring it up. Said there was a question on YouTube. Hey brothers, can y'all see my chat? I got a question. Yes, brother. I can see it. I can see it now. Go ahead. Go ahead. Bantu Israel 25. If you can do it now, brother, I'm looking. We got you up. I got you up, brother. You can go ahead and punch it in now. I can see it.
Just go ahead and continue until type something up in there.
Okay.
I moderate it, and if something happen, I'll shoot you a message real quick.
Ta-da-ta-con. Okay. All right, let me go back. Let me go back then where we was. I want to go back to the questions. It said, should I treat Chronicles like it as it acts a report of events? Yeah, like I said, it was a report of events, but from a different standpoint, a more deeper and more spiritual standpoint, meaning from behind the scenes of who's actually orchestrating the different things and how he actually orchestrated and how it's actually being done. That's why we read in Chronicles about the history, the birthright going to Joseph. You're not going to get that in Genesis. You won't get that anywhere else. Chronicles give you that information right there that we have. Okay, so we have that with how Joseph got the birthright. So from there, I want to go to Psalms. Let me get Psalms 78. Psalm 78, we're going to get verse 67. Psalm 78, verse 67. Yep.
Psalm 78, verse 67. Moreover, he refused to tabernacle of Joseph.
Okay, let's go real slow. So we see it came to a point where they had the birthright, but this says here that the Most High eventually refused the tabernacle of Joseph. Go ahead.
And chose not the tribe of Ephraim.
And again, he chose not the tribe of Ephraim. So ultimately, it was removed from them, right? That's why the king ain't coming out of them. The firstborn gets two blessings. He gets the kingship and he gets the priesthood, right? But since he was rejected, so the king doesn't come through Ephraim. So David was a king. David didn't come through Ephraim, right? And speaking of Saul, Saul was asked by the people. They asked for a king, is what his name means. Saul means asked for. They asked for a king, so he just gave them what they asked for. But the one that God wanted to put on the throne was not Saul. They asked for him, so he did that just to appease them. But ultimately, he wanted David. That's why it's called the house of David. That they didn't come through his name. So he refused Ephraim. Go ahead.
68. Psalms 78, verse 68. But choose the tribe of Judah, the Mount Zion, which he loved.
See that? He chose Judah. That's why the king coming through Judah. That's why the Messiah comes through Judah, because the Most High chose Judah, and that's why it's not Ephraim. This brother got it wrong. This verse right here cuts him clearly right there. So he don't see that God refused Ephraim. All right.
Okay, but I got a question. Okay, so if the Most High chose Judah, why did he choose Saul before he chose David?
Yeah, just what I said. Saul, they asked for a king.
Right. Oh, yeah, that's right. They did ask for a king. They did ask.
Yeah, the Saul name means asked for.
Right.
What does name mean?
That's right.
Okay. And Samuel didn't want to do it.
Right.
All right, now let's get the reason why he refused Joseph. I'm saying it, but see, I go into reasoning too as well. We're gonna jump up. Tony, jump up to verse 9. Psalm 78, we're going to jump up to verse 9 through verse 11.
The children of Ephraim. Psalm 78, verse 9. The children of Ephraim, being armed and carrying bows, turned back in the days of battle.
See that? The children of Ephraim, armed with bows and everything, went to war, had to turn around. Go ahead.
10. They kept not
The covenant.
huh?
They kept not the covenant.
They kept not the covenant of God and refused to walk in his law.
See that? That's why he refused them. They didn't keep the covenant and they didn't want to do nothing with the Most High's laws. When they went to war and losing, they had to run back. Because they didn't want to keep the covenant and broke the law. Go ahead.
11. And forgot his works and his wonders that he had showed them.
There it is. That's all we need. I'm giving you the reason why they went off to pick up the covenant, keep the Most High laws, but it went away. So you had to reject them. Right? Now I'm not here saying David was perfect, but David had a mind to please the Most High. David went off earlier, but his mind was to lock into the Most High. For the most part, David followed the Most High. Solomon, for the most part, too, till he got old. Especially when he got old, his wife twisted him up and made him do what he was doing. You know what I'm saying? But they had an initial mind to want to please and deal with the Most High and keep the covenant and the laws. You know what I'm saying? We know that there are many that make mistakes, but Ephraim, they want to deal with it.
That's a cut. That's a bad cut.
Kind of coming to Ephraim. I don't know what this guy information is flawed real bad.
Really flawed.
These are the verses that, like I said, if you do some research, he would come across these verses, but he's not doing no real research. He's just saying a bunch of stuff. And he claimed it's a revelation. If it was a revelation, you would have all these verses in it.
So it went from
Reuben
to
Joseph
kid, Ephraim, and then back to
he went to Judah.
He
went to Judah.
Did Reuben care for Joseph?
Did he what?
Did he care for Joseph, Reuben? But Joseph ended up going to Egypt.
They sold him into Egypt. Yeah.
Judah only one cared for him. Like
I think it was. I don't remember. I think it was Judah. Judah that was that saved him because they was gonna kill him.
With the lion.
They was gonna kill him. But he was the one that suggested that they sell him and put him in a hole. But let's get that in the book of Genesis 49. Because the brother read this in his video and he dismisses it, and this is telling you that what he's saying is wrong, but he dismisses what the book is saying. So we just show that he couldn't have come to no evil. That don't make no sense at all whatsoever. Genesis 49, start at verse 8. Genesis 49, verse 8. Because I'm covering on stuff that he's saying that's just wrong. I'm just going off the head because I left all my notes at the house and all of that.
Genesis chapter 49, verse 8. Judah, thou art he whom thy brethren shall praise.
That's prophecy. Matter of fact, jump to verse 1 so we get the context of what's going on here.
Genesis chapter 49 from the top. And Jacob called unto his son and said, gather yourselves together, that I may tell you that which shall befall you in the last days.
See that? So he's giving them prophecy. It's going to befall you in the last days. In the last days is telling you that Judah is going to be the one. Now jump down to verse 8.
Verse 8. Judah, thou art he whom thy brother shall praise.
Go ahead.
Thy hand shall be in the neck of thine enemies. Thy father's children shall bow down before thee.
There it is right there. Thy father's children shall bow down to thee. That's the king is coming out of Judah. It's not coming out of Ephraim like this guy is trying to say. This verse right refutes what he's saying. He's trying to say some Ephraimites migrated down to Bethlehem, Judah. So initially they're technically from the land of Judah, but they're from the tribe of Ephraim, and he has no verse to corroborate any of that. If that happened, you would see more verses that would corroborate that. None of that says that. This prophecy here says Judah's going to be the one they're going to bow down to. Go ahead.
Verse 9. Judah is a lion's whelp from the prey, my son. Thou art gone up. He stooped down. He crouched as a lion, and as an old lion who shall rouse him up.
Yeah. So he's gone up to the whelp, the lion's whelp. The whelp is a baby lion. He's gone up. You know, they want when they're young, they fight. They're ready for action, right? Going up from the prey. I mean, when they killed the prey and all that, ate whatever it is and left. But now when he gets old, who's gonna rouse him up at his old age? You know what I'm saying? Now he's older. I mean, when he get older now he needs some motivation, some rising up. Go ahead.
The scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor a lawgiver from between his feet, until Shiloh come, and unto him shall be gathered of the people be.
Right, and unto him shall be, that says gathering with the Hebrew word said obedience. But actually it goes to be. So when Christ comes, the rulership or ruler is going to depart from Judah. When Christ came on the scene, who was the ruler?
When Christ came on the scene?
Yes.
The Pharisees were that?
The ruler.
It was the Romans, weren't they?
Caesar?
Herod.
Herod, Herod was, right, Herod.
King of Judea.
Right, he was the king of Judea.
That's the land of the right, Israel. King, right? He was the last king over that land. The rulership departed once Christ came, right? Once Christ came on the scene, Herod died when Christ was about 4. Remember when you tried to kill him when he was 2. 2 years later, Herod dead. So when Christ came on the scene, the rulership or the scepter, as it says, departed, left. There was no more ruler over that land. He was the last one. It departed from Judah when Shiloh came, right? Then the verse goes on to say that unto him was supposed to be the obedience of the people. They're supposed to listen to what he was saying, but they didn't listen to what he was saying. But ultimately, unto him, they are going to be obedient. He said, but unto him shall be the obedience, because the English says gathering, but it's not gathering, it's obedience. Shall be the obedience of the people. It's supposed to be obedient to what he was saying. But because it was following man and not listening to the scripture, they missed it. So that's all the way in Genesis telling you this is going to happen from Jacob. And again, it's a sin to not listen to what Christ is saying. I want to read it in the book of Deuteronomy so it can be clear that I'm not making stuff up. Deuteronomy 18, starting at verse 15. Again, all these Torah only brothers and sisters, they're sinning. They don't even know it because the Torah tells that the Torah that they claim to believe in tells you have to listen to the Messiah when he comes. And the Messiah, according to Daniel, came in the 1st century. Not this he ain't came yet stuff. Daniel said he came in the 1st century. Clearly says that. Clearly tells you he came in the 1st century. You got that in Deuteronomy? Go ahead.
Deuteronomy 18, verse 16?
15.
Deuteronomy chapter 18, verse 15. The Lord thy God will raise up unto thee a prophet from the midst of thee, of thy brethren, like unto me. Unto him ye shall hearken.
Unto him shall you hearken, means hear. In Hebrew, that's hear and obey. Please, by any means, fact check me, because those things I'm making stuff up. No, I'm not. In Hebrew, hear means to hear and obey. So he's coming from among the people, a prophet from among the people. It says, unto him you're going to hearken. God is saying you have to listen to what he's saying. If you don't do that, then you're sinning. Clearly, you're sinning. You listen to Christ. You're sinning. Tanakh only, they're sinning. And don't even know it. Go ahead.
Verse 16. According to all that thou desirest of the Lord thy God in Horeb, in the day of the assembly, saying, let me not hear again the voice of the Lord my God, neither let me see this great fire anymore, that I die not.
So that the Lord was so loud, they thought they was going to die, and they wasn't going to die. The Lord of the spoke. It says 10 words or 10 matters. It says, right? They get into this back and forth about we saying 10 commandments, because the text don't actually really say commandments. It says 10 matters or 10 words. What it actually says, right? But we know the Most High ain't saying something to you, something trivial. He's giving you commandments, he's giving you orders. That's what he's actually doing. He's not suggesting to you to do these things. Maybe you ought to worship me. Maybe don't take my name in vain. Maybe get beside it. That's not what he's saying. These are orders. All right, go ahead.
Verse 17. And the Lord said unto me, they have well spoken that which they have spoken. I will raise them up a prophet from among their brethren like unto thee, and I will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak unto them all that I shall command him.
So Jesus Christ was not coming here speaking his own words. He's speaking what the Most High told him to speak. All that he was speaking was from the Most High. Every last bit of it. That's why Christ said, my doctrine is not mine. God said, put my words in his mouth. He's going to speak all I tell him to speak. Yes, sir.
That's why the Christians have a real problem, because they believe that God is 100% God and 100% man. And I'm like, man, where did they get this from? This doesn't say that nowhere in the Bible. How do all of them come to that conclusion that he was 100% God and 100% man?
The miracles and him John referenced him as God, you know what I'm saying? 100% God, 100%.
but then that 100% part is
It's the issue.
Yeah. That's
because he's in the flesh. He's in the issue.
some serious stuff though.
Yeah, that's their misunderstanding of text.
Because God, Yahweh shall worship the Most High.
I mean, we just read what it says. God said, "Put my words in His mouth." He said, "Put my words in my own mouth."
No.
So he couldn't be this triune, this 3-in-1 God. Because they admit it's one God, but He comes down and manifests in 3 different. They use the term person, but they said we don't mean person like flesh, but that's what person is. That's what we're talking about. Or you mean to say personality? He comes, sometimes you see him as the Father, sometimes you see him as the Son, sometimes you see him as the Holy Spirit. So to defeat their doctrine, all you gotta do is show them twice, show them 2 of them at the same time, and the Trinity is dead. All you gotta do is show God and Jesus together, and the Trinity is done. The Holy Spirit and God together, the Holy Spirit and Christ together, and their doctrine is completely done, because it's saying it's one God, it's 3-in-1, right? And He comes down either as the Father, the Son, or the Holy Spirit. Never 2 of them at the same time. That will show that it's not what they're saying, this Trinity thing.
But and then they say,
and that's easy. And that we can show that we can show that where we can show it in Matthew, right? We can show it in Luke, Revelation, Acts.
Yeah.
We can even show it in the Old Testament, right? So that's how you defeat that Trinity doctrine. Just show them any verse that show them both together, and what I'm trying to say don't mean that. They have to, because it killed the Trinity doctrine right away. Done. Done.
Right here is saying, we raise up a prophet from your brethren, referring as a brother.
Right.
And he the father. So like now our father's our brother.
Right.
That's a good point.
Yeah. All right, go ahead, Isaiah.
Verse 19. And it shall come to pass that whosoever will not hearken unto my words, which he shall speak in my name, I will require it of him.
See that? Whosoever do not listen to Jesus Christ, what He is saying, what the Messiah is saying, that's how you're going to get judged by your compliance or your non-compliance. He said, I will require it of you. When you go into this word of requiring, it's speaking of there's going to be an investigation made to see if you are in compliance with what He said. And if you are found to be not in compliance, you're going to get judged accordingly. So you have to listen to what He's saying. You're going to get judged by you not listening or by you listening. That's why I tell these Tanakh and Torah only brothers and sisters, you guys got a lot to pay for. You guys are not listening to what the Messiah says. You're sinning. That's why Christ said, if you don't believe that I'm He, you're going to die in your sins. This is for any Israelite, because this is pertaining to the Hebrew Israelites. I'm not speaking of no one outside of the nation of Israel. This will not pertain to you per se. You know what I'm saying? Because Christ said He came for who? The lost of the house of Israel. So it pertains to you to listen. You got to listen first. If you ain't listening, you're sinning. So any Hebrew Israelite is whatever you want to talk about, atheist or whatever you want to be. Tanakh only, whatnot, not to believe that's in the Christ. You're gonna be the inquiry made on why you ain't listening. You're gonna find out. You wasn't listening because you didn't know, you didn't understand, you was deliberate, whatever it was. If the inquiry is gonna be made, you're gonna get judged. And that's why we constantly teaching them and showing them, bro, this is man is the Messiah. You gotta listen to him. You know, they're trying to say that he's not. We keep showing them Isaiah 53, right? Daniel 9. We show them all this other stuff that this man is the Messiah.
The whole Bible point.
The whole book points. Listen, I asked him, if it ain't him, I said, who is it? If it's not Christ, the one that came in the first century, who is it then? Brother, I've gotten the entire priesthood. I've gotten some high priests. They don't know which one. And I've gotten, they don't know. They have to agree he must come by the first century because the text says in Daniel, he's going to die before the second temple is destroyed. It's clear in Daniel chapter 9. He has to come before the destruction of the second temple. That happened in 70 AD. So he has to come before 70 AD. He can't come afterwards, where we are. There's got to be a second coming. So the first advent got to be before 70 AD. They can't get around that. They try to lie about it, but they can't get around plain words of the text. So I tell them, who does this fit in the first century? You can ask him that.
They're gonna be like, he's a blonde-haired white Jesus.
Right. Oh, they got him backed up on YouTube too.
Yeah.
The blonde hair blue. The
Caesar Borgia cat.
They say they found some skeleton and they put the erasers like all over the face and put the makeup on them and stuff, and they come back as the white Jesus.
What?
Yeah.
That's crazy stuff, bro. All right. So we see, man, that they anyway, bro.
But of course Esau did that. So
I'm saying this is the reason why you brothers in these camps keep telling them, man, y'all be focused on the wrong thing. I gotta teach Christ, bro. And what he said. Y'all focus on this nationality stuff. That's gonna be cleared out. The spirit of the text gonna clear that out.
right.
Because if you went a Hebrew Israelite and you start doing this stuff right here, you're gonna start cutting your spirit. You ain't gotta push them out. They're gonna leave on their own. They're gonna leave on their own. They're gonna on their own expose themselves. You ain't gotta do none of that. Just you teach, you read, you apply what it's doing. You gotta worry about that. Whoever it is, want to come with the deception, want to sneak in and be deceptive and all of that. Let them do all that stuff, bro. They ain't wasting their time. You're gonna get cut. We don't worry about infiltrated and going to infiltrate. You're gonna infiltrate and get converted because it's gonna happen to you.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? You're gonna get converted, or you're gonna leave. You did one of the two.
For the Paul number.
Right. You know what I'm saying?
Paul the Saul.
But if you focus on what nationality you from, what's your nationality,
That's the, you know what? That's the dumbest thing they be teaching out there. What's your nationality?
but they don't know what tribe they're from themselves.
I know.
And they ain't even sure they're Israelite. Brother, I'm telling you, you're gonna have black people going to tell you you're not an Israelite. Watch, they're gonna be shocked.
You know, did you see the video where that Latino dude told Mahara Khan that he's not an Issachar?
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah. They said he know that they're black.
That Israelites are black.
Yeah.
You telling me that I'm an Issachar? I'm not Issachar. I'm
Con.
That chart need to be. They need to do something with that 12 tribe chart.
Yeah, dude. It need to be fixed. Need to be updated.
Yeah.
But they focus on the wrong stuff, bro. I mean, come on. Like, they should be out there in the streets operating first and foremost in the fruits of the spirit. All of them should be operating like that. In the fruits of the spirit. they'll get more people to listen to. All that cursing and come on, bro. Counterproductive. I think they want to argue. Like I said, they want to argue. They just, you know what I'm saying?
You gotta show them how tough you think they really are.
Well, they do. I mean, what they're teaching, the text doesn't even say anything like that. It says you go out there, you say the kingdom of God is at hand. It says heal this, what is right? Heal the sick. This and that. And we went through it last week, right? They do none of that stuff.
Be a father to the
Right. Freely you receive, freely you give.
right.
This is what
They ain't doing none of that.
they can't heal nobody. Let's just start there.
No.
They can't heal nobody. They can't heal no sick or nothing. Can they do that?
Wow.
Can they cast out some demons?
Wow.
They come with the demons. You know what I mean?
They got demons.
They're bringing demons with them.
They got demons anyway.
Yeah.
Themselves.
They're not bringing people back alive.
Nope. None of that stuff, bro. But that's where they are, man. I mean, you think about it, they've been trained that way to do that, and they've been lied to that's what they're supposed to be doing. And I simply ask them, if what you're saying is true, you just got to show me one apostle that was doing that. One prophet that was doing what you were doing.
You know they like going to that Paul scripture.
True. Which one?
Though I be rude in speech, not in knowledge.
Their problem is that they're rude in both. They're rude in speech and in knowledge. I ain't read nowhere where Christ railed the Romans. We do it under the Romans. Christ.
Did you say, hey, brother? Did you say rude in knowledge?
They're rude in knowledge for real, yeah. Rude in speech and rude in knowledge, right? Here's why I said rude in knowledge, right? They will take that verse that Christ called a woman a dog, and they would say what?
That
he called her a bee.
Right.
Rude in knowledge, what they would say. I'm like, brother, you said the Messiah was calling this woman a derogatory name? They would say, yeah, man, he called her a dog. You don't see that out there? What's a female dog? Oxy, man. You sick in the head, bro. Rude in knowledge, bro. Taking the information, saying something to the Messiah. Why would the Messiah want to? Come on, bro. That show you how corrupt their head is.
Because they're accusing they're accusing Christ of using unclean speech.
Cause if Christ was using that, he'd be defiled, right? Did not Christ say, "Oh my, what comes out of a man defiles him"? What he said. If he talked that way, he couldn't be the Lamb of God. He'd be blemished. He'd be rejected.
Yeah, just a man.
Just a man. If he did that, then we're done. Because we have no sacrifice.
We have no savior either.
None. If that's what he was saying.
Well, they're making him come through sex, so yeah, he might be able to talk like that.
But I'm telling you, man. Right?
Because he was in the image of God when he came.
Well, even just a mirror.
Just a mirror.
That's how we look. He was in the image of God.
I mean, what I'm trying to say that he had that what you had that call that.
He had the Holy Spirit.
Had the Holy
Spirit. Had the full blood of the Holy Spirit. We don't have that.
That's why we do everything. But he had it. But he couldn't be coming around calling women out their names and nothing like that.
No, but I'm saying the Most High give us some of that spirit too. So we don't know what they talking about. They still in the world. Them dudes still in the world, bro. They have not changed. If you still talking the same way, walking this, come on, bro. Then you have not changed. You're the same person you were before you got the Bible.
And now you're trying to act like you like you're a thug, an Israelite thug.
They thugging. Their next level is gangbanging.
Yeah.
They got something called that now. Gangsters of God or something like that.
Yeah, I'm telling you, their next level, they're gonna be a gang. Turn into a gang.
You know.
I'm saying it's gonna be official. They're gonna turn into a gang.
Well, Chief Ephraim said that if Zabak and Torah tell him to get him, I'm getting him.
Yeah.
Like, didn't get. Yeah, man, he need to go, he need to sit down
Say,
somewhere.
let me go get him. Hey, once Esau wanted to go get him, Esau gonna get them. Esau not worried about them because they doing it to themselves. They're doing it to themselves.
Destruction.
They're doing it to themselves.
What is it? What's that scripture? Pride comes, destruction comes with pride or down. What's it? How you do it?
Pride come before the fall.
Pride comes before the fall. Yeah.
They doing it to themselves. He not worried about it. They're not a threat. See, they talking all this stuff. I'm like, dude, you guys not a threat to this so-called white man kingdom and regime. Because if he was, he would infiltrate you immediately and tear you down. Isn't that true? He does it all the time.
Yeah.
If he deems you a threat, he'd have been infiltrated them already. And they claim they infiltrate us. You gonna get converted. Right. The way y'all operate, he ain't got to infiltrate y'all. He sees on the outside, y'all gonna self-destruct and not too long from that. He already seen it. You like me to leave them alone, bro. Once they turn into a gang and get crazy, then we're gonna go down there and shoot them. That's all we're gonna go do.
Yeah, it's getting there.
They're getting it.
Because I saw a picture of Chief Ephraim walking around with 3 assault rifles on. Had 2 on the side and holding one. So they getting there.
Wow. But you have these guys. You have these guys with their video. You have these guys at the video. They go in there. They're going there and they're showing they're the shooting range with the assault rifles and stuff. So they are getting rid of the fight at carnal fight, which Paul tells us all warfare is not carnal.
Salaki. Oh,
Yes,
go
sir.
ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, Paul said we walk by faith, not by sight. We're not fighting a carnal war. If you're fighting a carnal war, you're fighting the wrong battle. You're fighting a battle that you're gonna lose. You can't win that war. You ain't gonna win no carnal war until Hamashiach gets here. Other than that, any carnal war you fighting, you finna lose. You can't beat the so-called white man.
He got home court advantage.
All of that. He the judge, he the jury, he's the executioner, he's the one gonna lock you up. He's all of that.
Yeah, he got home court advantage in all 7 series games.
And don't forget why they doing all that. A lot of them Hebrew brothers, a lot of them Akims is ex-felons. So while they all on Facebook with their partners and you know what I'm saying, got all them guns around, and they'll watch it. Last time I checked, having a firearm was still a felony, a federal offense.
Right. And they are they're on probation too. One of
them around them, yeah.
They can violate him for any little thing once they're on probation. He can frisk them for no reason, arrest them. Once you're on probation, you really have no rights when it comes to that. They find you on probation, they can harass you for no reason. You can't do nothing about it.
And you see what they doing to young thugs right now. So that's coming to the Israelites soon.
It's coming.
Yeah.
It's coming. Hey, Shabbat Shalom, Terry.
Hey, Shabbat Shalom, Terry.
Hey, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
You muted, brother. If you're talking, you're muted. All right, we're gonna continue then. Someone's wrong with this audio. Do we got any questions from YouTube? Emmanuel? I thought the brother wanted to say. I thought he wanted to ask a question or something.
I think he left. It's just been me on there. So for the.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there we go. Shabbat Shalom, everybody. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, Maki.
Yeah, brother, we was going over the video you sent me. We was talking what this guy was saying that's so wrong. He was saying
the video I sent you?
Yes.
Was that the one today or?
You sent me one today too?
Oh, I was about to send you. I think I was about to send you one today. But I think the last one I sent you was this guy was saying that King David, and Yahushua was not from the line of Judah. But you explained it to me. You explained it. But yeah, it was a video saying that they were from Ephraim. He was trying to say that they were from Ephraim.
Yeah, we just went through some of the video and kind of just corrected that stuff that he was saying that's wrong. There's another video sent to me. I don't know if it was you, but there's another guy saying the same thing, but his video was long. His video was like almost 2 hours long. The one you sent me, that was like about 5 minutes. Then there's another one. I don't know if it was you that sent me. There's another one that was sent to me. This guy 2 hours, and he was saying a whole bunch of stuff about Judas, the disciple of Christ, was an Edomite. Mary is a Levite. Christ is an Ephraimite. David is an Ephraimite. All that stuff. Sent a whole bunch.
Judas is an Edomite.
Yeah, a whole bunch of crazy stuff. I mean, we covered most of it. The only thing we didn't cover was Mary being a Levite. He said Mary's a Levite. I can marry. If Mary is a Levite, and Christ can't sit on the throne. If Joseph, let's even go there.
But he's saying, but what he's saying though, he's saying, yeah. I mean, I know where you're going with it though, yeah. But what he's saying though, he's saying that that Christ has an earthly father. So he's trying to say that the king line came through Joseph.
No, the Joseph he's referencing in his line is the son of Jacob, because he's saying he's an Ephraimite, right? Ephraim comes out of Joseph.
Right. But if David came out of that line, he's going to say that because like in Matthew it says that the husband of Mary, the husband of Mary, Joseph, the husband of Mary. So he's going to try to say that that's going to be the kingly line because Joseph is that from that line, which is he's not from the kingly line.
All right, well let's get it. We can dispel that right quick. Luke, the 4th chapter, starting at verse 23. No, sorry, Luke chapter 3, verse 23. Luke chapter 3, verse 23. Start at verse 21. Luke chapter 3, start at verse 21.
Luke chapter 3, starting at verse 21.
Read a little louder.
Luke chapter 3, starting at verse 21. Now when all the people were baptized, it came to pass that Jesus also, being baptized and praying, the heavens was open.
So we see that we baptize and praying, which Christians don't do, don't teach. They claim they follow Christ, but he was praying also. Go ahead.
22. And the Holy Ghost descended in a bodily shape like a dove upon him. And a voice came from heaven, which said, Thou art my beloved Son, and thee I am well pleased.
Specifically, this verse right here gives you many things. This one verse right here gives you a lot. The first thing this verse says that the Holy Spirit, the Holy Ghost, it descended in a bodily shape. I mean, he had a head, a body, 2 arms, and 2 legs. But it's not a dove. Just be clear, which Christians say was a dove. This verse don't say it descended in a bodily shape. So giving you the shape of the Spirit was in the form of a body. That's a human being. All right. So we got that. The next thing the verse says is the voice came from heaven. Christ was on the earth, but the voice came from heaven. The voice didn't come from him, from earth. The voice came from heaven. So this is a different being that's speaking. It's not Jesus Christ. This voice, it says it came from heaven. And we know where Christ was on the earth and was said unto him. So that shows you that killed that whole Trinity immediately.
Wow.
That's him on the earth and the voice came from heaven. It's two beings, right then and there. Go ahead.
What's that, 23? And Jesus himself began to be about 30 years of age, being as was supposed the son of Joseph, which was the son of Heli.
So Jesus Christ began to be not exactly 30, he was nearing 30, according to the Greek word. He was nearing 30. So he was actually 29 years old, nearing 30. Being as was supposed the son of Joseph. Meaning that they taught he was the son of Joseph. All right. I want to hold that. We're gonna stay in the same book, but hold where we are in Luke 3rd chapter. I want to get Luke the 1st chapter. Luke the 1st chapter. And I want to get verse 1. Just stay in Luke, Tony. Luke chapter 1. Let me get verse 1 and 2 because I want to clear up the situation because with this as was supposed, because Israelites, my brothers, they go in and talk about, some of them say that this parentheses was added, which is a lie. You see it in the Greek. But we're going to figure out why he's saying as was supposed. Go ahead.
Luke chapter 1 from the top.
Go ahead.
For as much as many have taken in hand to set forth in order a declaration of those things which are most surely beloved amongst us.
Believed
Amongst us.
So he's telling you many people before him has taken out the written, write down the things which are believed amongst the believers of Christ. Many people have taken the stuff written down to what we actually believe, right? When it was taught by Christ to the Holy Spirit to them. Go ahead.
Verse 2. Even as they delivered them unto us,
even as these people are trying to write it down, deliver them unto them. Go ahead.
Which from the beginning were eyewitnesses.
Which from the beginning, right? Meaning they was there with Christ. They seen these things. They were eyewitnesses to these things. They're not dealing with secondhand information. They were eyewitnesses. Go ahead.
And ministers of the word.
And ministers of Christ. So that's men and women. He's writing what was delivered to him, what's believed amongst the believers of Christ. When you come to the 3rd chapter and verse 23, when he says, as was supposed, he's telling you what was delivered to him by the eyewitnesses who ministered unto Christ. There's telling Luke, yeah, we taught he was the son of Joseph, but he is not the son of Joseph. This is what Luke is telling you. He's saying, listen, the apostles and them that was eyewitness to him, they told me this. This is what we believe in the church of Christ. He's telling you, we taught he was his son of Joseph, but he wasn't. Right? Let's go back to Luke 23. This is what I showed to Zariah, that you don't know how to put this book together correctly. Okay, Luke wasn't there. If Luke is saying I was supposed, then someone taught him that. It had to be the apostle that taught him that, because he wasn't there. Go ahead. Back to Luke 23.
Luke 3, verse 23. 24.
23.
23.
Come.
And Jesus himself began to be about 30 years of age, being as was supposed the son of Joseph, which was the son of Heli.
Was the son of Heli. So they say this is coming through this. Some say that this is speaking about through law. some kind of a Levirate law, some kind of Levirate adoption. That Heli is actually the father, and Heli died, and then his brother Joseph raised up seed unto him. So the actual biological father is Joseph, but he was raising up seed unto Heli. So that's why Luke is saying here, son of Heli, he's saying that it's through law. So the entire verse uses this term son of. So the entire verse should be speaking of through law. I mean, none of these men here is the biological father, because they obviously had died, and then their brother raised up seed unto them according to the Levirate law understanding. And this is what this chapter is speaking of when he's saying son of. We're gonna jump up. When you jump up, Tony, jump up to verse 31. Jump down. I'm not saying up. Jump down to verse 31. Not jump up. Jump down to verse 31.
It's that Luke chapter 3, verse 31, which was the son of Mila, which was the son of Menan, which was the son of Mattatha, which was the son of
Nathan,
which was the son of David.
Okay, stop right there. So we know that David was the biological son of Nathan. He was not doing no Levirate law. So that proved that Levirate law stuff wrong, because if it's the same thing in verse 23, it should be the same thing in verse 31, because you're using the same exact thing, son of. So it couldn't be a Levirate law, because when you reach verse 31, it killed that nonsense right there. These are all men that actually slept with a woman that had that son.
Right.
David's brother didn't die, or David didn't die, and his brother raised up seed under him. That didn't happen. That Levirate law was out the window. And it also shows you that Joseph, Mary's husband, comes through Nathan to David. He don't come through the royal line. So even if he came through sex, this would eliminate him from sitting on the throne, because he don't come through the royal line. In other words, he would have to come through Solomon. But this verse says Nathan. Don't say Solomon there. He must come through Solomon to sit on the throne, because after David ruled, Solomon ruled. Mary's husband, Joseph, do not come through Solomon. He comes through David's son, Nathan, making his offspring illegitimate to sit on the throne. It's right here in the text. It eliminates him right there. What they're saying. So Christ come, if he came through sex, he can't sit on the throne of Israel. That killed this whole coming through sex nonsense. That's just one aspect of it. This lineage kills it off right here. So there's no way. So even if what this guy is saying is correct about Joseph coming from Ephraim and into the land of Judah, it still doesn't work. None of it works. The only thing that works is the virgin birth. That's it. That's the only thing that works. It doesn't matter what angle they come at, no angle works except virgin birth. And I'm willing to dialogue and debate anybody. Again, there's more information coming out on this virgin birth. There's more and more stuff coming out. It's overwhelming information. Again, I have them in the first century teaching a virgin birth. I have the sources.
Like that.
They ain't gonna get mad. But they claiming you ain't got no sources. I got the sources now. This is first century sources. This would be in the time, at least at the time of John the Apostle. He lived until about 100.
Wow.
Some say a little bit over 100. And he's teaching. They were teaching a virgin birth. Not only that, they're teaching Torah. They're teaching high holy days, and they're teaching, guess what? Sabbath keeping. Which Christian claiming, I ain't do no Sabbath. I got the sources where the apostles were teaching Sabbath keeping.
Are they saying that the Sabbath is Sunday?
They saying that Christ fulfilled the law and you ain't got to keep no Sabbath, no high holy day, no dietary laws, none of that. Contrary to the first century records, shows you that the apostles was doing contrary. They were teaching Torah, keeping dietary laws, high holy days, and Sabbaths, and teaching a virgin birth all at the same time. These brothers ain't doing no research whatsoever. They listen to your Bible. I don't know how you get around a verse that clearly tells you, and knew her not, till she brought forth the firstborn son. How do you turn that into sex?
Not listening to the angel of the Lord.
Come on, man.
I don't care about that.
They're reading a different book. It says he said he didn't know her not till, and tells you when, till Christ came out. That one verse says virgin birth, bro. We ain't gotta go nowhere else. We shouldn't have to go nowhere else.
They just don't want, they just been brainwashed with that.
No, here's their problem, right? They think that everything the Catholic Church teaches wrong. Everything Christians teach is wrong, and that's their problem, right? So everything everyone else teaches wrong, and everything they teach is correct. So they got no false doctrine among the entire congregation or whatever they teach in their camp. They have everything in it just completely true, and everyone else outside has lies. This is their mentality. And matter of fact, you can ask them; they'll tell you that's the facts.
Home of the truth. We got the truth.
Yeah.
That's the truth over here.
Everything we teach is on point.
No, the first thing you're gonna come up with when you say Christ didn't, virgin birth, that's that Christian Catholic doctrine.
Yeah. And when I show them the first century sources where the apostles was teaching it, before there was a Catholic church, I shut them up completely. That's that lied and indoctrinated. That's what people who are pushing that sex thing. That shows you that people teaching that sex thing didn't come from the apostles of Christ and their descendants and they believe it. That didn't come from them. That came from somebody else. Most likely it's probably them Ebionites. See, the Ebionites or this other group that came up from under John the Baptist. These Ebionites, and they were teaching that nonsense. They believe he was just a regular man. That's their problem.
And that's that word is Ebionites?
Ebionites. Like ebony.
Oh.
You take the N-I-T-E-S. Ebionites. There's a few groups, but that's one of the groups that was pushing. He was not a divine birth, came to a natural birth, and it's what these guys teach to this day. Regardless of what the text says, they dismiss it. There's too much stuff. The three gospels record a virgin birth. Matthew do, Luke do, and St. John record a virgin birth as well. Three of them. How can 3 out of 4 gospel records record a virgin birth and they don't be a virgin birth? No way. Before we go any further, is there any question? Because I think we have totally dispelled what that guy is saying. I didn't cover Mary. We just covered about this thing coming through this Ephraim thing. We didn't cover this Mary thing right quick. Say that Mary's a Levite. I mean, just once you show that had to be a virgin birth, then Mary couldn't come through Levi. Because if Mary came through Levi, that would be able to eliminate Christ and sitting on the throne. He must come through Judah. That's where the throne is. Right? In Judah. So.
Yeah, I have a question, Shalom.
Yeah, Shalom. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, my question is with what's going on there in Russia, with Putin and China and these nations gathering together. Does that seem to be going in conjunction with the scripture as far as prophecy?
Con, Matthew 24, we get that? Matthew the 24th chapter.
Okay, Matthew.
1 second. We gonna get... Hey, whose background is that guy that's teaching there? Who's that? Yeah, can you lower it? Yeah, mute that that background.
Let's see. I didn't even know that was on. Let's see. Okay, fast. Let's see. Matthew.
Chapter 24.
Let's start at verse 4. Matthew 24, start at verse 4. Who got that?
I got it. Matthew chapter 24, verse 4. And Jesus answered and said unto them, take heed that no man deceive you.
It's the first thing he says to them. Pay attention, let no man deceive you. Fact check them. Don't believe what they're saying to you, go fact check them. Let no man deceive you. First thing he told them. Go ahead.
Verse 5. For many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many.
And we see the proof of that to this day. Many have came in his name, saying, I am Christ, translated two ways in one saying. People coming and saying that what? Jesus Christ is Jesus Christ. That's Christ right there. I'm not him. Christ. Yeah, that's correct. You drop your guards. Here come the lies. Others going to come and say, I am Christ. People came to literally, I am Christ. I'm the Messiah. We've seen them. We have one right now, and there we living in. We have plenty of them we living in. But that's twofold right there saying, I am Christ. People going to point and say, yeah, he's a real Messiah and still. So again, you got to fact check him. Go ahead.
And ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that ye be not troubled, for all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet.
See that? That's that over there in Russia. You hear of wars and rumors of wars. So the rumor we're hearing is that China's going to invade Taiwan. It's the rumor we're hearing. We don't know for sure it's going to happen. It's a rumor of a war, or is it not? So we heard about the war that they just had over there in Ukraine, right? We have war and rumors of wars. There's another rumor of another war with China and Taiwan. But Christ said, hey, don't be troubled with that. All that's got to happen, but the end is not yet. Who are we looking for? We're looking for the Antichrist. Anti meaning replacement. Don't look at anti as against. Anti is not against in the context that we're using it in the first century. Anti is not against. Anti is instead of or a replacement. The Antichrist is a replacement Christ. That's why do you think he's able to convince so many people and get them in this one world order? Because he convinced them, he could go convince them he is Christ. He couldn't be Antichrist with almost 1 billion Christians. And you have a billion Muslims who acknowledge Christ, right? Esau, right? That's 2 billion people that have reverence for Christ, right? For Jesus. This guy couldn't be anti him, he wouldn't work. But if he's replacing him, instead of saying he is him, that's how he gets them. Trickery is gone. You got him right there. That's what we're looking for. Anything short of that is just wars and rumors of wars. That's all it is. Go ahead, Azar.
Verse 7.
Come.
For nation shall rise up against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and there shall be famine and pestilence and earthquakes in diverse places.
We see all of that there happening. Nation rose up against nation. We see all that through history, origin, nation against nation, and all of that stuff. Pestilence in all kind of places. We see all that other stuff. All this stuff happening. Go ahead.
Verse 8. All these are the beginning of sorrows.
So when all that stuff started happening, going hundreds of years before us, those are all the beginning of sorrow. That's where we are right now. When all that stuff was happening and going down, those were the beginning of sorrow. That's where we are. We are in that sorrow phase. We're not in the beginning of it because it already happened already. That warring and all that nation and rise against nation, that's been happening. It began way back then. So we're somewhere in this sorrow phase. Are we in a sorrow phase for real? Look at it. Are we not in a sorrow phase? Shootings in the schools, shooting us in the streets, slavery we just went through, stuff we're going through right now. We're clearly in this phase of sorrow. It ain't only us, it's all over the world. People all over the world are in sorrow, bro. The majority of the world is in sorrow. Christ is the beginning of sorrow. This is the phase we are in.
This fake corona, all this.
Right, you name it, coronavirus, what, monkeypox, you name it, whatever you want to talk about. It all fits in that scenario of sorrows.
Monkeypox is looking bad too.
Go ahead.
Verse 9. Then shall they deliver you up to be afflicted, and shall kill you, and ye shall be hated of all nations for my name's sake.
Right. So he's telling that to the apostles, they're gonna deliver you guys up. And they're gonna kill you, and they did that. They killed the apostles. But yet they murdered them. They murdered the apostles. And he was hated, he's gonna be hated of all nations. Go ahead.
Verse 10. And then shall many be offered
offended.
And then many shall be offended and shall betray one another and shall hate one another.
That's where we are too as well. Is that right? People get offended, and what happens? They betray one another and hate one another because of offense. And sometimes the offense not even delivered. It could be a misunderstanding. But because of a misunderstanding and all this other stuff, because of offense, they offended, whether it's deliberate or intentional. It leads into betrayal and hatred. This is clearly where we are. That's what
it's a lot good. And I was just going to say, you can see that amongst the camps, even in the unit.
Right.
Go ahead.
Verse 11. And many false prophets shall rise and shall deceive many.
We just, that video, we just got to. Because he's saying he had a revelation. That's what he said. He had a revelation. So he's talking about he's a prophet. That's a false information he's bringing.
It's Lucky brothers. I'd like to know where we at.
Go ahead. Matthew chapter 24, and we at verse 12.
Thanks, brother.
All right, go ahead.
Matthew chapter 24, verse 12. And because iniquity shall abound, the love of many shall wax cold.
Iniquity is anomia. Because anomia is going to abound, the love of many is going to wax cold. Anomia is in Greek is without, and nomia is Torah. Because without Torah is going to abound, which we see clearly happening. The love of men is going to wax cold. The love amongst brothers, amongst sisters, has turned cold is because they're not doing Torah. Simple as that. Christ is own mouth saying it. Wow. It's showing you that the Torah is love. It increases love. it keeps love relevant and functioning in a society and system. Without it, love dies and becomes cold. Wow. And that's where hatred comes in. Wow. That's why you have to move God's law out the way. Say no to say, man, I gotta get rid of that thing. That thing right there. I can't do my plans with that over there in the mix. So I gotta get my false people in and say, yo, Christ, it says right that Christ fulfilled the law. So I mean, he's done away with it. Yeah, and push and teach that. We ain't gotta keep no Shabbat, no high holy days, none of that stuff. The law doesn't work. Right, you do whatever you want to do. And right there, love starts to die and leave. It's gone. Because you have no guideline no more that you have to abide by. You can do whatever you want to do. Bro. Yeah. If I hated you, according to Torah, I gotta check myself. Right? But without no Torah, then I gotta check myself. I could continue to hate you. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna go do something to you. Wow. Ain't no guidelines saying anything. It's been done away with. As a matter of fact, it's making it even worse. Christ died for that already. Whatever I'm gonna do, he already died for it already. So I'm good. I'm saved.
Have you ever heard that? You can sin 1,000 times a day and God will still forgive you?
Of course. Christ died for that. It's finished. The finished work of Christ.
Wow.
Salaki. So he died for his people, meaning the northern tribe and the southern tribe. Am I right on that, or?
Yes, Khan. He died for the Israel. He died first and foremost for the Israelites. But his blood only gonna cover them in Israel that believes in him. You can be an Israelite and don't believe in Christ. His death don't cover you. It's contingent on your belief in him and doing what he says. If you an Israelite,
It's like the Old Testament Israelites, they don't get that blood covering.
no, you don't cover just because you an Israelite. It covers you with your belief.
And Salaki, now by keeping the Torah, that means that just for instance, does that mean that men should wear their fringes every day and the women should wear their fringes every day?
Not every day. When you're dealing with Israelite function, yes.
Okay, so we don't have to wear our fringes every day?
No.
Because I do. So I was just wondering.
You can if you want to, but there is no law says you have to wear it every day. Not here where we are in the enemy's land in captivity. Because you cannot, there's certain job you can't go in there with your fringes. They're gonna fire you. They're gonna fire you. We have brothers before who have tried that and lost their job. Because they don't like that. Because most none of these jobs are ran by these fake Jews. And if they get wind of you being a black Hebrew Israelite, they're gonna fire you.
And call you a hate group.
Yes, sir.
Your boy, Yamatar, that time, I think I told you that time when we was over there, I was going to work and I was going inside a gas station to get some get some food or something. And he pulls up along in front of me and he had his Israel United in Christ t-shirt facing, like everybody can see it the way he had it, facing. And then so he asked me, where you going? I said, I'm getting ready to go to work. I'm heading to work after this. And he said, oh man, then he asked me where your fringes at. I'm like, I can't wear fringes on the job, man. I gotta tuck my uniform shirt in.
Good dress code.
That's a dress code, dude. Like,
you be lied to. That's all that is. That's control, bro. The verb doesn't say any of that. Doesn't say that.
Okay. Salaki. So is there anything that we should be doing every day? Anything?
Of course. Love, let's read it.
So down, no.
You're the only people that can wear their shirt hanging off, that don't have to tuck their shirt in. Guys are way overweight. They can't, their stomachs are way out to here. It's two of them, so they can't tuck their shirt in, you know.
It's two of them.
One of them have a little one, you know, and the other one is just out here.
Oh, they don't make them tuck their shirts?
They can't.
Oh.
I mean, dude, 300 pounds, you know, he can't tuck his shirt in.
Matthew 22.
Pass it due.
22, start at verse 34.
I got it.
Matthew 22, start at verse 34.
Matthew chapter 22. You're not there yet, Tony? Matthew chapter 22 and verse 34. But when the Pharisees had heard that he had put the Sadducees to silence, they were gathered together.
So when they heard Christ don't shut down the Sadducees, shut them up, put them to silence, they had a little council. Go ahead.
Then one of them, which was a lawyer, asked him a question.
A lawyer, meaning this person is proficient in Torah. Go ahead.
Tempting him and saying, Master, which is the great commandment in the law?
You want to know what's the great one in the Torah? Go ahead.
Yahweh said unto him, Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy mind.
That should be done every day. That's first one.
That's the first commandment.
That's the first, that's the great commandment. That's the great commandment. He asks him, what's the great commandment? Meaning the greatest commandment is what he's referencing. That first should be done every day, all day. Go ahead.
What's that, verse 30?
Go on 39.
39. And the second is unto it, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself.
That should be done every day, all day. Go ahead.
On these two commandments hang all the law and the prophets.
Those two covers it. Do those two right there. That'll cover it. That'll cover your fringes, everything. Those two right there. Those two right. He says, on the whole law, hang these two right here. The whole law includes fringes and everything else you can talk about.
Wow.
Bam, right in there.
Beautiful.
Right in there.
That's beautiful. That was
Okay, Slaki, just to piggyback on that, do you think Christ and his disciples, do you think they wore their fringes daily?
I think they did. I think they wrote it. I think they did. They was in a culture that the Romans allowed them to keep their laws, statutes, and commandments. The Romans did not tell them that they couldn't keep their laws, statutes, and commandments. Versus where we are, something different.
As long as they pay their taxes.
Yeah. There's a lot of keep their laws, statutes, and commandments. The Romans just wanted their taxes. That's all they really care about. And they want their taxes and no insurrection, no uprising. If you had those two with the Romans, they don't care what they give you up for that. You can go over there and kill each other, they don't care. And they were doing that, they were killing each other as a matter of fact too. You know what I'm saying? So again, it's the environment that you're in, where if the powers that be is allowing you to keep the law, statutes, and commandments, we know in this side that we're in, there's certain laws we can keep and certain laws we cannot keep. It's hard for certain people to keep the law of the Shabbat because of the job you on. Sometimes that job have you working on the Shabbat. If you don't work on the Shabbat, they'll fire you. They tell you, no, this day is for my business to operate. I need you here on this day. This is one of
That's
our
right.
business days. And they would fire you. You can't. I mean, if you want to pay your bills and feed your family, you have to go work on that Shabbat.
Hey, Salakia, the brother is on YouTube again. He wants to know. Hold on, let me see. It says, "Hey, bro, just getting back in. I had a phone call, bro. Can I ask a question now?" And then he said, "Can I get on possible?"
Can he come on? He said.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Come.
Yeah, tell him leave his email. Leave an email. You probably listening. I'm not saying leave an email, brother, in the chat, and I'll send you the link. Yeah, we've had brothers who had jobs, and people have told them to go do certain things, and they're losing their job. And some of them, because they lost their job, end up leaving the truth.
Because they lost the job.
Because of bad advice.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
The reason why I said that is because some people, when they come into the truth or whatever, they feel that they don't have to do nothing, that they can continue on doing as they were like in the Christian movement, So to keep the Sabbath and all these things, a lot of people they're not really serious with it or diligent with it or trying to be diligent with it. That's the reason why I was asking, is there some things that we should be trying to be diligent with in the truth? Because you have so many, just not taking it as serious. So I'm just looking at if we're blessed to make it into the kingdom, those things I believe they will be carried out in the kingdom, I believe.
Oh yes, definitely. Definitely, because we're in power. We're in power, you know what I'm saying? So Torah is going to become the number one thing in Torah. Can we get that in Isaiah chapter 2, verse 1? It's like you have certain brothers in this walk. They have certain freedom that you don't have. You know what I'm saying? They can do certain things you can't do because maybe for financial reasons, or maybe they own their own business or whatever. So they can do more than you can do, but they want to tell you to do what they're doing, but you're not in their position financially to do stuff like that, which is the crazy part.
You said Isaiah
chapter 2, verse 1.
Okay. Now I'm waiting on y'all. Before you guys read it.
Second time. Well, hey, we ain't no rush. Wait till the brother get there, because I'm waiting for his brother email so I can send him the link so he can come on. Said he wanted to come on. So he must have a question. Hold on 1 second. Let me. Yeah, Isaiah chapter 2, starting at verse 1.
Isaiah chapter 2 from the top. The word that Isaiah, the son of Amoz, saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem.
Go ahead.
And it shall come to pass in the last days that the mountain of the Lord's house shall be established in the top of the mountains, and shall be exalted above the hills, and all nations shall flow unto it.
So the house of the Most High is going to be exalted, it's going to be on the top, and all nations are going to flow onto it. Go ahead.
3. And many people shall go and say, come ye, and let us go up to the mountain of the Lord, to the house of God of Jacob, and he will teach us of his ways, and we will walk in his path. For out of Zion shall go forth the law and the word of the Lord from Jerusalem.
That's going to happen. So they want to come. So many going to come and say, we want to go ahead and learn the ways of the Most High God. We're going to walk in his ways and his paths. Right? I didn't bring the lesson that I zero in on those two words, ways and path. That's going to be in my lesson when I finished with the message of Elijah. I left it at the house. I was going to go into the message of Elijah, and what his message was. And this is one of the scriptures I'm gonna pull. I go into these two words there, paths and ways, which bring us back to the message of Elijah. So probably gonna do that next week once I finish it. You know what I'm saying? So people don't understand Elijah. They think that Elijah would just baptize people and that was the end. I guarantee you don't hear no one teaching about his message do that. All you hear, he was baptizing people. He was doing way more than baptizing people. He had a message. Teach us something. I'm gonna go into it and bring it up. It is these things these guys need to be teaching instead of worrying about people's nationalities all the time. There's so much in the book you can bring out. They just leaving a whole lot of stuff out that they say the same thing every week over and over again. It becomes boring.
Like I told you last week, they preach the same soul. They preach the same soul.
Teach something different, like edify people with something different that they don't know nothing about.
The same spirit, the same soul.
Like the dietary laws. Nobody talks about that.
No, they teach the dietary law, but they off on that. They teach we can eat meat all day, all the time.
That's that. They don't. Yes, you can't do excess of nothing. Everything gets done in moderation. There's a balance to everything. That's what it's night and day. It isn't just day. It's a night.
Yeah, I think we are being taken out by those dietary laws. I mean, I'm trying to lose weight myself, so but yeah, they really getting us with these dietary laws.
They're not giving you the balance. You gotta change up your diet, man.
Can't eat steak all the time.
Well, and the thing to take me back to Genesis, if they really serious about their diet like that, take it back to Genesis.
Yeah, because I remember because there was one brother that was telling the HOI brothers that eating meat, animal flesh is not really good. You're supposed to eat fruits and vegetables.
Got to.
And then he just I don't know if he was in Israel or not, but he was strict vegetarian. But he was telling them, like, dude, you need to be careful. He was telling Shaul Paul that, and Shaul Paul was like, oh man, the Most High said we eat meat. Man, I just had a steak not too long ago. His stomach out to here.
Of course.
Nasty.
As a matter of fact, I forgot. Someone sent me a video of a girl that said that she healed herself with
that was me, brother.
With animal flesh, with meat.
Did you watch it?
Of course.
Okay, what you think?
What I think you guys listen to the woman is saying. Do you hear what she said? She got healed. Yeah. She didn't say it was just meat.
Right. Right.
She said 3 things is what healed her.
Right.
She said 3 things healed her. Right. Not just animal. 3 things she said. Who's seen the video?
I seen it.
She said she was first of all, she changed her diet and she cut things out of her diet.
But she had okay. She said ain't nothing but lamb, beef, salt, and water.
No, she said lamb,
right,
beef,
right,
water, and she also says
salt,
vegetables.
No, she said salt. She said that she didn't eat
salt. I can play. I'm listening to her because I'm like, wait a minute. She said she.
I just watched it again today. It's like it's all at the end, but she said
I can play it.
Like 3 months. Oh, brother! I wish I could bet you on this, brother.
She said, "Fetch." We can play it because I heard it myself. I'm like, where we going with this?
It's at the very end when she says it. Because she said all lamb, all beef, salt, and water. That's what she said.
Is the brother coming on YouTube? Because I can quickly play the video what the sister said. What she said, and she had in there fruits and vegetables was consistent in her diet.
No, I think she said she cut.
No, I know because she's promoting a lion diet, which is nothing but meat.
I don't see him on.
Say again, Emmanuel, you don't see him?
I don't see him on there.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I know you told him to leave his email. I guess he's not gonna leave his email there. All right, all right. Guess not. All right, hold on. When she mentions beef, ain't no way beef is healing her. I'm trying to find the go back to the link that other Nathaniel sent me.
Well, you know they have two.
I'm looking for where she said it. I'll let you know. Say it.
You know they have two kinds of beef too. They have the grain fed and the grass.
Hey guys.
Right. Yeah, I was going to say that.
Okay, I mean it's not that long. Let me share my screen. Let me share my screen, right? So we can see it right quick.
You know, the grain fed, they say that would cause cysts in your stomach.
As you may know, I did a TEDx talk in the summer.
Hold on. Go ahead, brother. What you saying, Isaac?
They said that the grain fed beef causes cysts and mucus in your stomach, and the grass fed is good for you.
Come.
Yeah, well, yeah, because it's just eating grass.
Yeah. All right, hold on. We're gonna play it right quick.
Okay. I gotta see this.
The all-meat diet that put my autoimmune disorder that caused crippling arthritis and gave me 2 joint replacements into remission. I followed TEDx's guidelines very carefully as I'm aware my experience with diet is anecdotal. I finished the talk asking the medical system to look into the diet further. We spent the last 4 months going back and forth with TEDx because they won't post the talk. I was the only talk from that TEDx conference that they refused to post. They said my talk went against their community guidelines, but couldn't name exactly what it went against. And it didn't. Like I said, I was really careful. Since then, Harvard has put out a study on the carnivore diet that I've linked below, showing other people who have also had success putting their diseases into remission. This is something that should be taken seriously and looked into. TEDx is supposed to be a place for new ideas and novel thinking and anecdotal reports. They have tons of vegan talks claiming veganism cures diseases, but my story didn't make it through because it violated community guidelines they can't name. So I decided to put it up here. Enjoy.
Hi, my name is Michaela Peterson, and I'm here to talk about how I put my idiopathic autoimmune disorder and mood disorder and chronic fatigue into remission with an extreme elimination diet of only eating meat. But I will start at the beginning. When I was 2, I started walking with my feet out like a duck. And by the time I was in grade 2, I was walking downstairs 1 foot at a time, complaining that my shoes were too small. And I was diagnosed with juvenile rheumatoid arthritis, active in 37 joints. I was put on methotrexate and naproxen to get my symptoms under control and had cortisone injected into 17 of my joints in grade 2. I was sitting on a chair in class because I couldn't sit on the carpet because I couldn't sit on my knees or cross my legs. I was using this really ugly fat pencil because I couldn't hold a pencil because I couldn't close my hand. When I was in grade 4, I was put on Enbrel, a biologic immune suppressant, and I started injecting myself with Enbrel and methotrexate twice a week, and I was put into a medically induced remission, and I went on all the sports teams I could go on. I went from being nearly wheelchair bound to playing sports. At the same time, my mental health declined dramatically, and I started experiencing OCD symptoms and suicidal thoughts. And I was put on SSRIs and diagnosed with major depressive disorder, potentially bipolar type 2 with hypomania. When I was in grade 8, I started experiencing the sensations of mosquitoes biting my whole body and chronic fatigue. And by chronic fatigue, I mean I couldn't wake up and I was falling asleep in class. By the time I was in grade 11, my arthritis had gotten bad enough that it had destroyed all the cartilage in my right hip. And I stopped being able to sleep because of the pain and was put on OxyContin. And when I was 17, I had my hip replaced. While I was healing from my hip replacement, my body destroyed all the cartilage in my left ankle. And I ended up walking on basically broken bones. So I had my ankle replaced. So that was 17. I went off to university and my mental health deteriorated further. They tried to stabilize me with Wellbutrin, and I ended up having a grand mal seizure at the university library. They tried to stabilize me with an SNRI. And I was so angry, I felt like I could claw my skin off. But a year and a half into university, this gets better, I swear. about a year and a half, about a year and a half into university, I was so fatigued that I missed my final exams and I dropped out and went home. When I got home, I started experiencing a rash on my back and on my bum and then on my face. And when I got to my face, I thought, okay, arthritis is one thing, idiopathic hypersomnia or chronic fatigue is one thing, chronic depression is one thing, but like a rash on my face, I cannot handle that. And I started researching. December 2014, the rash stopped healing. And I went to dermatologist after dermatologist, and they said, you know, stop doing this, you're anxious. I was like, okay, that's not super helpful. So I figured if I don't figure out what's wrong with me, I'm going to die because my body was destroying its tissues. At that point, I was on Tylenol 3 to take at night because the shoulder pain was so bad from the arthritis that wasn't kept in check that I couldn't sleep. I was taking 40 milligrams of Adderall just to wake up in the morning because of the idiopathic hypersomnia. I was taking Dapsone, which is an antibiotic used to treat leprosy so that my skin would heal. I was taking 40 milligrams of escitalopram for the depression. I was taking an inhaler because if I got a cold, it would turn into bronchitis, that would turn into pneumonia, and I'm in the hospital because of the immune suppressants. I was taking a prescription strength antihistamine because I was so allergic to trees and grass that I was verging on anaphylaxis in the spring. Anyway, there were more. So I started researching and I came across this rash eventually called dermatitis herpetiformis, which is the skin manifestation of celiac disease, which is an autoimmune disorder that can be triggered by gluten. And I thought, holy shit, is it celiac disease the whole time? So I cut out gluten. I went off of my immune suppressants, which weren't really working anyway, given the fact I'd lost a hip and an ankle. And I started monitoring my symptoms really closely to look for flare-ups. In September 2015, I reduced my diet further because cutting out gluten wasn't enough. And I thought, if I'm going to be doing this for the rest of my life, researching, trying to figure out what's wrong with me, I might as well rule out diet. So I went down to meat and greens and certain root vegetables that I didn't really like, carrots, sweet potatoes, parsnips. I cut out all the foods that I thought could be potentially causing inflammation. And that month, my skin healed for the first time in a number of years. I lost 3 pant sizes of bloating I didn't know I had. 2 months into that, my fatigue went away for the first time since grade 8, and I stopped taking Adderall. 3 months into that diet, my depression went away for the first time in my entire life. And I went from living in hell to being in heaven, a hell that I didn't know I'd been living in. And I thought, okay, well, I'm not taking any drugs ever again. And I stopped taking my SSRI over a 2-week period without realizing, because nobody told me, that SSRI withdrawal exists. And for the next 2 years, I had the most horrific experiences of my entire life, and that is saying something. I reintroduced soy a couple of weeks after I went off of SSRIs, and I had a full-blown autoimmune response. And it started with my digestion was upset, my entire body got itchy. The next day, my depression was back worse than I'd ever experienced. And I got into the shower and thought, how could I be so arrogant as to think I could control this disease with diet? And I cried. 4 days later, I had mouth ulcers, my arthritis was back, my rash was back. And I got my brother to drive me home from my parents because I didn't think I could drive. And I got out of the car and I went to my apartment, I turned around, and my brother's head looked like that. For about 2 seconds, he looked at me and he went off, and then it was my brother again. And I thought, oh my God, I just stopped taking all my medication and now I'm insane. So for the next year, I went in and out of what I now know was SSRI withdrawal mixed with an autoimmune disorder and food sensitivities, and I had 24-day-long reactions each time I tried to reintroduce a food. About a year after that, I figured maybe I'll just stop reintroducing foods and not experience this. And at that time, I got pregnant, which I didn't even know I would be able to do given all the medications I'd been on. I went down to meat and greens to try and get my symptoms under control. And a year.
Right. I went down to meat and greens.
And keep on listening, keep on going.
I want to be clear. She went down.
Right. Keep going.
Down.
Keep going. Keep
To
going.
meat and greens. All right, want to be clear. It ain't just meat that she's mentioning greens.
Year after that, I was breastfeeding, getting out of bed, my wrist buckled. I thought, okay, I have to do something because I'm worried I'm going to drop my baby. The arthritis was back. I was itchy everywhere. And I was like, how is this possible? If I'd experienced remission, why isn't that diet working anymore? And I cut everything out except for beef. And 2 weeks after doing that, thinking I'm nuts and hopefully I don't get vitamin deficiencies, the itch went away and my joints started to feel better. 4 weeks after that, so 6 weeks after an all beef diet, the depression lifted and I stopped crying in the morning. And 5 months after that, the anxiety lifted and I was back in what I felt was heaven compared to how I'd been living. So that's all beef, all lamb, salt, and water. Now, I've been talking about this diet to spread awareness in hopes that the medical community.
Hold on, I want to be clear. All beef,
all lamb,
salt,
and
water is what she's saying.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
She first said she went down to meat and greens. Meat and greens. Then she cut all the greens out.
Yeah.
And she just stuck with the beef.
Right. The beef and lamb and salt and water.
Beef. She wanted just beef, she said. Then I guess she's added the lamb,
right,
the salt. I'm assuming she always I was drinking water. I think water probably always been there.
Right.
I wouldn't say she stopped drinking water. I think water been there.
Right. I think
make some broccoli with that beef.
Something like this, seriously. My mom went on the diet and her osteoarthritis went away. My dad went on the diet and he lost 70 pounds. His GERDs went away. He had psoriasis. That went away. I've talked to thousands of people with autoimmune disorders who've done similar things and seen similar results. So that is me now. That is my kid. I'm a CEO. I'm a podcaster. I try to share my experience to get people to see what this kind of diet does for me. I call it the lion diet because it's not cool to be this restricted, and it's not cool to have an autoimmune disorder and people who are sick feel isolated and miserable. So I'm trying to make it cool, but what would be really cool would be if the medical community could take this seriously and do some case studies. That's it.
Okay, well, I heard. Go ahead, bro. You want to say something?
No. I know what I was saying. It's like this is like a. The reason why I show you this because it's like a little thing right now. It's actually like what's his name? What's the dude's name? I can't think of his name. Joe Rogan does it too as well. Like there's thing that people like. It's like a little movement that's saying like this carnivore diet. Like I'm in a big health but they're not eating any like vegetables. You know what I'm saying? Like so what they're doing is they're eating like just like their diet, just like you take the lamb. Beef and salt and water. That's like all they're eating, and they're saying that cures everything they ever had.
I don't know, man. I got it. I mean, her witness is just one. We need more than that to believe that's working like that. But I mean, like Joe Rogan, like that's the diet that he's on.
That's what he's saying.
Well, I mean, of course, that's what everybody's saying. But like I was telling you yesterday, I'm like, her story sounds very convincing, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, her story sounds very convincing. Like,
I think she got the pork short.
Not to me. I mean, all beef. Then you add what's that, steak?
But see, what I believe is what she's doing, just like what Izar is saying, like she's not really getting like the regular beef that's like whatever. She's getting like grass-fed beef, like things like that, because these grains that they feed these animals and stuff, there are a lot of GMOs and stuff in there. So I think that's probably the reason why a lot of people that eat a lot of the beef nowadays, because they're eating a lot of the GMOs with the beef. You know what I mean?
You say the animal that she's eating is grass fed animal.
I believe that's what she does because like because I listen to her like a podcast, so I know how like how much the research she does and stuff like that, whatever things like that, whatever. So I believe that because I believe that's one of the reasons why it was wrong with a lot of the beef and a lot of the things because like the Most High did consider those it's called them clean animals, but nowadays they put a lot of the processed stuff like they process these grains that they feed all these animals to get them bigger and stuff like that, whatever. And that stuff is like genetically modified. So that makes it like, makes it more damaging for us to eat that stuff. You know what I'm saying? But the grass fed beef and all that stuff is like more expensive, you know what I mean, than the regular beef and stuff like that. So I believe that that's what she's actually eating. There's a reason why she's actually like better off than, everybody else.
Farm fed.
Well, here's why I'm skeptical of that. You know what I'm saying? What the book said, what the Bible said. In the beginning, most I didn't want to eat animal flesh. That was not the makeup when how he made man, women in the beginning. He told us what our food was. It didn't consist of absolutely no animal. This is in the beginning. So we have a designer telling you what your food is. He designed you, and what's best for the designer he designed, what he created, not me. This is from the beginning. So for her,
He
didn't change. I thought he changed that when we or after the flood, he changed it to we could eat meat.
well, if you have a flood, you have no vegetation. Everything, the vegetation has been wiped out by a flood. So all you would actually have is what's on the ark to eat. So you're allowed to eat that, especially when there is no vegetation, no fruits and vegetables to eat. But once it regrew again, and whatnot, he expects
So
you.
would he have told us that though? Would he have said until you receive your vegetation again, then you can eat meat? Or would he have actually given us another law that took us away from the meat again? Because why would he call the meat clean if it was not for us to eat it?
Well, you have in the creation, you have animals that cleanse the earth.
Right.
So those
Shrimp,
are clearly those are unclean animals. You have animals that don't clean the earth. So that's why those are labeled as clean, because they're not doing the sanitations of the earth. So they're different with the animals, why they're labeled clean and unclean, because of the function of how he created them to do. Right. But I'm gonna go in and show you why I'm saying what I am saying. So I'm not trying to say that. I want to come to the book. Can we come to the book of Numbers? Because remember, when Christ came on the scene, Christ kept saying, but from the beginning it was not so. He kept telling them from the beginning it was not so. He keep pointing them back to the beginning. It wasn't so. And we know it's going to come to a point where the animals, he's going to make a covenant with the animals, and the lion going to be with the wolf. All the animals that eat each other right now are going to be getting along. They're going to be eating each other. No, go ahead. Yes, sir.
Did we send the brother the link out with the email?
From the YouTube?
Yeah.
He didn't leave his link. He didn't leave.
Okay, here.
He left it?
Yeah, I got it right.
Okay, hold on. Let me all right, let me come out of here right quick and get it. Go back up and grab it. He didn't. Hold on.
Hey, why you doing? I just want to say something real quick about that video, because I've been following her stuff, whatever. Like I see where you're going, whatever. But because I think her logic, when she told her story, I think her logic got messed up. Remember when she I remember when she was saying that she like that she took out meat and she started eating meat and she ate greens and she started eating like the little root vegetables and stuff and she started clearing up and stuff. Her mistake she probably did is because she said she was adding in stuff, like she said she added in soy and things like that. I think that's probably what messed her like thinking up on the greens. You know what I mean? on the vegetables.
I don't think cutting out the greens and stuff, or I mean, and not cutting it out, leaving the greens in would have made it any worse.
Right. I'm totally agreeing with that, whatever. But I've been wanting to send it at you for a long time. Just wanted you to see that because it was kind of like crazy, like, you know what I'm saying, like how she.
That is crazy, man. Because I mean, I need more information on that just to confirm what she's saying to be true.
Right.
It should probably be pork gumbo bowls and stuff. No, her dad is Jordan Peterson. So remember, she said she introduced it to him, and he lost all that weight too. Her dad's a professor. He's like a really well-known.
I'm trying to figure out, man, where she was coming up with all these broken bones and all this other crap.
Man.
Weak in the knees. Oh, no, it's just natural.
All right. Okay, about to send the link out to this brother.
Everything
looks good there. All right. We're gonna come to the book of let me get the scripture. We Numbers. Let me get the chapter and the verse right quick. Numbers chapter 11. Let's get Numbers chapter 11.
Chapter 11.
Hey, Shalom, Salakia, he said he about to get on.
All right, that's him coming on now.
Come.
Numbers, let's get Numbers chapter 11. This is when they was asking for
Hello.
Hey, Shalom, brother. How you doing? Shabbat Shalom.
Hey, how you doing, brother? How you doing? I'm sorry about I don't mean to be a burden. It just was a hard time for me getting in. How y'all doing though?
Doing okay, brother. We're answering a question about the dietary laws. We're in Numbers chapter 11.
All right, cool. I'm with y'all.
Okay.
I mean, I got a question too, but I mean, I'm gonna save it. I'm following up for now.
Let me get to the point. Numbers chapter 11. Let's start at verse 18. Let me get to the 18. We get to the crux of the heart of the matter. Numbers chapter 11. We'll start at verse 18 because before verse 18, they're asking for quail. They want some animal to eat. Animal flesh. You got that, Tony? Go ahead.
That Numbers chapter 11, verse 18. And say thou unto the people, sanctify yourself against tomorrow, and ye shall eat flesh, for ye shall wheat in the.
For ye have wheat.
For ye have wheat in the ears of the Lord, saying, who shall give us flesh to eat? For it was well with us in Egypt. Therefore, the Lord will give you flesh, and ye shall eat.
Now, so understand, when we came out of Egypt, specifically, we came out of Egypt, we had all of our herds with us. But specifically, the Most High decided to feed us with manna. We have our animals with us, all of our herds is with us, but he specifically decided to feed us specifically with manna. And now we're asking for flesh in the wilderness. Okay, go ahead.
19. Ye shall not eat 1 day, nor 2 days, nor 5 days, nor 10 days, nor 20 days.
Go ahead.
But even a whole month until it come out at your nostrils, and it be loathsome unto you, because that ye have despised the Lord which is amongst you, and have weep before him, saying, why come we forth out of Egypt?
So the Most High said you're going to eat it for a whole month until you hate it. Talking about eating flesh. He said, and he said the reason why, because you despise the Lord that's among you. You despise me. You're talking about you want to eat some animal flesh. Go ahead.
21. And Moses said, the people amongst whom I am are 600,000 footmen, and thou hast said, I will give them flesh that they may eat a whole month.
Go ahead.
22. Shall the flock and the herds be slain for them to suffice them, or shall all the fish of the sea be gathered together for them to suffice them?
So Moses is asking a question. This goes to show you, this verse is letting you know clearly. When we came out of Egypt and the Most High started giving us manna, we was not eating our herds or animals whatsoever. Because he asking them, if they're asking for flesh and they had the herds right there, clearly they wasn't eating the herds, the clean animals and stuff. They wasn't. Why ask for something you could just go ahead and just eat if it's okay for you to eat? It means they wasn't eating no animals at all in the wilderness. So they're asking for flesh now. So Moses is asking the Most High. These people are 600,000.
But weren't they eating the manna though? That's what they were eating though, right?
Eating the manna, yeah, they're eating the manna. Right. I'm saying eating the manna. They wasn't eating the herds, the animals, just eating just the manna. Right? So Moses is asking them, well, if they want flesh, they're gonna give them flesh for a whole month, you said. You want to go slay the herds? So the fish in the sea be pulling up? So he's asking them now, should we kill the herds that we came out of Egypt with? Because it wasn't eating them when they came out. It was eating manna. Right? Even though we have a dietary law where it says you can eat them, but there was something where there was some kind of information from the Most High where he didn't want them to eat the animals because it wasn't eating it at all. Right? If I could, again, so the Most High obviously told them not to eat the animals because when it was in Egypt, they were eating the animals. But when they came out of Egypt in the wilderness, he gave them manna. He obviously told them not to eat the animals. But now they're asking for flesh. And it sounds like, we're going to get to it. It sounds like God is getting upset. Why are they asking for animals? We're going to read it. All right? Because the quail, the animal they're talking about, this is a clean animal. So the question begs to you, why it sounds like God's getting upset for asking to eat something that's lawful to eat? Right? Go ahead.
22. Shall the flock and the herd be slain for them to suffice them, or shall all the fish of the sea be gathered together for them to suffice them?
Go ahead.
And the Lord said unto Moses, is the Lord hand waxed short? Thou shalt see now whether my word shall come to pass unto thee or not.
Go ahead.
24. And Moses went out and told the people the word of the Lord, and gathered the 70 men of the elders of the people and set them round about the tabernacle.
All right, stop there because that's going to go off into the elders and the prophesy. I want you to jump down to verse 31.
31. And there, 31. And there went forth a wind from the Lord and brought quails from the sea and let them fall by the camp as it were a day's journey on this side, and as it were a day journey on the other side round about the camp, and as it were 2 cubits high upon the face of the earth.
That's 4 feet 2 inches. Depending on what cubic you use, there is a royal cubic.
and a regular cubit, either 21 or 25 inches, depending on what cubit you use to get those inches there. So depending on what you use, I got 4 feet 2 inches high stacked of quails. All right, go ahead.
33. And well, the flesh was yet
32.
32. Slocky. And the people stood up all the day and all that night and all that next day, and they gathered the quails. He that gathered least gathered 10 homers, and they spread them all a board for themselves round about the camp.
Go ahead.
33. And while the flesh was yet between their teeth, it was chewed, the wrath of the Lord was kindled against the people, and the Lord smote the people with a very great plague.
Go ahead.
34. And he called the name of the place Kibroth
Hatava,
because there they buried the people that lusted.
So while they was chewing it, and it's between their teeth, Most High smote them. Now you say to yourself, quails are clean animals. Law said you can eat them. Why is God slaying them for eating flesh? That's lawful for them to eat, but they couldn't eat. Unless he don't want you to eat that. If I'm wrong, please explain to me why would God get mad for eating lawful animals? Why is he smoting them? A lot of them died behind it. It was a death sentence for them. It's because they had manna. You have something to eat. When there is no fruits and vegetables to eat, you are allowed. You can't eat that. This is how it was then. I know today things are a little bit different. Again, we're not in power, so on and so forth. But in the wilderness, they had no power over just our God. Mm-hmm. And whatever we wanted to eat, he would supply us. And what our God supplied for us was manna. Then we had our urge right there. He didn't say, you know what? God could have saved the manna, right? And just had them kill the animals that they was with in the wilderness. He said, look, just kill the animals that's there, the clean animals, and eat that. And I can just stop from raining you down manna from heaven. Mm-hmm. You just do that. Remember, he rained them down. Manna was rained down to them for 40 years. Mm-hmm. 40 years now, not talking about a couple of years, 40 years. Gave them manna to eat. When they came into the land also as well, he was still giving them manna because they had to go into the land and plant crops. Then they had to wait till it grow. Then they had to harvest it and so on and so forth. And then get back into the laws about you can't sow in the 7th year and all that other stuff. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But I'm saying, yeah, these verses here, 11 chapters, is telling me he don't want us to eat meat. Now, people bring up the example of, well, what about Passover when you said you got to eat the lamb? Mm-hmm. I would say, well, that would be like one time a year. Mm-hmm. One time a year is fine. It's not going to harm you doing anything. And that goes back into a whole shadow picture of a future fulfillment of eating the lamb. Is talking about your belief in Christ, the man supposed to come. So I can spin it that way, you know what I'm saying, or say it that way. But this verses here are telling me that he don't want us to eat meat, and that kind of coincides going back with the beginning where it tells us we're supposed to eat fruits and vegetables. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So I don't teach that you cannot eat meat. I said I don't teach that. I tell people you should try to eat more fruits and vegetables though, and lessen down on your consumption of meat. Because the Israelite nation was not a meat-eating nation. People think that we was a meat-eating nation. We wasn't a meat-eating nation whatsoever. We ate more fruits and vegetables than anything else when we was the Israelite. Only when we come to this captivity here where they was feeding us their slops, their meat, their stuff, that's what got us hooked up on that. But we was never a meat-eating people. Everywhere we went, we was a people that ate fruits and vegetables, ate the stuff off the ground. We didn't consume meat like that. Mm-hmm. And that's why when you read in the Bible, you don't read any health conditions within the nation of Israel like that. We don't have those things. Because we wasn't consuming that meat, that animal flesh.
When you say off the ground, you mean things like potatoes.
Potatoes, yeah, everything but I mean, yeah, carrots, all that, fruits and vegetables, all that. What we was eating.
He's talking about the vegetation.
That's what we was eating. We wasn't consuming it like that. Like what if today when they're talking about, you can go ahead, but that's not what the Most High prescribed and going back to what he wants you to eat. I think Genesis 1:29 and 30 tells us what he wants us to eat. Right?
And plus you got it, and plus like back then you didn't have all that GMO stuff and all that stuff, whatever, man.
But I'm saying I think it's better to
Salaki, let's get that. Genesis 1:29, let's get it.
Let's get it.
I was waiting.
Oh, let's get that. So,
like I said, when you read in the future prophecy that animals ain't gonna keep eating animals, that's gonna cut out. That's gonna shut down. Animals gonna go back to eating what they was eating in Genesis. The grass and the stuff off the ground, vegetarians and stuff like that. The animals was not eating animals in Genesis when God first originally made animals. They wasn't eating each other. Genesis chapter 1, verse 29 and 30. Who got that?
I got it. Genesis chapter 1, verse 29. And God said, behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed, which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree in which is the fruit of a tree, yielding seed. To you it shall be for meat.
But so meat is originally fruits and vegetables, not animal flesh. But it's fruit that has seed in it. Seed-bearing fruit. Go ahead.
Verse 30. And to every beast of the earth, and to every fowl of the air, and to everything that creepeth upon the earth, wherein there is life, have given every green herb for meat, and it was so.
So everything was eating the green herb. The fruits and the vegetables that had the breath of life in it. Man, woman, animals was all eating the herb. Now, people bring this up to us well because I try to leave no stone unturned with no particular angle. They would consider and say, well, the Messiah ate fish. Isn't that meat? Yes, it's meat, but it's light. It's not heavy, like beef. Your body have a hard time breaking that down. The acids and stuff in the design of your body, period, is not made to be breaking that kind of stuff down. Yes, sir.
That's why they say try the other white meat,
pork,
like pork, because it's white meat, like chicken.
Something easier for your body to digest and deal with. I mean, salt and meat will dry your body out because your body is mostly liquid. That's why the fruits and vegetables, they already come with a certain amount of liquid in them already, as it is. That's why people can make smoothies and squeeze stuff all of these fruits and vegetables and make smoothies because there's natural water in these things already. Yes, sir.
You mean the combination of salt and meat? Because didn't Gandhi eat salt because they didn't have?
Well, salt will dry you out.
But it also,
you get thirsty.
It'll also retain water too.
What you mean?
Like salt retains water.
What you mean salt retains water?
No,
what he's saying is like what it does, it will hold water. So it's like how you would drink water and it goes through the proper digestive system, like goes to your body, stuff like that. So if you add salt to it, what the salt would do is it would absorb the water. So like the salt particles will absorb the water, so it would just stay there. You know what I mean? That's the way to think of it. If you want to think of it.
If the salt absorbs the water, it's taking it from your body.
Well, it's actually, it's taken from your body, but it's actually taking it from what you're adding in there too. You know what I'm saying? So it's taking it. Yeah, you're right. It's taking it from your body and it's storing it. That's actually what it's doing.
Right, it's storing water.
Yeah, but I thought
storing water. Yeah,
I thought it's the other way around.
No, it's not storing water. No, it's not.
I thought water maintains salt.
Why do you need salt to store water? Your body stores water.
You know what? And I thought about that because when you guys were saying that Dasani has salt in it, and I see that all the doctors drink Dasani water. So I'm looking at in all of their offices, they have the Dasani water in there. All their meetings and all that stuff.
No, but that is that they just have they have a contract with them, man. That's what that is.
No, it's not.
Yeah, we do have a contract with that place, with that.
Well, they
with Coca-Cola, because
Coca-Cola, yeah.
They drink the Arrowhead water. That's the contract that they have in the building.
But we got
No, not for the building, for the
for UCLA.
Well,
for UCLA.
I'm talking about my building where I work at. They have a contract with Arrowhead, but all the doctors, they don't drink the Arrowhead. They drink the Dasani. So and I remember you and I on the thing, it was talking about the salt, and I actually picked up the bottle and started reading it. It does have salt in the water.
That was that brother Marvin Barr brought that out.
Was it the movie?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, but I'm saying, why would you need the salt to hold to absorb the water for you? For you do that yourself. You don't need that.
Let's ask Google.
You can Google it, but salt, even though salt makes you thirsty.
Yeah, not only that,
you put salt in your mouth, you're gonna get thirsty. It's gonna dry you out.
I seen them do that to the monkey.
Not only that, it makes salt water maintains salt. That's where you get the swollen joints.
You don't need
But
high blood pressure.
I'm thinking that's what the combination of the meat. I'm thinking the meat and the salt does that.
You had a high blood pressure?
Yeah.
Because of what?
Because of salt.
Because of salt.
Too much salt. Too much salt in anything.
But I'm thinking the meat is what's making that go out of whack. If you eating vegetables and you have salt, that's not a problem.
No, it's gonna do the same thing.
Yeah, that's why you got all them salts that's not salt, like Dash.
Yeah. Okay, you talking about
that one I have, Slap Your Mama. That's not salt.
You talking about the grain salt from the beach, like pink salts and other salts.
Pink salts don't do that.
Yeah, they don't swell you up or nothing like that.
I got pink salt.
That other salt has sand in it though, and those tear the arteries up when you digest them. They rip your veins up and all kinds of stuff.
But what salt is in the Dasani water?
We don't know. I think it might
don't
be.
know.
That's a good question. We don't know. I mean, I would assume that it might be the iodine, but it might not.
You can think and guess and be in problem.
Right. You're right. You're right about that. You're right about that.
Good. Checkmate. Good. Okay.
No. But I was actually going to mention the but I think what it is with the salt is like the reason why the salt's a problem, especially with like all this stuff, whatever. It's a lot of salt and a lot of things. So a lot of people take a lot of excess salt. Like it's different. It's a difference if you actually take like you put salt like in the meat, some in the vegetables and stuff like that. But there is a lot of salt that we eat that we might not be aware of, especially if we eat a lot of processed food.
Yeah, that's true. And sugar.
We know that the Most High requires salt on all of his burnt offerings. You can't cook with him without according to the text. But I want to get to the brother's question that just came on. Again, if there's any question about what I came out with in Numbers chapter 11, you can ask the question again. I'm saying is that from reading them verses there, it don't seem the Most High want us to eat meat at all. Now, he's not going to ban you from eating meat. I'm not saying if you did eat some meat, you're going to go to hell, and and I'm not saying none of that kind of stuff. I think it's more it's wiser to be on the other side. If you can cut it out, you can cut it out. If not, I would keep it to a minimum, maybe to turkey, chicken, fish. I would keep it somewhere right there. You know what I'm saying? Cut that beef and steak out.
I mean, it's like this. If you want to eat some steak, damn. I can't do my hand because my hands are too big. Nobody in here has small hands. But yeah.
In proportion, you think?
Yeah, not too big. Not some big.
No, cut it out.
No, you just cut
it out. Cut it out.
I mean, what you, like you have like maybe like once in a while, like if you have it.
Once a year.
Yeah, not once a while, like every other,
every other year.
Once a month.
No. I'm saying with anything you eat, you can't do it in excess anyway. Even with the vegetable, you still can't overdo that.
But see, but not only that, at the age we are, we can't do that no more anyway. Like that dumb that comes in here, he's barbecuing beef ribs and everything.
I mean, that's all he knows, man. He doesn't know what we know. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
he don't want it. He know, but he don't want it to do. He wants to do what he wants. That's why he having operations on his knees.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, the scriptures talks about medicine from the earth. I've never heard from medicine from the animal flesh. When she's saying about the beef heals her, I gotta look into that because I've never read that before where beef heals you like the problem she had, just beef. She said beef, salt, and steak.
And lamb.
And lamb. No.
But
no.
But you gotta realize that was the Edomite.
I'm saying I understand.
So their molecular structure is different from ours.
It is different, but not that different.
Yeah.
But she does have other problems though too. Like, man, she had like COVID twice. And she had like some other stuff. Like she had some other stuff going on too. Like, dude, like but the thing is like, what she was bringing out was that, you know, like all the major diseases she had as a child, she actually just points to having that diet. You know what I'm saying? But she's had some problems, like, you know, and she had the problems like everybody else. You know what I'm saying?
I bet she has some damn toilet issues too.
If there's no questions on what I brought out with the dietary laws and Numbers 11 and Genesis 1, I'm going to further questions. Is there any questions on what he brought out? Wow. Okay, sister, I see you unmuted. You want to ask a question, sister?
No, I wanted to add to the conversation because I know she spoke about celiac disease, and that's a gluten issue that comes from wheat. So that may be one of the causes of eating meats where they're being fed grain, like the gentleman was saying before, because the grain is being contaminated by GMOs, and then therefore causing other issues in our bodies. Now, she said that she's had the issue since she was a very young child, which means it may not have necessarily been something that she had, but a generational thing, because of maybe she could never actually eat grains and pastas and, you know, the things that we take for granted and eat all the time. Whereas for her, she needed to maintain, for her, I'm using these words in relation to her diet, she needed to maintain a clean meat only in order to maintain her body. Now, I also have, or was born with sickle cell anemia, and I understand the autoimmune disease where your body is constantly fighting you to do what you want to do. I was really interested in listening to that video again because she did say something about the bloating, which I oftentimes have, and I never assumed that it was coming from the vegetables because I try to maintain a lot of vegetables, and I'm usually pulling from the organic side, trying to make sure that I'm not contaminated with, you know, with the things that they spread on our vegetables. And I think I was sharing with someone else's live that I learned that purchasing certain tomatoes in the grocery store, when they began to rot, they actually smell like meat instead of smelling like, you know, a rotten vegetable, which usually attracts gnats versus, sorry for the word, maggots. So I noticed that the quality of the food changed long before they claimed we were going to go into a famine. And those foods I stopped buying, those specific vegetables I stopped buying when I found out that's what it smelled like. I mean, a food shouldn't rot in your refrigerator, a fruit shouldn't rot in your refrigerator when you just purchased it.
Right.
So perhaps, you know, they've already contaminated the vegetables and her body knew before anyone else's because of the problems she was having long ago from birth or so with the wheat.
I would say so too. I mean, there's a lot of factors with her condition. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure that there's more to what she's saying than just what she's saying. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
She's making it sound like meat is a miracle, beef is a miracle thing that it cured most of her problems, or her serious issues and problems. You know what I'm saying?
I think what she's saying, again, what she's saying is telling us for her that she knows that she can't eat the vegetables because the vegetables are bad for her. They have made her sick. Now, when she said that she first reduced down to meat and greens, I saw myself at that stage one time because I would reap the benefits of the spinach from needing the necessary iron that's in the spinach. And then, of course, the vitamin C that comes with that, that's energy boosters. But I oftentimes cannot eat things like, and I'm sure lots of people just won't admit they can't eat tomatoes because tomatoes actually can be more harmful. They're more acidic, which is also like water can be acidic. And acid is good for some people and not good for others. I think acid is good for Caucasians and actually not good for African Americans or Hebrews, however you want to determine that we are. But I say that because what we eat does affect our body. And I see myself needing to prepare foods that my son will enjoy, but I can't eat. You know, he enjoys pastas and stuff. And of course, he's young and he has no problem. But I, after several operations, have had problems with the bloating, with having like extra stomach. And I remember seeing my father with that same issue. I wondered when I used to make just a cabbage, carrot, and onion soup, and you know, the bloating would go away. But that again, it goes to the carrots and the cabbage being a water carrier. It carries water. So giving me that extra water that my body is probably always missing.
Yeah, man. It's a lot, man. We gotta look into everything that she's definitely saying. You know, because I mean, she making it sound like it's something that anyone can take, and like you saying, that's not everybody. Her what she did ain't work for everybody.
Right.
Yeah,
Oh no,
Salaki,
no,
Salaki.
no, not at all.
When I hear the Edomites, I'm like, alert! There's alert! 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 Don't really believe it. Was that Psalms what 55 and Psalms 58? All right, you come out with those lies.
Yeah, definitely. That's what I'm saying. You gotta be careful. You definitely gotta be careful, man. Have to be. That's revolutionary. Yeah. Everybody working. Anyway, let me get the brother's question because he's been waiting for a while. Get to the brother's question. What you saying, Devon?
Man, you know, 2 times.
Emmanuel, you know you on twice. You know that, right?
Say what up?
You're on twice.
Oh no, I just got a phone call. One of them should have. Okay, it looked like that
Okay,
was it.
you're good now. Okay, brother Norbert, go ahead, brother, with your question.
Yeah. How you guys doing? This Norbert, how you guys doing? But just wanted to peace, brother. Just wanted to and sister too. Just wanted to first off start by saying Amayan. I've been listening to your stuff for a while. Started with the debates. Big fan of the way you bring out the information. I agree with a lot of what you say. Obviously, some stuff I disagree with. But you won't catch that with anybody. But what I really wanted to bring up, I guess, is it's kind of off topic. That's why I wanted to go last or whatever. If you guys don't want to touch too much on it, it's no problem. But this is something that came up for me that I noticed. Well, let me just start by posing a question, right? I think I know your stance, but let me just say, do you believe that that land that they call Israel today is actually the land? You think that's our actual home?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Now I got some scripture, some evidence that will go against it. If you want to go with me first, I guess we could start with Genesis chapter 12, right? Because this is talking about Abraham. Because my point of view is that that's not our land. That there's no way that that could be our land. A lot of people aren't really hip to this, but yeah, we go Genesis chapter 12. Let's see here. 12, and I think it's gonna be verse 13. Let's see. So sorry, let me see. All right, anyways, let's go to Genesis 13. Genesis 13. And I'm gonna read it from verse 1. It says this. Genesis 13, verse 1, reading from the KJV. It says this. And Abraham went up out of Egypt, he and his wife, and all that he had, and Lot with him into the south. Into the south. This is him coming out of Egypt after he went up with his wife Sarah because of the famine, and he got kicked out by Pharaoh. It says when he left Egypt, he went south. So that wouldn't put him in Israel today. That would put him somewhere in Africa. So I'm not sure if you guys ever read that verse. I know a lot of people haven't seen it, but just want to get your thoughts on that. And I mean, I got a lot more scriptures, but I mean, we could go slowly through it. But I got like 7 scriptures that clearly tell you it's not where they say it's at.
Okay, I mean, he went south. Okay.
Right. And if you go to Genesis 12 first, probably give you better context. Let me go Genesis 12. Let me see Genesis 12. And I'm gonna start with verse 1 real quick. It says, now the Lord had said unto Abram, get thee out of thy country and from thy kindred and from thy father's house unto a land that I will show thee, and I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee. That's another thing. That land cannot contain the stars of heaven. Just that's a side note. And I will bless thee and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing, and I will bless them that bless thee, and curse them that curse you, and curse him that curseth thee. And in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed. So Abraham departed as the Lord had spoken unto him. And Lot went with him, and Abraham was 75 years old when he departed out of Haran. So this is when God first called Abraham out of Haran. Now, I think Haran was in the Sahara Desert, Saharan Desert. Haran's deserted land, but that's a side note. Now, if you continue on, it says, and Abraham took Sarah, his wife, and Lot.
Before you continue,
Mhm.
What land did Abraham come from? Tell me, you read where he said to leave your kindred and land. Where did
Right.
initially?
Right. So I mean, he was in the land of Haran. The Bible says he's in the land of Haran, right?
No.
Because I'm with you.
Before he went to Haran, where was he at?
Oh, okay, yeah. He was actually Ur of the Chaldees, right?
Where is that located?
I'm not too sure. You know what? Somebody said, because I don't really trust these maps that they give out today. But somebody did say that it was around Iraq, the Iraq area. That's what they think.
Mesopotamia.
Right. That's what they think. I mean, I will bet to differ. But that's what they think, right? So even if you take Mesopotamia, let's say we take Mesopotamia, it still doesn't change the fact that when he came out of Egypt, he went south, right? He still went south regardless coming out of Egypt, because we know that, long story short, right? We know that when God gave him the charge to leave, it says that he journeyed south. So if you want to say he journeyed south from Iraq, all right, or Mesopotamia, that's no problem. We know he's journeying south. And then he built an altar somewhere. It says he built an altar and he called upon the name of the Lord. And then at some point he goes back into Egypt because there's a famine, right? And then if you go back to chapter 13, now it's him coming out of Egypt. Now he's coming out of Egypt and he's going south. And if you continue, let me get it out actually. And if you continue, so we are Genesis chapter 13, verse.
Can you read chapter 12, verse 6?
All right, cool. Let me see. Chapter 12, verse 6. Genesis chapter 12, verse 6. And Abraham passed through the land onto the place of Shechem, onto the plain of Moreh, and the Canaanite was then in the land.
Okay, so we know that the Israelites took the land of Canaan. You agree, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so the land of Canaan, you saying the land of Canaan is in Africa today?
Yeah. Yes, about Central Africa, yeah, for a fact.
Okay, so if Canaan,
yeah, go ahead.
if Canaan is in Africa, that would also mean that Jerusalem is also in Africa.
Correct, yeah, correct, for a fact.
So Jerusalem's in Africa, then also the Dead Sea and all those things would be in Africa.
In Africa, for a fact, yeah, for a
All that
fact.
is in Africa. Okay, I just want to be
Yeah.
clear before we go on. Okay, all that is in Africa.
Right. Right.
Okay.
So yes, I'm sorry, somebody else something to say?
No, go ahead, brother.
All right, cool. Yeah, so yeah, all of that is in Africa, but I mean the maps that they give you today in all locations that they claim is all fabricated. You know what I'm saying? These are the same people that took the land. I mean, that quote unquote took the land. This is Esau, right? That we don't trust, but he's the one making the maps, but we trust his maps. You know what I mean? It doesn't make too much sense to me. But anyway, so if we go back to Genesis 13, right? Because remember, he built an altar somewhere, and that where he built that altar, God said, "I'm gonna give this land to you forever," right? So now we know he's coming out of Egypt, right? He's coming out of Egypt and he's going south. I mean, that's just clear as day. He's going south. And a lot of people, they I don't know if they just never saw this verse or what. And let's see verse 2. Genesis chapter 13, verse 2, starting at verse 2. And Abraham was very rich in cattle, in silver, and in gold, and he went on his journeys from the south even to Bethel, onto the place where his tent had been at the beginning. Right? So he's leaving Egypt, he's going south, and he arrives to the place where his tent was at the beginning, which is still south of Egypt. Right? Verse 4. Onto the place of the altar. So this is where the altar is, it's south of Egypt, which he had made there at the first. And there Abraham called upon the name of the Lord. Right. And that's the land that God gave to Abraham. It's in Central Africa. I have others. If you guys want to touch on the scriptures, I mean, like for example, we could probably go to, okay, perfect example, right? You guys know the Gihon River?
Yeah, I mean, but what you reading there, you know that when he said that he went south, what's the Hebrew word that's there?
Negev, right?
Negev.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
right.
Now, now you know that. So you saying that the Negev south?
South, brother. Yeah.
Okay, so is the Negev a location also, or is it just a direction?
I mean, I guess you could probably make the argument that it's the location, but it is used as a direction. For example, like when they said that they were, I guess, pitching up the tent, it said something about northward, southward, eastward, and I said northward, eastward, westward, and southward. Talking about directions, and the word for southward is Negev. It's the same word. But I mean, you could make that argument and say it's a place, but I have other scriptures that would cut that and tell you that it's still not that place.
It's not.
Like for example, for example, if you wanted to take that stance that it's a place, I could say, okay, you guys know the Gihon River, right?
The Gihon River. Do we know the Gihon River?
Yeah. You guys know about the Gihon River?
Yes.
All right. So the Gihon River in Genesis chapter 2, and this is out of the mouth of God Himself, right? The Most High Himself, right? Genesis chapter 2 through His servant Moses, right? Let's go to verse 13, right?
Let everyone get there right quick. Let everyone get there right quick.
All right, no problem.
Genesis chapter 2.
And by the way, brothers, I'm not coming out in the spirit of strife or contention. You know what I'm saying? I'm just bringing out because I mean to me at some point this was new to me, and I could be wrong. I'm not too prideful to say, I could be wrong. I'm saying, but this makes sense to me. This is what makes sense to me. So, be open minded. I'm just saying, be open minded. I could be wrong, but if we could just walk through it together. Again, I'm not coming in the spirit of contention or to cause argument. So, all right, when y'all ready, just let me know.
Yeah, I just want to say, brother, it's okay, brother.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? We just we exchange information here because man, I could be wrong. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I could be wrong in where I think the place is. You know what I'm saying? So you might be showing me something that I don't know. You know what I'm saying? So as people do me, when I have a certain doctrine that they don't see or believe, they ask me a million questions. So
yeah, for a fact. And I mean, I think any wise man would do that. You know what I'm saying? I think it would just take me from my word. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, for a fact.
Yeah, don't think the questions are actually be confrontational. They just
Oh no. I'm not. I just didn't want y'all to take me the wrong way. But I understand. I understand. But I mean, me myself, when I kind of introduced this, I had a million questions too, because I thought that was land until I got like 14 scriptures that I mean just shows that it can't be according to the mouth of God Himself. So I mean, whenever y'all ready for that Genesis 2:13, let me know.
Come, we ready.
Everybody there?
Come.
All right. Genesis chapter 2, verse, and just a quick little background on what I'm bringing out. This is talking about the Garden of Eden and the 4 rivers that came out of the garden. So I'll probably go back up to 12 instead of 13 to get some context. Let me see. Actually, let me see. Let me go up to verse 9, if y'all don't mind, just for me to get some context. It says, Genesis chapter 2, verse 9. And out of the ground made the Lord God to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food, the tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it was parted and became into 4 heads. The name of the first is Pishon, that is it which compasseth the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold, and the gold of that land is good. There is bolium and the onyx stone, and the name of this is important now, Genesis chapter 2, verse 13. And the name of the second river is Gihon. The same is it that encompasseth the whole land of Ethiopia. Now, keep that in mind. The Gihon River, according to God himself, is the same river that encompasses the whole land of Ethiopia. It's just a Cush, not Ethiopia, because we know that Ham's son was named Cush, not Ethiopia, but I think we get the gist. It's interchangeable. Now, back then, right? Back then, they used to call pretty much most of sub-Saharan Africa Kush because the colonizers or whatever they weren't familiarized with it, so they just called it. They just lumped it all in as Kush, right? So according to God, this river Gihon, which is the Garden of Eden, is in the land of Ethiopia, which is Kush, which is in Africa, right? Now, I'm gonna show you guys a verse where King Solomon was actually crowned king by the Gihon River.
Okay, before you,
Yeah.
I want to say, have you looked at this text in Hebrew or no?
Genesis chapter 2, 13.
Yeah.
I think I might have. I'm not gonna say for sure, to be honest. I don't know.
The-
Why? What's going on?
The reason why I'm reading in some notes here that I have, right?
Mhm.
It says Gihon, the river east of the Tigris, the modern Karnak, not Karnak. What am I saying? The modern Kerhath, Kerkhah. Kerhath. It says
Okay.
an ancient Cospes, rising to the mountains of the Kasi. Kas has been confused with the Hebrew Cush. It is not the African Cush or Ethiopia, but the Akkadian Kas is the notes that I have here. So it's saying that they're confusing Kas with Cush. That's why they're saying that it's in Ethiopia, but it's the Akkadian Kas.
It's saying they're confusing Kas with Kush.
Yes, they're confusing Kas with Cush, and this river Gihon is actually is the east of the Tigris, which will bring you over there back to Abraham was in Mesopotamia. It's what I have here.
Right. So, but in the Hebrew, right, where it says Kush, right? Does it actually like what does it say in the Hebrew? Like, what's the actual word? The Hebrew word.
Kas, Kas, Kas.
It's Kas. Let me see.
Kas. Let me look. Hold on. Let me read it again to make sure that
okay.
It says, and it has been confused with the Hebrew Kush. Let me see what the word is exactly. It's not. Let me look it up. It's just giving me the information. I want you to look up exactly what the Hebrew word that's there is.
Yeah. I think I looked it up, but I don't know. Let me see. Genesis chapter 2, verse 13.
Better be safe. Anything else? Look it up. What?
But I mean, but I mean, even then, I still got. Anyways, let me see. So let's see. Genesis chapter 2, verse 13. 13. Let me see. Kush. Okay, let me see. What's that? That's 3, 5, 6, 8, right? Let's see where else it's used at. It says the word is Kush. 3, 5, 6, 8. Kush. Proper name, masculine, person of a people. Proper name, masculine. Kush. A son of Ham, also his descendant. That's the Hebrew word 3, 5, 6, 8. Yeah, so I think they're talking about Kush.
Yeah,
Give me
I mean
some-
that's what I'm saying. This information. Well, here's my question.
Yeah, I'm with you, brother.
I think I know why this commentary is saying that. Let me come back from the Bible. I'm gonna come back
Okay.
to Genesis chapter 2, right?
Okay.
And I'm gonna get verse 7, right?
Okay.
So Genesis chapter 2, verse 7 says, and the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. And the Lord God planted a garden, it says eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. So this garden was eastward, it says. Okay.
Right.
So now Africa is not considered, I mean, from where we are, it'd be considered east, because we're in the west. That'll be considered east.
Right.
So now when you deal with location in the Bible, to find out what location you going to, you have to establish a beginning point. Where are you at to be saying that it's east or west, right?
Right.
And I have found in the scriptures that it uses the land of Israel as the
Right.
center. And then from that point, it's east or west, whatever it was telling you. You know what I'm saying? So if it's
I
saying
agree.
if it's saying east, that this garden was east, and if Israel is in the land of Africa, Garden of Eden is not there because it said it's east. It will be east of wherever Israel is. They'll put the Garden of Eden outside of Africa.
Nah, because I mean, like let's say for example, if you were to take Israel as the Israel, then Garden of Eden, I mean eastward, right? Because Gihon, I mean that still wouldn't be that still wouldn't be where I guess the other Gihon that you claimed was. I mean, it still wouldn't match up. You know what I mean? And also, I noticed too. I agree with you that usually whenever they do use directions and they don't specify from where it's coming from, they're usually talking about Israel. But at this point, the land of Israel is not really being counted because Israel is not really a nation yet. This is the beginning. You know what I'm saying? So, and you got to remember, at this point, the earth was still this is the beginning. So earth was still in one giant blob. You know what I'm saying? So we don't know how it was. You know what I'm saying? Like we could take a guess because it looks like a puzzle, but we really don't know how it was really put together. You know what I'm saying? Because the earth that was then before the flood is not the same. It's not the same shape or the same, you know what I'm saying, as it is right now, if that makes any sense.
I would agree,
Uh-huh.
but with this verse here, you have to establish your starting point.
The starting point? Okay, I
What
got
would
you.
your starting point be in terms of this verse right here? Where because it says
Right.
it's eastward. So it's pointing us to the east. So where would your starting point be to say
Right.
whatever you're starting from, it'd be east of that. So where are you starting from exactly? Compared to this verse.
Well, I mean, my thing would be what I'm saying is that to be honest, none of us really know because again, this is before the land of Israel. You know what I'm saying? Now, I guess you could say, well, God always knew where Israel was going to be, so he could have just been talking about, okay, from Israel anyways, right? But I mean, either way it goes, I mean, that still wouldn't negate the fact that God said it encompasses the land of Cush, right?
It would.
To encompass means, why is that?
It would make a difference because if the Garden of Eden, according to this text, puts the Garden of Eden in the Philippines, which is to the east, toward Mesopotamia, that area over there by Iraq and that area there, and it would fit.
Okay, I got you. Right. I got you. But then if that's the case, that would disqualify because here's the thing, right? Israel has to be where the Gihon River is at, right? Because the Gihon River is where King Solomon was crowned king at, and there's also multiple verses where Hezekiah stopped the watercourse of Gihon and he built a wall on the west side of the city of David on the west side of Gihon. So we know the city of David and Gihon are synonymous. Like they're like it's right there. So now if you're saying that Israel is east and the garden, I mean Israel is the starting point, the garden is east, of Israel, that means that the Gihon would also be east of Israel, meaning it's not in Israel. And that would also mean that again, they're not there because they would have to be in the Garden of Eden with the Gihon is. You know what I'm saying? They would have to be where the Gihon is because that's where Solomon was crowned king. According to the scriptures, that's where the city of David is. It's literally right there by the Gihon. And we read in Genesis that it's the same river that encompasses, which means to surround the land of Cush.
You know what?
And I mean, there's yeah, I'm with you, bro. I'm with you.
No, what I'm saying is that the reason why I'm saying that it would fit that if you start from that point, because over there we know over there, according to the other two rivers, I don't think it's not disputed, the Tigris and the Gihon.
No. Actually, the Tigers and the Euphrates, I would dispute that too, bro. I would say these maps that these quote unquote Edomites then gave us, bro, is way off. Like they confusing us on purpose. They doing this on purpose, and I'm sure not everybody knows, but those the Zionists, those fake Jews, they laughing at us, bro. I mean, I think they just laughing at us. Like these people really want this desert. You know what I'm saying? Bro, and then on top of that, when you really think about it, right? When you think about it, bro, Israel's supposed to be a land full of natural resources. Am I wrong or right?
Right.
Right. All right. So if you look at the Congo, right, look into the Congo, it's literally the richest landmass on earth, but the poorest people live in there today. It don't make no sense. I mean, unless you know about the curse of Deuteronomy 28, right, and how we would be cursed in the land, because you got to remember there were still curses that were supposed to happen in the land to us. Another thing is that a lot of people don't know that a lot of the slaves came from Congo. They just say West Africa, but they don't know that the majority of the slaves came from Congo. A lot of Americans, a lot of Brazilians, a lot of Haitians is deemed directly Congolese. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these people, they are Congolese. You know what I'm saying? I also had ancient maps that show Yehuda literally smack dab in a huge portion in the middle of Africa. You know what I'm saying? Right where the Congo is, where is the richest landmass on earth, right? And then on top of that, we know that the land of Israel, right? Okay, bro, perfect example, right? Have you guys ever looked at Mount Zion in Israel? You guys ever Googled that before? Mount Zion in Israel? What they claim to be Mount Zion?
Yes.
It's Arabia, right?
It's a joke. It's a joke. That ain't no mountain. That's a hill. That is a hill. Have you guys ever looked up the Jordan River that they claim to be the Jordan River? It's a joke. Like no joke, right? No cap. I could literally jump over the Jordan River. And keep in mind that Joshua parted the river and everybody was afraid of him, like they were of Moses. Right now, look up rivers like the Congo River or some big river. Come on, so if somebody just parted that little tiny, I mean, I wouldn't even be impressed. I'm just being honest. I wouldn't even be impressed. And on top of that, the land that don't got no natural resources, barely didn't got any mountains. What they call Mount Zion is a little tiny hill. It's a joke. You know what I'm saying? We see that Abraham went south out of Egypt, right? And then we see that the Gihon River is the same river that comes to the land of Ethiopia. And we see that King Solomon was also crowned by the Gihon River. And I mean, and also another scripture would be Jeremiah chapter 30, verse 14 to 18. It talks about how in the latter days, when God comes back, right, that they're gonna rebuild Israel upon its heaps, which means that the land of Israel is going to be in the state of a third world country, pretty much a quote unquote S-hole. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to be a developed country like Israel today, where they got skyscrapers and all that stuff going. You know what I'm saying? And again, the land has nothing in it. It just don't make no sense to me at all. And then another thing too. I mean, I don't mean to be long-winded, but another thing too, right? Do you guys know how many kings and kingdoms Joshua took over in the land of Israel? 31 kings, 31 kingdoms. They can't all fit. And of those 31 kings, some of them were giants, right? And God said that they were as tall as the cedars, which is about 100 feet tall. 31 kings are not going to fit. Even if you gave them the whole Arabian Peninsula, 31 kingdoms, right? Not to mention the kingdoms that we left in the land to prove us, plus the ones that Moses took before Joshua. That's about 40, probably like 40 nations. They're not fitting in where they call Israel today. It doesn't make any logical sense. But if you look at Central Africa or that area, it's very plausible.
Okay, but again, the problem with it is that when you're dealing with directions, you have to establish a starting point, because then otherwise everything else from that point we're just speculating. We don't have a starting point to what we're saying, and everything else that comes from that point would have to be
because look, we wouldn't need a starting point. Look, for example, let's say Gihon, right? We wouldn't need a starting point for that because it tells us already that Gihon. It tells you where Gihon is, so you don't need a starting point. It tells you Gihon.
This is the starting point. Here's why: because I'm telling you, the text got you saying that the Garden of Eden is eastward. Africa is never termed to be in the east. Or if
What?
from where we are, is east of us. You know what I'm saying? But
Right.
when we talk about the Middle East or the East, it's considered anywhere from Israel going all the way back to Iraq and that area. That's all considered east over there, right?
Right. But
Right,
But my question would be: is who established that, God or man?
No, I'm saying what the Bible said that he planted a garden eastward.
Eastward, right, eastward, right. But
So that's
okay,
that's
for example, right?
east, right. So there, Eden is the earth. So he planted a
Right.
garden eastward in the earth. So we know
Right.
east in the earth is over that side over there when you're going over to Mesopotamia and to Philippines. All that's considered the east area. So if the Bible is saying he planted it in the east, we have to say, well, that's where the east is. It's in that area. It can't be in Africa. Africa is no term as the east. But from our standpoint, would be if you say, well, he's speaking of us over here,
brother. Brother, but the thing is, right? Israel and Africa, right? If you're talking about east, right? I mean, that wouldn't be a strong argument because if you just take a ruler, right? And I'm looking at a map right now. If you took a ruler, you put a line straight through Israel, right? And draw all the way down through Africa, it runs through Congo. So I mean, so it wouldn't make any sense. If you want to say east, then you have to say China. You have to say it's like China or in Russia. That would be east because I mean, it's pretty much Israel and Congo as far as the I don't know if that's I guess vertically speaking. They're almost the same.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that pertaining to the rivers that you're talking about, I'm saying that these rivers flowed out of the garden. It says, right? So, I'm saying that this garden. Is
okay, I got you.
The garden it will flow from there, will flow to the west. I'm not saying that.
I got you.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that this garden started your starting point for this garden. We have to be somewhere to the east, and from there, rivers flowed from the garden and came opposite to the west.
Okay, no, makes sense. That was a misunderstanding. No, makes sense. Makes sense what you're saying. Yeah. So it could have flowed to the west. That makes sense.
That's what I'm saying. The commentary is saying that they're mixing up the Akkadian Kaz, which is over there in Mesopotamia, with Cush, because he's saying that, well, if this garden is to the east, it can't be speaking of Africa because it's letting us know the location of the garden is to the east. It's not nowhere in Africa to the west. So
but then remember, instead of garden came out, just like you said just yourself, a garden came out, right? I mean, a river came out of the garden, right? It came out of the garden. So that means it came out of the east, right? Which means it can go in any direction. It's coming out of the east. It can go even further eastward. It can go even further southward. It can go northward, westward. But it's coming out of the east, right? So that means it can go into the west.
I'm saying, right, it came from, there's a river that came out, but then it split, right? So it split to go to cover the rest of the earth, to water the rest of the earth, right? It split, right. And of course that will turn into rivers and stuff and streams and all that other stuff, right? To water the whole earth. But
right. So
the point is that it originates somewhere to the east.
The garden. Okay, sure. I mean, even if you want to take that view, I would say I'm not going to argue, right? But either way it goes, right? We know Joshua, and I mean, I wouldn't no disrespect, but I wouldn't say that's really a strong argument, right? But we know that Joshua, right? Joshua took over 31 nations, right? I mean, are you going to argue that those 31 nations fit in that land of Israel?
Yes.
Really?
That's a. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if you have done the geography of that particular land from where.
It's tiny, bro. Yep. Like that land is 1/4 the size of New York State, bro.
Okay, who told you that?
No, you can look it up. The land of Israel is literally 1/4. Like just look up on Google. Israel compared to New York State, bro, it's tiny. It's 1/4 the size. I mean, you can look it up you just look at a map. You can't even see Israel on a map. It's tiny. Like why would God give his people that tiny land for people that's supposed to be the size as many as the stars of heaven, bro? Like, why would he give them that tiny land for and he knows they're gonna be as many as the stars of heaven?
Why would he do that? No, let me read it. The land given to Abraham, it gives you its boundaries. Let's read it. Let's read the boundary that he's going to give to him, and we'll see if the boundary you're talking about is in the land of Africa. All right.
Okay. Yeah. Let's go ahead, bro.
All right. So let's come to the book of Genesis, right?
Salaki, do we have a map that we can show? Is there a map that we can actually show where we could see?
Yes, I can pull the map up. I'll pull it up. Right after I get this verse, I'm gonna pull the map up. I'm gonna pull the map up. Okay. Let me grab this verse and I'm gonna pull up the map. Okay.
Salakia, this is good to brother Norbit. Norbit.
Yep. Norbert. No problem.
This is good.
Thank you. I mean,
Appreciate you
again,
coming on with these questions.
brother, it's no problem. And again, I'm not coming. I know sometimes I can get zealous, and I'm saying I get passionate. Don't take it the wrong way. I'm not coming off, because I listen to you brothers a lot. Actually, I download your Sabbath classes, and I listen to them when I'm doing my job, because I drive for a living. So I put you guys on a lot, and I do get edified from what you guys say, but hey, I'm just saying, let's keep an open mind here, because I like to come at things as if I'm a detective. You know what I'm saying? Like as if I was a detective and nobody told me where the land of Israel was. I'm just going off of purely scripture. Like where does it, you know what I'm saying? What makes the most sense is what I'm coming at. So
So this is good, brother. I like these questions. And I just wanted to say, like, when you go back into ancient maps too, Israel gets a lot bigger.
Okay.
Because you got the 12 tribes and they're named after the 12 tribes of Israel. All those lands are in Israel. So I just wanted to say that.
Okay.
You're absolutely right, my brother. It's much bigger. Even Africa is much bigger.
Oh yeah. That's another thing too, right? I mean, you guys ever heard the Mercator projection? The Mercator projection?
Say that again, brother. The what projection?
Yep. It's called the Mercator projection, right? So pretty much what that's just saying is that, like, you guys see how the maps look today, right? How the proportion of the states look. They are all inaccurate, right? If you guys look up the Mercator projection, I mean, I don't know how to put stuff up on the screen. I would if I knew how to, but I don't know how to. I'm not that tech savvy. But if you guys look up the Mercator projection, right, you'll see that the size of Africa is probably about 1/3 of the entire Earth. It's massive, right? But on a map, you look at a regular map, you won't be able to tell, right? And the size of Russia, Europe, it's tiny. All that land is really tiny, right? But they distort the maps and make it look a lot bigger, and it makes Africa look small. But Africa is about 1/3 of the Earth. It's huge. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so can we get Genesis 15, 17, and 18? Genesis chapter 15, 17, and 18.
Genesis chapter 15, starting at 17, and it reads, and it came to pass that when the sun went down and it was dark, behold, a smoking furnace and a burning lamp that passed between those pieces.
Go ahead.
18. And the same day the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, unto thee, see, have I given this land from the river of Egypt into the great river, the river
Euphrates.
Okay,
so he said, now he mapping up. This is obviously boundaries that he's giving. If you talk about a land mass, you got to give boundaries. The first boundary is the river of Egypt. That will be the Nile. Would it not? It's the Nile, it's the Gulf of Aqaba, or it's the Red Sea. Those are the three rivers over there up in Egypt, right? That those flows out to the Mediterranean. So the first boundary is of Egypt. Then the next boundary says is the Great Sea, right? So what is that? Let me be clear.
Did it say Great Sea?
It says the
Euphrates.
The Great River. The Great River, right? So now, usually, I'm gonna read the other verse where this great river, as I believe, is speaking of the Mediterranean, right? Because in Daniel, it's called the Great Sea in there, and it's speaking of the Mediterranean.
Wait, brother. So you're saying it's not actually speaking of the river Euphrates that is known as Euphrates today?
No,
is giving him a boundary. So a boundary meaning these are walls. So
Right,
the
borders,
river
right.
would be the first one would be on your east side. Then the next one will be on your north side. Next one will be then on your west side, giving you a top box without mentioning the bottom, right? So you have Egypt, Mediterranean, and then you have the Euphrates. That makes perfect
Well,
sense. That was for Israel.
right. No, but the thing is, right, if you don't mention the bottom, that wouldn't work for Israel, right? That would only work for because we know that there was nations south of Israel, like Edom, for example, right? We know Edom was south of Israel, and God said that we're not going to touch Edom's land, right? So you have to put a south boundary, right? You would have
No,
to put a
no,
south boundary.
I got you. No, I understand what you're saying. That's why this verse right here, this is unfulfilled. This isn't fulfilled yet because Israel have never owned that much land ever. We have never owned that much land from the river of Egypt all the way to the Euphrates. That has never happened. If it has, someone can show me.
No,
It's going to happen.
it did, bro. No, it did, bro. Because for example, right, Joshua said, right, in the book of Joshua, he said everything that the Lord had promised us, he then did, right? Because even the lands that we did that we didn't take over, right? We still had them in subjection to us. If they was in our boundaries, we had them in subjection to us.
No. But if you're saying that, then if you're saying that the boundaries I just read just now encompasses the land of Edom, does it not?
I mean, you're saying there's no south border. I mean, right here, I don't see him giving a north border either. I think he's just giving the east to west border. I'm saying it's gonna be from here to here. It's gonna be from this east to this west, or from this
I'm
west
saying
to this east.
it starts off with Egypt. Egypt would be your west border. Would it not? Egypt would be your west border.
I mean, yeah. If you're taking your stance that that's the true Israel, then that would be your west border. I'm taking it as if that's the east border. I'm taking it as if that's the east border. And the Great River Euphrates, if you do your research on the Great River Euphrates, if you start looking at ancient maps, you'll notice that Euphrates River that's in the middle of east, like it's not there. Like it's like they just recently called that the Euphrates. But if you look at ancient maps, you see that the Euphrates is actually the Niger River. That was actually called the Euphrates.
Wait. Let's start here. Let's start here. What is the river of Egypt according to you in that verse right there? What river is
As
that?
far as my understanding is, that's the Nile River. That's the Nile River.
The Nile River runs north and south or east and west?
No, it runs north and south.
Okay, if it runs north and south, then that would be your west border running north and south.
No, that would be my because remember my stance is that the land is in Africa, so that would be the east border.
Okay, if that's your east border, you're saying that the Great River that's also in Egypt. That's in Egypt?
No, I'm not saying that.
In Africa?
Right, yeah. Like if you look up the Niger River, right, it used to be called the Euphrates River. I mean, you can look it up. I'm not capping. Look it up. It used to be called the Euphrates River, right? And I think that's what he means by the great, and that's a huge river too. It makes sense. The Great River. I mean, the Euphrates now is tiny, right? So I think that's that's the Great River Euphrates is all the way in where the Niger River is at. So that's the one border. That's the west border, right? And then the east border is the Nile River.
Wait a minute, you just got through saying that the Nile, if the Nile is your east border, then you're going west from that point. You can't go east, you're going west now.
Right, yeah. I'm with you. So now you're going west, right? You're going west, all the way to West Africa is where you're gonna catch the Niger River. It's literally it's pretty much right in West Africa is the Niger River, right?
So
this is the land, keep in mind, this is the land that we got taken off and put on slave ships in, right? Like it was prophesied in the land. They was gonna do this in the land. They was gonna do this to us in the land, right? And if we go through the curses, right? Some of these curses were to happen to us in the land, which is happening to this day, but we don't even. Now I'm with you, bro. I'm with you.
Did we left Egypt, correct?
Right, we left Egypt.
Okay, so we're not supposed to go back there at all, right?
Right. Yeah, we're not supposed to. But I know we did, but we're not supposed to. Yeah, but we did.
Egypt is in Africa, correct?
Yeah, Egypt is in Africa. Yeah.
Okay, so you were saying that when we left Egypt, the Lord gave us just the land just south of Egypt. You're saying, is that what you're saying?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so now you saying is your east border, correct?
Correct.
Okay, then you saying that the Great Sea, that's your north border, correct?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying the Nile is the east border. The Great River Euphrates is the west border.
Okay, what's your north border?
The north border?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, right here doesn't specify, but from what I've been able to pretty much I'm not saying for certain, but
It's giving you three different rivers here. The river of Egypt is one, then it gives
I
you
might have missed my bad.
yeah, it gives you three rivers. So these are three boundaries right here.
Mm-hmm.
Right? To give
Yeah,
you rivers.
Genesis 15, verse 17, you said?
18.
Okay. In the same day, the Lord made a covenant with Abraham, saying, unto thy seed have I given this land from the river of Egypt onto the great river, the river Euphrates. That's only two.
That's three. No, it says from the river of Egypt onto
right.
the next border. The next border is the great. The next border is the great river. Then it says Euphrates.
No. It says from river of Egypt, that's one border, right? And then it says onto the great river, comma, which is saying the great. So now it's about to say what the great river is. It's the river Euphrates. You know what I'm saying it's from Egypt to the great river, comma, what is the great river? It's the river Euphrates.
No,
you see what I'm
saying? If I can read in the text where the great river is the Mediterranean Sea, because the Mediterranean Sea is right above Egypt. You agree, correct?
Okay. I mean, I'm not sure. Sure. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not gonna say. I mean, I don't know. To be honest, I don't know.
All right, I'm gonna go to the maps.
I mean, I'll take your word for it, though. But all right.
I'm gonna go to the maps now. You better ask for the map. Let's get to the maps. Let me pull the maps up and Google these maps up here. So
yeah, that'll make it easier to you.
Yeah, the first thing I'm gonna Google is the river of Egypt. Is that good?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Then I'm gonna share my screen. All right. What's coming up so far is showing the Nile. Let me share my screen right quick. Oops, the wrong one. What am I doing? Wrong one. All right. Hope you guys can see that. All right. So I Google right here, the river of Egypt, right here to the right, it says the Nile, river of Africa. So it says it's showing us the Nile to show you how long it is, right?
Mm-hmm. No, bro, that's actually not how long the Nile is at all. The Nile actually runs into the Nile actually starts in Congo and it runs down into Egypt because Egypt is downhill from Congo. The Nile actually starts in the Congo. It's actually our river, and then it goes down into Egypt.
Let me click on this. This is not given. Let me click on this map. See, can we get it bigger? This is showing us the land of Israel. Let me take this land out. We want Africa. What is this thing doing? That's the brook of Egypt. Okay, I'm trying to get a map. Let me see if this brings it up. Okay, so we're here in Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
So you saying here in the Sudan, the Sudan is where Israel is, correct? Down here, correct?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying no. Israel is deeper down, bro. It's like what? Scroll down, you're gonna see where Congo is. Scroll down a little bit.
This doesn't have to scroll down. You can only make it bigger.
Okay.
Okay, let me go less. Okay, less. All right.
Okay, yeah. All right, so you see where it says DRC? You see where it says DRC?
Yes.
All right, okay, so pretty much you see where all that green land is at?
Yes.
Where all that good vegetation is at? Where all like pretty much the resources and everything is at? That's Israel, bro. That's Israel.
Okay. Which river here is the Nile River here?
Okay. So you was just at it, right? You see that lake, right? Where it says Uganda, right? It
Yeah.
says Uganda, right? Okay, so
Uh-huh.
the Nile starts right between DRC, Rwanda, and Burundi, right? That's where the Nile starts,
The Nile is
right? It
here, you
starts.
saying?
Nah, go over right there. Yep, right there. Yep.
Nile.
Yeah,
This
the Nile actually
so,
starts
wait, so the
right.
Nile comes here, then it splits? Okay, this is splitting. This is splitting going here.
No. Those lines right there, those are state lines, bro. Those are state lines that you're seeing. Those
Okay,
state lines.
then
But if you zoom in from there, you're gonna see the actual Nile River, and it starts in Congo and it goes down into Egypt.
wait, Egypt is up here, bro.
I know, but as far as elevation goes, if you take the elevation of Africa, right? South Africa is up, right? When you go in to South Africa, you're actually going up. Hence why when he said he went down into Egypt, he literally went downhill. Because if you look up the word down, doesn't mean south, it means he descended into Egypt, right? And then when he came out of Egypt, it said he went up out of Egypt into the south, which if you look up the word, it means he ascended out of Egypt into the south. Which if you look at the elevation of Africa, if you're coming out of Egypt into the south, you're actually going uphill. You're ascending. Your elevation is going up. If you're going down into Egypt, right? If you're going into Egypt, you're going downhill. So the river, not obviously rivers don't run from downhill or uphill. So if the elevation of Congo is higher than the elevation of Egypt, the Nile belongs to the Congo because that's where it runs down. It runs down into Egypt, and then it empties itself into the sea. But it starts like, yeah, if you zoom in, right, you see those lakes, right? It's kind of like they kind of breaking up, right? Eventually it turns into a river, right? Because these how they're lakes and they break up. Eventually it turns into a river, and that river goes all the way down into Egypt, into what's that, the Mediterranean
What I'm
Sea.
saying, when this river comes up and then it disappears because you said this is a landmass here. This landmass here is South Sudan. It disappears.
Right. Because you have to zoom in, right? You have to, like, for example, if you go to the Nile River from the top, let's say from Egypt, right? And you zoom in and you trace it all the way down, you're gonna end up in Congo.
Right here we go. Right here, this it must be this right here. Then this orange line. This must be the Nile right here.
No, I don't think the yellow line. No, I don't think those yellow lines are the Nile, bro. You gotta zoom in some more. I think you gotta zoom in some more. Yeah, you gotta zoom in some more. All right, yeah, so that's the Nile, right? Yeah, so you see, keep tracing it down. Now it looks like, right? Yeah, now keep tracing it down, right? You see it's still going, right?
Yeah, I'm showing you. We're gonna follow it. See, comes right here, comes all the way down. This is the Nile right here, then, right? You agree? This is the Nile. We're coming down.
I agree. That blue line is a Nile coming down.
Nile. Okay, so it banks and it comes this way. Right.
Right.
It banks and it comes this way. And I guess it comes down here and it comes this way. It's coming all the way down here. When you come over.
Yeah, see Nile River, right?
Calls it the Nile. But listen,
right.
Listen, look. This one here goes up another direction. This goes a different direction.
No, watch. Zoom. Right, no, because it breaks into two. Watch, zoom in.
Let me
zoom in and break.
Zoom in.
Now follow that one up.
Okay, yeah, this is the Nile right here. This goes this way.
Right, because watch, follow it up. It's gonna connect to the actual Nile.
We came from here just now and met the Nile. We wasn't in the Nile just now. This is the Nile right here going up. Right, let me go up. This is the Nile coming this way.
Right.
See, there's Nile right here. It's coming this way. It banks this way. It says Nile. It's coming this way. What is this thing doing?
Don't want the truth to come out, you know what I'm saying?
Anyway,
I mean, if you want to go through it, you can go through it, brother. But I mean, I did it myself. And trust me, it does go into. You could even look it up. All right, cool. All right, cool. No problem.
Got it. I'm good. I remember exactly where it was. I'll bring it back up. It's right here. It's where we was at, right here. That's exactly where we was.
and we went up this way. This is where we was going up here, this way.
Right.
This right here. And this ends right here at Abu Hamad.
No. About zoom in. It connects, bro. Zoom in. It connects. Trust me. It don't end. Trust me. Zoom in. Because the river just gets thin in those areas. Zoom in. You see the river? It ain't never stopped. It connects, bro. It connects. Yeah.
Let me go up.
Yeah, connect.
Okay, it goes over.
Oh.
It goes
Still
up
the same
and
river.
down. It goes up and it comes down. And it comes all the way back down again. It
And
comes
then it
back
goes all
down. It's not okay. And it comes over here.
And then all the way to Egypt, bro. Yeah. Yeah, and it's going to lead you all the way to the Egypt, to the Mediterranean Sea. If that's even what it's called, but.
Okay, then now right here it splits, right? It splits and goes here and it ends somewhere here. It ends on that way.
Yeah, right.
And it comes this way, okay? And it turns into a Lake Nesser here. I guess that it comes up here. Gonna go up. Gonna go up. Gonna go up. I'm assuming it's still the Nile. It's coming up. It's coming to Cairo. Goes into Cairo. I guess it's somewhere over here. I guess this is it over here.
Right.
Then it comes up here and then it empties out here. And this is Alexandria. And it empties out here. So it's it's being fed by this top sea up here. This up here is
feeding. No, it's not feeding. No. It's feeding the sea because it's running into the sea. Because I mean, if you look up the elevation of Africa, right? If you look up the elevation of Africa, you'll see that South Africa is higher than Egypt. So the river has to flow down. It's flowing down into the sea.
You're saying that this Nile River is flowing down.
Right. Yeah, it's flowing down. Yeah, it's flowing down into the sea. Watch. Like if you Google elevation of Africa. Right. Yeah.
You're saying this. What sea is this?
I'm not sure. Have a map. You should actually have a map that is a map of flat Earth because it better shows what East and West is. Whereas they've always taught in America the way that they teach in order to give us a mental power over actual power.
Hey! I'm sorry, sis. I don't mean to cut you off, but my sister's giving me a call, and I don't want to miss the call. Could be an emergency. Y'all mind if I just take 2 minutes?
Go ahead, brother. Real quick? Yeah, go ahead.
All right, I'm just mute real quick.
So we have the scripture says that this is the first boundary. I'm showing him that he said that this is his east boundary. This is the east boundary. Okay, so he got to go. He got to go this way. This is the east boundary. This is the east boundary. Then he said that the other river, the Euphrates. So the Most High gave Abraham two boundaries: the Nile and the Euphrates, according to the verse that we read here in Genesis chapter 15. And I'm telling them, it says, unto the great sea, right? Verse 18. The river Egypt unto the great river. The river Euphrates. Hold on, let me grab this. Let me get this commentary here to be clear about what this is. Oh, we have nothing. So we're going to get the river Euphrates. So we have the Nile, what the Nile is. Now I'm going to Google the river Euphrates. He's saying the river Euphrates is in Africa. That's what he says, right?
So Esau has changed the name of most of Africa. They, in fact, named Africa. That's where we get the name from. It's not from God.
All right, I'm back.
I would agree. I mean, so we got the Nile. So I'm gonna Google now the Euphrates, brother.
Okay.
So we can see what this map say the Euphrates is, okay?
Okay. Yeah.
The Euphrates River. Okay. I'm gonna get on the map. I'm gonna click on we did like just like we did it with the Nile River. Okay.
Okay.
So we all the way over here in Iraq. See Iraq right here. We way over here. We outside of Africa.
Okay.
Out of Africa. So one of the boundaries, according to Genesis chapter 15, is somewhere in Iraq. Do you agree with that?
No, I don't, bro. I'm telling you, bro. That's not the real Euphrates River, bro. That's not. They changed the maps.
Okay, so
They changed the names on the maps, bro.
So how do we find the river Euphrates then from what the text is saying? How do we find that river then? How do we find that? Or how can you prove the Euphrates is that river you're talking about that's in Africa?
That's in Africa, right? Because I mean, you could say the same argument, right? Because I mean, I would also use a map. You'd be like, well, they changed the map, right? But the maps that I will show you are older maps, right? If you look up older maps, you see that the Euphrates is actually the Niger River. It was actually used to be called the Euphrates River. It used to be called the Euphrates River. So I don't know when they changed it to the one out there, or maybe it's two Euphrates. It could have been two Euphrates, right? Because we know sometimes there's two of the same name.
I would agree. I would agree. I would agree. Again, if your stance is in Africa, then the burning of proof holds on you to definitive proof to us or to show us that it's the one in Africa. You know what I'm saying?
Now, actually, the burden of proof will be on you to show me that it's not, because according to the scripture, right? According to the scripture, the Gihon is in Ethiopia, right? Now, I mean, you can pull up a commentary that says, well, they mixed it up. But then my question will be, who made that commentary, and why are we holding his commentary right above the scripture, which says it's in Cush, land of Cush? I mean, did Moses make a mistake when he said it's in the land of Cush?
Well, I'm saying,
I mean, I'm sure Moses knows where the land of Cush was.
No, I'm saying that going back to the rivers,
right?
The garden, according to the text of the Bible, it says that Garden of Eden, that's to the east, that's away from Africa, and those rivers flow out of there. So if that's the case, then it would make sense that the commentary is saying that they're mixing up with Cush, because this garden is anywhere in the vicinity of Africa. It's over here to the east, where we see all the rivers that he's naming is coming from here from the east and all flowing to the west. The river.
All right, so let me ask you a question, brother. Right? So, do you? I mean, obviously, I assume you would agree that the Earth, the way it's shaped and the way that it's positioned today, is not the same way it was positioned when it was originally formed, right? Because we know it's all one giant landmass, right?
Right.
All right. So we know it's one landmass, right? So is it possible that maybe the Earth might have turned, and maybe that was actually east of the Earth, and maybe it turned? Is that possible?
Yes, all that's possible. But I'm saying again, if you have a stand to say this is what it is, the burden of proof is on you to show you that that's what it is. You can't.
All right, watch. Because okay, watch. Because my stance is this, right? Okay, so again, because remember, we say we don't trust Esau, right? We say we don't trust him, right? But now here's the thing, right? I'm going solely off.
Let me say that. I don't trust Esau. That's why I tell everybody to fact check him. Fact check him. Because you fact check him, because I mean sometimes
he could be telling the truth. Yeah, that's true. Sometimes he's telling the truth, right? Yeah, for a fact. I'm with you. I'm in agreement. All right, so let me say this, right? So I'm taking it from the standpoint of I'm a detective, right? I'm a detective. Nobody ever told me where the land of Israel is. So I think a lot of people just say that's the land because that's what they was taught through quote unquote scholarship. You know what I'm saying? That's what they was taught through quote unquote scholarship with these fake maps that was put together, right, by our enemies, right? That we should no longer be a nation, right? And plus, according to the Bible, nobody's seeking after the true land of Israel. Like nobody cares about it. The true land of Israel. Nobody cares about it. But that land today, bro, like how many people? My fault. My headphones died. One second. Let me put you on speaker so I can hear y'all better. Can y'all hear me still?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hold on 1 second. I'm having a problem with my mic. 1 second.
Okay, can y'all hear me?
I can hear you, brother.
Okay, good. All right, so I was saying, right? I was saying, what was I saying, brother? I'm sorry.
You're talking about something with Esau and mixing maps up and something.
Okay, yeah. All right, so yeah, I mean, right. Anyways, Esau mixed these maps up, right? I'm coming from a point of view, right? As if I don't know nothing, right? I'm coming from a plain. I'm throwing all my bikes. Remember, I used to think that was the land too. I'm throwing all my bikes out the window, right? I'm coming from, okay, let's get into the scripture. I'm gonna be a detective. If nobody ever told me where the land is, according to the word of God, what location makes the most sense, right? So coming from that point of view, right? Coming from that point of view, what makes the most sense is not where they say it is, right? It's just not where they say it is. So if you say that it is where they say it is, you would be contradicting the scripture, right? Now you could pull up all these commentaries saying that they mixing this up and they mixing that up, but those is commentaries. Those don't hold much weight to me. At least they don't hold much weight. That's just another man's opinion, right? And maybe he's under the wrong impression that that's Israel, so he's thinking like that. I mean, to me, that doesn't hold much weight. When the scripture says that it's the same that encompasses the whole land of Cush, right? Because now if you're saying that, okay, he made a mistake, right? How many more mistakes did they make in the Bible, right? So I mean, you see what I'm saying? Now we're going down a slippery slope where I mean it's all open to interpretation. Now it says that it's the same one that encompasses goes around the land of Cush. So I mean, I'm as a detective, I'm gonna take that into mind. I'm like, okay, well, it goes around the same land of Cush. Then it says that Abraham went south. He went up. It says he went up, which means he ascended southward out of Egypt. When you look at a map of Africa and you look at the elevation, to go south, you got to go up. You got to ascend. So I mean, it just again, I'm a detective. Logically speaking, if I'm working on a case, I'm gonna say it ain't looking like it's the Middle East. But what even is the Middle East? How are you Middle and East? Anyways, right? So it doesn't make any sense that it's up there. On top of that, Joshua took over 31 kings. Right now, am I pressed to believe that a king is going to share that 31 kings are going to share that tiny piece of land? If I was a king, I wouldn't share that with you. That land is tiny. Now, on top of that, God told Abraham that his seed will be as many as the stars of heaven. That if a man can count the stars, he should be able to count his seed. That land, if you look it up, compared to the state of New York, is literally 1/4 the state of New York. On top of that, I mean, there's just so many. On top of that, right? God said that when the land sinneth against me grievously, it's Ezekiel chapter 14. Right? Let me pull it out so that way people don't say I'm misquoting scripture. Ezekiel chapter 14. I think it's verse 12. Let me see. Again, I mean, the whole Bible just testifies that that's not the land at all. At all. And I'm saying they got the wrong people and they got the wrong land. Right? Because I mean, there's even a scripture that says that they're gonna ask the way to Zion when they're coming back. Because they don't know, because they're thinking that that's the real land, but it's not. Right? Because why else would they be asking the way to Zion? Everybody knows where Zion is. If you look up Mount Zion, it's a joke. That mountain is like, that's disrespectful. That if you think that's really Mount Zion, right? The terrible mountain, Mount Zion, that's disrespectful. Jordan River, the one that Joshua parted. Yeah, I'm with you, bro. I'm with you.
I'm not convinced on it at this time. I hear what you're saying, but I'm not convinced on it right now. I don't see the point actually being validated. Actually,
what I'm saying, our starting point for these rivers, you have to agree is not even in Africa. It's to the east. Do you at least agree with that?
Nah. I wouldn't agree with that, bro. I wouldn't agree with that at all.
Okay, so where is the Garden of Eden if it's east? Where is that located at?
The Garden of Eden is in Africa, bro.
Okay, you saying Africa? So when the earth was one land, you saying Africa was east?
I mean, it could have been. Yeah, it could have been.
Okay, can you show us any kind of evidence?
Can I prove it? No, I can't prove it because I wasn't there at the time, bro. I mean, you couldn't prove it either. None of us could prove that.
I can't. I'm saying this. Yeah, we go with the scriptures. I'm saying that the scriptures is telling us that Israel is the center point of the earth. So you will start there with your direction. So if we go east of that particular land, if you're saying it's in Africa, the Garden of Eden would be east of.
Wait, but brother. If this was the center of the earth, right? If you look at a map and you look at the longitude 0 and 0, the closest will be the Congo, not Israel. The Congo is really the center of the earth. If you look up the longitude and latitude, Israel's not even close to being the center, bro. Like if you're talking about the middle of the earth, it would be Congo.
I'm saying, are we now going with the Bible, or are we going with what some man say now? I'm going with what the Bible say. We going with the Bible, or we going with what some man say?
Con.
What are we doing now?
No, I mean we're going with the Bible, but I mean you're saying that's the middle of the earth, right?
Let me read it.
No, but brother, just looking at any map, I mean, would you really say Israel's the middle of the earth looking at a map? It's not.
I'm not worried about the map. I'm worried about what God said. God said the middle of the earth, and He made it. So He
right. And what God said is true, because if God said that Israel's the middle of the earth, and you look at Congo, which is really Israel, is really the middle of the earth. He didn't lie.
Okay,
he didn't lie.
If the Congo is the middle of the earth,
right,
then logically, when you start a direction, you would have to start there, right or wrong. Does that make sense? If you want a direction, I will start in the middle and then go from there, right?
Okay, sure. All right.
Okay,
all right,
so if the Congo is the middle of the earth, and the text says that the Garden of Eden is east, I place the Garden of Eden outside of Africa.
Okay. For the sake of the argument, let me roll with you. But I mean, I do oppose. Let me roll with you. Okay.
That poses that the Garden of Eden is then it's not in Africa, it's outside.
Okay. Let's assume that's the case. I still don't know what that will prove, but okay.
The reason why I'm saying is that all these rivers that mention that comes out of the Garden of Eden, they're pinpointing them to originate from the east and then flowing to the west towards Africa. That's why when we Google right here, Euphrates is bringing us back to Iraq to the east.
Right. But you still don't get around the point where it says that it's the same river that encompasses the land of Ethiopia. I'm saying so again, whether you say the garden is here, there, north, south, it doesn't even matter, right? We know that this river came out of the garden, and it's the same one that is encompassing the land of Ethiopia, which is written in the Bible, the word of God, right? Now, like you said, are we going by the word of God or by the word of men? Because the word of God says it encompasses Cush. Now, man says, nah, God don't know what he's talking about. You know what I'm saying? He made a mistake. They was bugging out. They really meant this. That's what the commentators say. I'm going with, nah, you don't know what you're talking about. The Bible says this.
Wait a minute.
I mean, to me, there's really no argument.
No, there isn't. If we going by the Bible, we have a starting point that's outside of Africa. You agree? You say what? Because the starting point is outside of Africa. So we're starting outside of Africa, right? You're going to Eden outside of Africa. So we have a river that's flowing outside of a place of Africa, and it's obviously
right.
Okay. It's going to flow to the west. Okay. So now you then have to agree that when it says the Euphrates is over here in the east, that fits. That lines up. The Euphrates lines up with it being in the east because it's over here in the east. That fits completely.
No, brother. It wouldn't fit, right? Because here's the thing, right? Because the garden is in the east, right? It's in the east. The river is coming out of the garden, right? So that means it's either going west, south, north, or it's even going more eastward, right? So if you say that Israel is the east, or you say that Israel is the starting point, that means east will be like China, India, around that area. That would be east, right? Now, if it's going even further east, it would run into the Pacific Ocean, right? Now, if it's going west, right, which means
I'm not saying that. The garden is east, and it says a river flow out the garden, then it parted four ways, right?
Right.
Agree with that? That's what it says, right?
Right. Yeah, I agree with that.
So the river that comes out of the garden isn't flowing the direction it is east, farther east. It's already east already. It's going to have to be flowing the other direction west, and then it parts four ways and it covers the other directions, correct?
I'm with you.
You agree?
I'm with you. Okay. Yes. That's logical. Makes sense. Yeah, I'm with you.
Right. So the river that flows out of this garden is obviously coming west and then splits into four and covers the other directions. So, and I would say just like you said about the Nile, I would say that this river that comes out of this garden, have to be elevated high where it's flowing down. You agree, correct?
This makes logical sense, yeah.
That makes sense. So this garden has to be elevated, river to come out of it, and then high enough where there's enough volume of water coming down where it can reach the rest of the earth when it even parts. Because when it parts, it's going to slow down a little bit. So
This is an elevated garden that Adam is placed in, and the river is coming down and then split into four, right? So now the garden we know is east. It's coming west, and according to the map, let me get the map. According to the map, it's placing one of the first river that splits, which would make sense. We'll place that the direction of where the garden is to the east, right?
I'm sorry. Can you say that one more? Can you say that one more time, bro? I'm looking at a map. I'm sorry. Can you say that one more time, brother?
I said that the Bible is placing the garden to the east,
right?
In the east, right?
Yeah.
I would say more properly the Philippines. That's where I would say around that area to the east, the Philippines. And then a river comes from that way coming west. That would bring you close to the land of Iraq and Mesopotamia, where it's thought the parts that split into four rivers. So right here in Mesopotamia, I'm gonna pull it up. It shows you that the Euphrates, one of the rivers, splits right here.
Right.
Then
right. But the thing is, no, I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off, bro. Go ahead.
The next river it mentions in Genesis chapter 2. I want to read it real quick so we can be on the same page. I'm following the text of the Bible, right?
All right.
So it says that the name of the first is Pison. It is that which compassed the whole land of Halava, which there is much gold. And that gold of that land is good. There is a bellium and onyx, and the name of the second river is the Gihon River. And the same is it that compassed the whole land of Ethiopia. And the name of the third river is the Hedikel. That is which goeth towards the east of Assyria. And the fourth is the Euphrates, right? So
yeah.
So we know that the Hedikel that flows towards the east. We agree, according to the text? It said east toward east of Assyria. So it's placing the Hedikel somewhere in Assyria. You agree, correct?
Right, but here's another thing too that might throw you off, King, right? I mean, where they say Assyria is at today, I don't agree with that either, bro. I think they mixed all of that up. They mixed all of that up, bro. That's not even the real Assyria either.
Okay, so where's Assyria at? Where's the land of Assyria at?
Now, I'm not, bro. I'm not claiming I know everything. I'm just knowing that what they telling us ain't it. It ain't it, bro. But that's just my point of view. I'm not saying I know exactly where it's at. I'm thinking somewhere in northern Africa, right around the Sahara Desert area. But I mean, I'm not sure, bro. I'm not sure. But I don't think where they say it's Assyria. I don't think that's the real Assyria, bro. I could be wrong.
Salaki, the scripture says prove all things through the scripture.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I'm saying, I mean, you have a lot of I don't know, I'm not sure. I mean, it's
right. I'm being intellectually honest, brother. And I'm saying I'm being intellectually honest. I'm not gonna say, like I said, bro. I don't have an issue with pride. You know what I'm saying? If I don't know something, I'm gonna say I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I think everybody should do that. You know what I'm saying if I don't know, I'm gonna say I don't know. I'm not gonna argue a point that I'm not that I haven't researched. I don't know, brother. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, okay, let me ask you brothers this, right? The points that I've been bringing up, right? Do they make logical sense, or are they just like way out of left field? Like don't even make no type of sense at all?
Salaki, you've had over an hour to prove yourself, and I'm still not getting it at all. It's been an hour now. It's been over an hour.
Okay, it's no problem. All right, so to you, what I'm saying is just way out of left field, right? Anybody else? You guys?
Yeah,
what I'm saying is just
here's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this. I have no my issue with what you're saying is that when I'm asking you certain question like a starting point, you have a starting point.
Right.
So I'm saying
right. But brother, the thing is this. The thing is that we're literally throwing away the word of God for a commentary, right? Because I mean, this whole pretty much we kind of derailed because of the word Cush, right? Because in the Bible it said, and if we go to the word, it literally says Cush, right? The son of Ham, right? But then because the commentator somewhere down the line just wrote that they don't know what they was talking about. I mean, you guys are going more with the commentator than the actual book.
No, I'm not. No,
am I wrong or right?
No, I'm not going with that. I'm not disputing that it says Cush and that. I'm
right. Okay, so if you're not disputing that it says Cush and that it means Cush, right? Because I'm sure Moses knows that's not the first time they use that word. And then when they use it in other places, it means Cush, the actual son of Ham, right? I mean, so a commentator comes and says, "Oh, nah, they don't know what they're talking about." I mean, I'm throwing that commentator in the trash because he don't know what he's talking about. Because according to God, the river Gihon is in the land of Cush, the same Cush that is written out throughout the entire Bible.
Yeah. And Salaki, my brother, Salaki, you keep cutting the brother off when he's trying to explain. You keep cutting him off.
I'm sorry. No, yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize.
What I'm trying to say is the reason why I brought the commentary up right there saying that is that the person making the commentary, he's saying that according to the text of the Bible, the garden of Eden is east, right? And then he's reading it and saying, wait a minute, if it's in the east and we come to the Gihon and they're placing the Gihon way over here in the west, he's like, wait a minute, something is wrong. That's crazy for it. It's like just switching hemispheres from east all the way to west. He's like, wait a minute, something must be wrong here because these rivers, they connect, they come from one river and they come and they split. It isn't jumping all the way over there to the east, from east and jumping all the way over to the west. So it's a whole different continent. He's like, wait a minute, something is wrong. So he's saying it looks like when he's studying up the culture of the Akkadian has a river in there in the east called Kaz. And he's saying this is probably the river that they're mixing up with Cush because this would fit the biblical narrative that this is where this is because of where the Garden of Eden is located to the east. This is in the east and it's all flowing towards the west. He's saying this all lines up with what the Bible is saying. He said this Cush thing here completely throws off what the Bible is actually saying. That's why I'm bringing the commentary up because the commentary is harmonizing with what the Bible is saying, making it make sense. If not, I mean, way over there on the west, that's crazy.
Well, right, well, brother. I mean, if you don't mind, just point up like a world map, right? I'm about to show you where I think you're going wrong, right? Because when you look at a world map, you'll see. I mean, I can't do it. I don't know how to do it, but if you could pull up like on Google world map.
Okay, I'll pull it up. Let me go back.
I'd like to add, I went ahead and sent you, Press Priest Yaman. I sent you two emails. One was from a young lady who has her own YouTube channel, and she just went over this about, I think maybe 4 or 5 days ago, how the world and how it's actually laid out. Then I sent you a map. You should, instead of putting in world map, since we live in the US, you should probably put in a straw Australian world map, because you will see that what they have taught us for so long is opposite of what the real world looks like.
Okay, you send me a video or you send me a picture?
I sent you two links. One was for her video, and then the other one was for the map. So maybe there you have another one in there. Is that the map images? Maybe, yeah.
This is the map.
So yeah, Australian world map. You may be able to pull one up that's better than that one.
I'll blow this one up and see what we can get from it.
Yeah, I have that map before, sis. I've seen something like that before too.
Let me
I think, that's part of the confusion, because where the Bible says east, we see west because we're flipped upside down the way they teach us the world. But it's actually not the world. The world is different than that.
This is just not getting any bigger. I don't know why it's as big as it's going to get.
Oh, I think it's probably a PDF. That's why I was saying my whole point was to show you that it's nothing like what we're used to seeing. It's absolutely opposite.
Well, this particular map right here
is a PDF, I think, like a picture of a map.
Yeah, but I mean, it I see what you I see what you're saying.
So you notice over here to the left it says Brazil. We think Brazil is over to the right.
This thing is upside. It's upside down.
Yes, but this is actually the way the world looks, whereas we've been taught it's the other way. This is the truth. Oh my gosh, yes, it is.
No, this can't be true, because I'll tell you why.
Oh my gosh. Okay, yes.
I have traveled from North America to South America. I've left the North America and I went down to South America and we went south. We didn't go north. If this map saying that south is Canada, we didn't go into Canada. We went to Mexico. We went all the way down into Belize down there, and we never touched Canada. No one down there called themselves Canadians or Canada. They're all calling themselves Mexicans, Belize, and different things. And when I went down south, we travel down there all the time. My family travel back and forth to Belize all the time. We always go south. We go to Miami, then it flies down south across the sea.
Yo, but to be
go ahead.
I was gonna say, but to be fair, I mean, I'm not saying I agree with the sister. I did see this map before. I mean, I had to do my research on it. Again, I'm not always gonna say I know everything. I do my research on it, but now just to bring out a point, the sister. I mean, let's say she could be right. She could be right. She could be wrong, right? But I mean, the point that I'm saying that going south. I mean, they could have just switched the. I mean, all that would just take just to be like, say you got a compass, right? You got a compass and it has the north labeled N and the south labeled S, right? If you just take the S and put it where the N's supposed to be and swap it with the, you know what I'm saying, you're gonna end up going south, but you're going north, just because it says south. You see what I'm saying?
I hear you, but then so now if we go in that rabbit hole right now, then we can't trust nothing. We can't trust nothing.
Right, exactly. Right.
You can't trust nothing that you have no more. So then we obviously don't know nothing at all. So there's no point of us trying to find nothing because
right, yeah. If that was the case, we'd have to throw everything out.
Throw everything out. You know what I'm saying? So no one knows where Israel actually is then. It ain't over there.
Right, right.
It ain't in Africa. No one knows actually where it is. You know what I'm saying? That would be the conclusion there. No one knows where it is. Right?
Yeah, everything would be kind of But I mean, real quick though, right? Real quick though. I mean, if you want to pull up like a regular world map, right? If you want to pull up a regular world map,
all right,
I'm going to show you how. All right, cool.
Might be better. Okay, so just type in the world map.
Yeah, world map.
All right. Which one you want me to click on?
You click on anyone, don't matter. Don't matter. As long as it's big enough you can see it, it's good.
All right.
Yeah, that's decent. All right. So now if you put your cursor on where Israel's at, right?
Israel is right here.
Okay,
okay.
Now if you
right
draw
here.
a line down,
right here.
Right now if you draw a line straight down, right? Just draw a line straight down.
Mm-hmm.
Straight down, you're gonna find yourself pretty much right where the Congo's at. Right, so just draw a line down.
Mm-hmm.
If you just go down a little bit, just go down straight line, right? So if you're talking about east and west, they're virtually about in the same location, bro. You know what I'm saying? They're virtually about in the same location. So if you make an argument that well Israel is more east, so that way it would make more sense that this river is around this area, because why would it go from east all the way to this way over here? And remember, back then there were no continents; it was just all one big landmass, right? But I mean, they're pretty much, if you're talking about east and west, they're pretty much in the same location. Now, north and south, there's a pretty big difference, but east and west, I mean, they're almost on the same. Was that longitude or was that latitude? But they're pretty much close to the same line. They might be one line apart. So that's what I'm saying. I don't think that would be a strong argument. And again, I'm just going back to the fact that in the Bible it says Cush. It says Cush. If you look up the word that it says for Cush, it's 3, 5, 6, 8. If you look up other uses, it's used for what? Let me look. Let me see. It's used for a son of Ham, right? So just because this one commentator comes out the blue and says, "Nah, that's not it," I mean, I'm supposed to take his word for it now. I mean, maybe I'm a crazy one though. Maybe I'm a crazy one.
I'm putting I'm putting this cursor here on Israel, right? This is the center, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then if the Garden of Eden is east, that's this way.
Okay,
this
sure.
is east. That's this way. The Garden of Eden will be somewhere over here somewhere, right?
Okay.
And then now we have a river that's way over here.
Mm-hmm.
So if our starting point is here, if our starting point is here, how does it jump to a river way over here?
Right, but we got to keep in mind, right? These rivers went out and they watered the entire earth, right?
Yes.
Okay, so would it not reach that part?
Yeah, it
I mean, is
would.
that far-fetched, you think?
No, no. I'm not saying no. I'm saying that the waters would come here and reach over here. No problem, right?
Oh, right.
So, I'm saying the river was basically giving us a location of where it is, and if the location would become consistent with, if we said that the land of Israel is in the center, then this would what it would be. It wouldn't be in the land of Africa.
I'm sorry. You said if the land of Israel is in the center, that's where it would be. It wouldn't be in the land of Africa.
But I mean, hear what I'm saying. If we start here, right?
Right.
If I'm saying if, I'm not saying for sure. This is what the Bible is saying is the center of the earth, right?
Right.
And we're gonna go east. We over here now. This is where we are. We east, right?
Right.
We have the Euphrates is saying it's right over here. It's saying that the Tigris or the Gihon is right over here. That commentary is saying that the word Cush is Kaz, which is right over here.
Okay.
It's placing all the rivers in the vicinity of the Garden of Eden, where the Bible says it is, except for one of them, where you would say that when it says Cush, it's placing just one of the rivers way over here.
Okay. Well, right. So now watch, right? So you're saying that the Kaz that they're speaking of instead of Cush is in Iran, right?
It's somewhere over here in Iran. Again, all of it flows everywhere, but yeah,
right. So I mean, but if we're going by their commentary and they're saying that that's in Iran, right? Then that means that King Solomon was crowned king in Iran because he was crowned by the Gihon River, bro. So that means he was crowned in Iran.
The river would run across this whole thing here into Africa, so he can be crowned at the Gihon because it would run from east all the way over here to the west. So he can still be crowned in Israel because it would run right past the land of Israel.
Right. So if it runs into Africa, then when the Bible says that it's the same one that encompasses the land of Cush, why is that so far-fetched? I mean, maybe I'm crazy. I mean, why is that so far-fetched?
Because it's saying that the river originates in Africa.
Oh, okay. Well, to be honest, bro, I mean, we've been arguing that point for a while. I think we probably gonna hit a brick wall. But I mean, the other point, right? Because I mean, we said that Israel's supposed to have natural resources in the earth, right? Gold, diamonds, right? All of that's supposed to be in the earth according to the scripture, right? It's supposed to have natural resources in the earth.
I haven't read. I read iron and iron.
Right.
And brass. I didn't read about that other stuff though.
Okay. So let's just take iron and brass, right? Metals, precious metals, iron and brass. And he also said in the book of Job, they've taken my gold and silver, right? Is there any iron and brass in the dirt in Israel? Are there any of those minerals in the dirt in Israel? There was.
There was. I mean, the Most High said.
So what happened to it?
God says in the Bible, He's gonna make it desolate. He made the land desolate. He made it desolation. He said He made it that way because of
right. But when he says make it a desolation, right? I think y'all take that as if he's gonna make it like a complete desert. No, he's talking about he's gonna make it pretty much a slum. It's gonna be a S-hole. If you look up the Congo, that place is a S-hole. You know what I'm saying? Like everything is a third world country. They're living in the sewers. They're living in, like, they talk about the ghettos here, and I'm talking about the curse of Deuteronomy 28 here. If any of y'all went to Congo, y'all would cry. I'm not saying y'all. I'm saying a lot of people that talk about, we going through the curses here in America. Yeah, go live in Congo, in the slums, and see how it is. That's a true desolation, right? He's not talking about, for example, right? King David said that as the mountains are round about Jerusalem, right? And he said, as Mount Zion, which cannot be removed, right? We know these mountains cannot be removed, right? According to God, right? The land of Israel is supposed to be a land full of 1,000 hills, right? He said the cattle upon 1,000 hills and the beasts of the forest are mine, right? So, okay, so I understand if you want to say, okay, maybe he took away all the vegetation and turned it to a desert, right? Okay, well, did all the hills and all the mountains also evaporate? Is that really Mount Zion? I mean, if you believe that's again, I'm not here to fight nobody. If you want to believe it, I mean, at the end of the day, it is what it is. I think we're all still brothers. I'm saying as long as you're keeping the commandments, I think we're all brothers.
We are. I'm just saying. I'm saying is that the only issue is that, again, the burning of proof is on you, and I'm waiting for some kind of definitive proof where that someone cannot question, where we can say, well, man, that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? There's no
right.
You know,
right. I mean, right.
There's holes in it that people will question it. I'm just saying you have to agree that what you're bringing out is not going to convince someone without more evidence. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Again, I'm not here to really I'm well, okay, let me put it like this, right? I don't expect you guys to just, again, like I don't expect you guys to just switch out off the bat. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying this, hey man, have an open mind, look into it, right? But I'm just saying this, right? I'm going off of the Bible. Am I wrong or right? The Bible says Cush, right? Am I wrong or right? It says Cush. And if you look up the word Cush, it's saying it's used for the son of Ham everywhere else, right? But just because this one person came and said, nah, that's not what it is. He put in a commentary, right? You're leaning more towards the commentary because you're saying it makes more logical sense. I'm saying I don't care about what he's saying at all because according to God, it's in the land of Cush, right? And on top of that, we see that Abraham journeyed south.
No, I think you're missing the commentary is validating what the Bible is saying. It's not saying something that against the Bible. It's saying that if we're starting to the east, it's saying that if you jump all the way to the west, he's saying that there's something wrong with that. These things all originate from one river coming out of it and then split into four. But the way that would read,
right?
It didn't do that. It didn't do nothing like that. That's why the commentary. Again, I'm not right, I'm not going with the commentary. Let me be clear. I'm not going with the commentary. Let me be clear. I just brought it up to say that the commentary is suggesting that according to the location of the Garden of Eden, this might be what it is saying. It's just a suggestion. It doesn't tell anyone to go with it. It just could be that.
Right. But I mean, but the commentator is saying that the Cush that they meant. Well, he's correcting God now. But he's saying that the Cush that God was talking about is in that land of Iran, which would mean that King Solomon was crowned in Iran. And I'm saying now if you want to take the argument that no, he's not talking about that because the river actually flows down and it could go into Africa, then his commentary means nothing. It would be nothing.
I have no problem with throwing the commentary out. But I'm saying, so you're saying that your only argument to say that Israel is in the land of Africa is because it says Cush right there. That's it.
No. Actually, that was only one of my points. We just got hung up on that.
Okay, let's go to the next point. Let's go to the next point. All
right, no problem. All right, so we already dealt with that. Let me see, Gihon South. Now, let me see. Okay, so we agree that when Christ comes back, right, Jerusalem is going to get built up on her own heaps, right? Would we agree upon that? Yes, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. So that would mean that Jerusalem is in a state of desolation, right or wrong?
Yes.
Okay. Is Jerusalem that we see today in a state of desolation?
Yes.
It is?
Yes.
I mean, they got skyscrapers and all that there, bro. I mean, I don't think that's desolation, bro.
You're talking about if you talking about the land of Israel, you have to go all the way to the south to get anything to grow. Nothing is growing over there in the places that they talking about. It's all desolate.
Right. No, but it says it's going to be built up on its heaps, which means like broken down stuff, like heaps. Like for example, like if my house was all beat down, then my house would be a heap. But if my house is just like barren desert, I wouldn't even call it a heap. I'd just be like that's just a barren land. You know, I wouldn't even call that a heap. It says it's going to be built up on its own heap. Because right now there's stuff built in the Congo, but it's little shacks. It ain't nothing. I'm saying they living in gutters and slums. They literally living on heaps. And God said that when he comes back, they're gonna rebuild Israel on the heaps, on his heaps.
Yeah, I can agree, but you do understand, but you have to agree. You have to agree that all the stuff that them Gentiles are building up over there, those things at some point are going to get destroyed by the Messiah when he comes, and they're gonna be heaps when he comes and destroy that stuff they're building up. Then they have to rebuild it off of that stuff. Not right now, but that stuff that they building got to be torn down.
Okay, so yeah, so you can make that argument that okay, if things gonna be destroyed, then things got to be rebuilt back up, right? You can make that argument, right? Right. Okay. So let's say I can see that because I would agree that's not a strong enough point to argue. You can make that argument, and that's a logical argument, right? I can see. Let's say I can see that point, right? But now, right now, we also know that the land of Israel had to be parted, right? Because of Joel 3, right? They taken my gold and silver and parted my land. Have you guys ever heard of the Berlin Conference?
The Berlin Conference?
Yeah.
No, I haven't. No.
Right. Okay. So the Berlin Conference is when all the colonizers, right? When all the colonizers pretty much sat at a round table, right? All the white nations sat at a round table, and they pretty much cast lots for the land of Africa. Like, I'm gonna take this part, I'm gonna take this portion, I'm gonna take this portion. They literally divided up the land, and they literally took the gold and silver, and then they literally came and took the children of Judah out of the land, out of their land, which is Congo, right? And sold them to the Grecians. Exactly how it's written in the Bible, right? And then on top of that, if you go to the anyway, let me just stop there. Let me just start with that, right? So I mean, if you're breaking that down, right, the land has to be parted, right? Has to be parted. They have to take the gold and silver out of the land, which we know there's none of that in the Middle East. And then from there, they have to come and take the children of Israel, remove them far from their border, right, and sell them to the Grecians. Where did all this happen in history? It didn't happen in the Middle East. That's not our home.
Okay, so I mean, so that made the land of Israel in Africa? I'm saying, I'm trying to understand.
Right.
Because of that parting of the land, that's what.
Right, because that was a prophecy. You know what I'm saying? That they parted my land and took my gold and silver, which they did. They parted our land for the gold and silver. Because again, remember, we have the richest land on earth, but for some reason we don't want it, but we want that desert. It doesn't make any sense to me, right? We have the richest. Think about it, right? Israel was called the glory of all lands, right? What does that mean? That means everybody wants your land. Everybody wants the Congo. That's why it's in the position that it's in today, because people want to rob it. They want to take everything from it. Right?
How you okay? You saying everybody wants the Congo, right? What you saying?
Yes, correct.
So who is everybody?
All the nations. China wants it. America wants it. Europe wants it. They all want the Congo.
So everybody just want the Congo.
Yes, everybody wants that land to themselves. Yes.
Okay, I thought these nations own that land already. You know, China.
Yeah.
They own it. They own it already.
What, the Congo? Yeah. They pretty much own it because
they own like they own Africa. The people that's indigenous there don't own the land.
Exactly.
Foreigners
exactly because they wanted it, right?
Yeah, I mean,
because they wanted it.
How does that? Okay, so in other words, so you saying because they own the land now that makes it Israel? I don't understand.
No, I'm not saying because I'm saying this, right? Israel was called the glory of all lands, right or wrong?
Yeah, I agree. Khan said that.
Okay, the glory of all lands means it's the best land on earth. It got the most resources. It's the land that lacks nothing. A land full of hills, mountains, valleys, beasts of the field, all of that. Which there's no lions in Israel. There's no beasts of the field in Israel. We know that, right? I mean, we know that, right? So it's the glory of all lands. It's the best possible land you could get.
But there is land. But wait a minute. But there's lions in Africa, though, right?
Correct. There is lions in Africa.
But you saying that there is no lions in Israel? You saying?
Yeah, there's no lions in that fake desert that they call Israel. In fact, there's no animals in that desert. They would die.
Okay, it's because you speaking of it now. You weren't speaking of it at the time when the Israelites went in.
Okay, right. So you're saying when they went in, it was the glory of all lands.
Yeah, when Israel, that's the reason why the Canaanites was in the land. That's why I read for you in Genesis 12 when Abraham went down. They said that Canaan was in the land already. They jumped in the land before Abraham got that the land he's going to give to Abraham. But before Abraham got there, who was in the land? Canaanites was in the land already before he even got there. So you have to go kill them out to get in the land because they knew that the land was good. That's why they were there before Abraham.
Okay. All right. So now you're saying that God, right? God Almighty, right? He let the Canaanites be wicked as all hell in the land, right? And he still blessed them with a great land because remember when the spies came back, right? When the spies came back, they had some nice grapes for them, right? So the Canaanites was living in a beautiful, lush land, even though they was wicked, hated of God. He ain't do nothing to their land, right? But us, his own kids, now he's gonna turn into a desert because of our sin.
Yes, that's what the text says.
That he's gonna turn to a desert.
That's what it says.
All right.
Okay, you remember, Israel have laws of planting every 7 years because the land rests. The reason why we went
right, yeah.
because we let the land rest. So if the land is not resting, then the land is going to become desolate because we on the land are defiling the land. What we were doing in sacrificing our children, spilling blood and all stuff we were doing, we would define the land. So the Bible said the land will spit you out because you're making the land desolate by what you're doing. You're overworking the land. So the land got desolate. And I can read even Ezekiel, the most I said the land is desolate, then you have to go ahead and repair it because of what Israel was doing on the land. That's how it got that way. It wasn't always that way.
Yeah, I guess.
We go to the next point. If there's another, we go to the next point. You know, we ain't got to go in circles with that one.
All right, no problem, right? So
I mean,
okay,
I want to say if anybody that's on gotta go, you know what I'm saying, you guys can, I want to hold you guys, you know what I'm saying, you guys gotta go, you can, I'm gonna continue to talk to the brother, but if anyone has to go, you can go, you can stay if you want to stay, it's up to you, you know what I'm saying? All right, go ahead, brother.
All right, brother, and I appreciate that. So the next point that I will have, right, is okay. So you saying that the 30 kings, okay, let me put it like this, right? So the border of Edom, right? We weren't supposed to touch Edomites or the Moabites, right?
Hey, hold on 1 second, brother.
No problem.
1 second. Yeah, 1 second. Let me check something real quick. The brother said he wants to check something right quick. Can you hear me still, brother? You there?
Yeah, I'm with you, brother. I'm with you.
Okay. All right. 1 second.
We earn unlimited 2% cash back on every purchase.
And with no preset spending limit, our purchasing power adapts to our business needs. What's in your
It's not showtime.
I don't know.
Is he still here?
He's my computer. Okay. All right, go ahead, brother.
All right, brother. Well, first, brother, let me just reiterate this, right, and just ask you this question, right? I mean, so far, and again, brother, please don't take what I'm saying in any type of bad spirit. I mean, even if I might get zealous, you know, it's just my passion. You know what I'm saying? And I also assume the same for you. I don't take anything the wrong way. You know, I'm not taking no offense by anything, right? Now, let me just say this, brother. The information that I'm bringing out, right? Just be honest with me, right? I mean, am I just coming out of left field with it, or I mean, does it seem like it could be an argument, or is it just like, nah, this brother way off?
I would say it could be an argument. It needs more evidence, but yeah, I wouldn't rule it out and say no, it's impossible. No.
Okay, I got you. Because I mean, I was gonna say if that's the case, and you know, we just arguing in circles. But all right, bro, and I would also agree that I'm not gonna lie, bro. I mean, it's possible that I'm wrong. Right? But now again, so the point was about the I was saying the Moabites and the Edomites, right? So we weren't supposed to touch their land, right? When we went to inherit ours, we were not supposed to touch the Edomites or the Moabites, right?
Right.
All right. So now, do you think that would you agree, like, you know how they show like a map of Israel today? They'll show you where the borders of Edom was and the border of Damascus and the border of Moab and all that, right? Do you believe that's accurate?
I believe it's accurate. I mean, I don't know for sure, but I believe it's accurate.
Okay. So if you believe it's accurate, then that would limit the actual land of Israel to where it shows on the map. So you wouldn't be able to argue that it's bigger or smaller, because according to God, right, when he gave us the land, he knew where Moab and Edom was, and he told us our borders, which excluded Moab and Edom, right?
Yes.
Right. So now if it's excluding Moab and Edom, right, but on the map they show you that Moab and Edom is right there where Israel is at, that would limit the land to literally what they call Israel today, that small piece of land, which is 1/4 the size of New York. So that would eliminate the argument that, well, it was a bigger land, right? Because you believe that those are the correct borders. That would mean that that was the actual size of the land. So now my question is this, right?
I'm saying they gave up a lot of land to the Arabs. That they had more land, but they made an agreement and they gave a lot of land up.
Okay, so that would mean that the borders that they show on those maps are not accurate.
Not Not when they first got in there, no.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So I'm talking about when they first got in. So you're saying when they first got in, those borders were not accurate. Those aren't the real borders. Like the border that they show today is not what it was back then. Is what you're saying?
No, it's not. No. Well, not.
Okay. All right. So, but you would agree. So you would agree that the area is about the same, though, right? Just the land was bigger.
Way bigger.
All right. So the area you would say it took up most of the Arabian Peninsula. You saying?
Yes.
All right. So then that would leave Edom and Moab under, like pretty much at the tip of the Arabian Peninsula.
South. Yeah. Right.
Okay. All right. So now you take the Arabian Peninsula, right? Even if you were to take the Arabian Peninsula, right? And let's just say we cut off that little tip at the end from Moab and Edom, right? In that land right there, right? In that land. So then you would have to say that pretty much would you say that the entire land turned desolate? Like that whole entire plot just turned desolate?
Yes.
Okay. So, and you're saying that you think 31 kings on top of the other nations that we left in the land and on top of the nations that okay, well, first let me start by saying this, right? Do you agree with the scripture that says that the giants were as tall as cedars?
What verse says? I gotta read that verse again. It said they're tall as cedars. What verse says that?
Yeah, let me get that for you.
Yeah.
It says, though I destroyed the Amorites before them, whose height was as tall. KJV, let's see. It's going to be in. Why is it not showing up? Though.
It sounds like Amos. That sounds like Amos. I think you and Amos, something like that.
Yeah, I think that's Amos. I'm not sure though. Though I destroyed the Amorites. Yeah, Amos 2 verse 9. Amos 2 verse 9. Let me bring it out real quick. It's KJV. All right. Amos verse 2 verse 9 says, chapter 2 verse 9. It says, yet destroyed I the Amorite before them, whose height was like the height of the cedars, and he was strong as the oaks. Yet I destroyed his fruit from above and his roots from beneath. Right? So God is saying that the Amorite was as tall as the cedars. And when you look up a cedar tree is about 100 feet tall.
Okay.
Right. So I mean, would you confirm that? Would you agree with that scripture or no?
I would agree if I don't know if it's translated correctly, but if it is, yeah, that's what it says.
Okay, I got you. Right. Okay, yeah. So assuming that it is translated correctly, and I agree, I would have to look into that too. To be honest, I didn't look into that, but assuming that it is translated correctly, right? They're 100 feet tall, about. So now imagine a nation of people 100 feet tall, right? I mean, that's a lot of people, right? Each person, I know we got to say like yo, he as big as a house, right? This man would literally be about as big as a house, right? About 3 houses stacked on top of each other. That's just one person, right? Now imagine a nation of people of that stature, right? They would need to occupy a pretty large land, right? In order to live comfortably, right or wrong? Right. So now, keep in mind, Joshua conquered a bunch of nations. Some of them was giants, some of them was not giants, right? I don't even know if Joshua conquered any giants. I know Moses did, but let's just say the children of Israel, we conquered some giants, we conquered some regular people. Now, those giants got to take up a lot of land, and then there's also the land that the people got to take up too, right? So you're saying that all of that is going to fit in the Arabian Peninsula, bro? I mean, besides let's say we cut off the tip for Edom and Moab.
Easy, yeah.
Think so?
But I mean, we're looking at a map. Man, that land is huge.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, the land is huge. It's easily will hold people that tall. I mean, that land is huge, bro.
I don't know about that, bro.
Hey, have you seen Petra?
What'd you say?
Have you seen Petra?
Petra? No, what's that?
You ain't seen Petra?
No, what's that? Nah.
Petra is where the Edomites dwell, and they have carved out houses and buildings in these rocks. And you look at this stuff and you're like, these people would have to be like tall as heck to be carving that kind of stuff out, and they're regular human beings, and they're carving these magnificent structures and stuff in solid rock.
Right.
Regular people doing that, and this stuff is like tall, this huge tall building that they carving up. Like, how did they do all this stuff?
Petra. I mean, I'm about to look it up on Google right now. How you spell that?
Yeah, Google it up, Petra. Petra. Petra.
Okay, Petra. Okay, I see a historical place in Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I see that. Yeah, that's crazy.
That's down there. That's down there in the Arabian Peninsula. That stuff is huge, bro.
Yeah. No, I see that. That's crazy. Yeah, for a fact.
And that's
right. Yeah. Carved out the mountain.
Carving out all solid rock.
Yeah, that's wild.
That's what I'm saying. So I mean, that's like some huge place out of a rock where this is just small human beings doing that.
Right. Right. Nah. I'm looking at it right now. It's definitely massive.
Massive. You know what I'm saying? Sure. So that area, I'm showing you that because that area that can hold some big giants over there, but it wasn't giants in that particular area. But that's just a little small area that's so huge. That's Edom have a bigger of a land.
Right, but I mean, right. But then on top of that too, I mean, I've also seen like massive structures, like building structures all over the world. You know what I'm saying? So is it possible this could be from pre-flood?
Wait, say it again.
I said I've also seen massive structures, like for example, I think I saw like a case of massive staircases. I'm not sure what was that, but I mean I've seen massive structures like this all around the world, right? So I'm saying, is it possible that this could also be pre-flood construction?
Could be.
Possible. Okay.
My point is that in that area they're talking about, giants can live in that area because of the structures that's there.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at it right now. It's huge. Yeah, it's huge. I'm not gonna lie, it's huge. But yeah, brother. I mean, at the end of the day, bro. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, I mean, we both going. You know what I'm saying, I mean, at least like I'm gonna just be honest, right? Me, like my mentality, at least my personality, brother. Like I'm very. I mean, I'm not a prideful person. You know what I'm saying, bro. I'm very open minded, but